welcome to the 23rd World Congress on Integrative Health. The theme for Congress this year is Healing with Peace. Also, this is a Congress celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Effie Chow, our dear friend. So on behalf of the organizing committee, my name is Rose Hong, and I would like to introduce our team. And Charlene, would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay, I don't think I need to, but I'm Charlene Osler, and I want to welcome everyone who's here in person and all the people that are tuned in from across the world today to be part of this Congress.
I'm Alex Feng. I call Effie my older sister, and she always teases me. She tells me I'm older than her. Not true. I've known her for so many years, and she's a delight in my life. We are colleagues in many ways, and very happy to be here today. I'm very happy to see all of you present, as well as on Zoom later.
Hello, my name is Ann Kolachitis, at Chow Qigong, San Francisco. I'm a friend and student of Dr. Effie Chow. On Thursday, her birthday would have been her 90th birthday. We released her ashes from an airplane by the Golden Gate Bridge, and that was really wonderful, a kickoff to this 23rd World Congress. And Kay.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm Kay Laudenpera, and I've known Effie for 51 years. I met her when she came as a speaker of energy and positive energy to Alaska, along with many other noted people that we've known over the years. And this was to a group of nurses, 50 nurses in the state. So I knew right when I met Effie, she was the person that would deliver peace and deliver energy, and she became we became very good friends, and she was in and out of Alaska for 50 years. Not quite 50, actually, because I live in Florida now. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Kay. Well, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank every one of you who are present right here, and also hundreds, if not thousands of viewers on YouTube and also on social media platforms. And now we would like to get the program started.
I believe it's up for Dr. Feng to do the opening blessing. So Dr. Feng is a renowned Daoist priest and also a TCM practitioner, Qigong master, salsa dancer, ping pong player. I could give, can't hear me? Okay, thank you. So I'm pleased to present him to open the Congress with a Daoist blessing. It was one of Dr. Chow's requests at her celebration of life. And so he will do this to get the Congress off to a start and to send blessings to Dr. Chow.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Please join me in a hum, a chant. It's a way of communicating with yourself, communicating with people in the room, communicating with people not in the room, communicating with people who passed on the side, traveling. So just close your eyes and just make some sort of humming sound, like you can say Om, Om, Om. More.
Thank you so much, Dr. Feng, for your blessing. And I would like to introduce a theme song for our Congress. It's called The Impossible Dream. Actually, this was one of Dr. Effie Chow's favorite songs, and will be performed live by Dr. Anita Chen, Marshall, and a good friend, and also a very accomplished TCM practitioner, and also she's a pharmacist. Welcome, Anita.
I want to just say a few words about this particular theme song. Is Dr. Effie Chow's favorite song, because she always liked to think that she is Don Quixote, the noble knight, in this very famous musical Don Quixote. And because this knight is always fighting for justice and trying to right the wrong, and so she was the knight, and she was fighting. You know who is the windmill that established Western medicine? So she took upon herself to try to integrate TCM, integrative medicine, into Western medicine. And this is a very difficult task. Nonetheless, she really did fight till the end. I'd like to invite you to join me. As you can see, this lyrics in here, just think about the meaning of this and think of how Dr. Chow had really spent all her life trying to promote Qigong, Tai Chi, Chinese medicine, integrative medicine, and till the end. Okay, so it is my great honor here to present the song that she loves so much, and I really invite you to join and sing with me.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, am I blocking the... To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear the unbearable sorrow, and to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, and to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without questions or pause, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. And I know when I'm only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will be peaceful and calm when I lay to my rest, and the world will be better for peace. And woman, from path of the strong, still strove for her last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita. Anita, not only she's a healer, she's also a musician, and actually her whole family is so blessed with talents in music, and also, of course, all of them are in the medical field. And Anita also is a member of the medical music group. It's a medical music charity group. They perform concerts domestically to serve our veterans, and overseas serving humanitarian needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I also want to mention that it was my sister, Dr. Elizabeth Christensen, who accompanied me on the harp, and she is in Hawaii, so this is a pre-recorded recording that she has sent in for us. Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you for all the talents. Well, next I have a very special speaker and presenter I would like to introduce to you. And he is truly a pioneer, a giant in the medical field. Dr. Terry Shintani, and he holds a master's degree in nutrition from Harvard University, and also a medical and law degrees. And so he's not only a healer, he's also a champion for medical causes. He has written 16 books on nutrition, medical integrated health, and his Hawaiian peace diet has been featured by all the major networks, including NBC, ABC, and also he has been recognized for his contribution to humanitarian work and formally designated a living treasure of Hawaii. So it's my great pleasure to present to you a special award from our 23rd World Congress by Charlene.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Shintani. I am a member of the Elders Council of Traditional Hawaiian Healers, and I would like to offer this ancient Hawaiian chant, which is an opening chant calling on the forces of nature and the Almighty to be present. O nauna I ka hala me ka lehua, e hale lehua no I ana ka no e. O ka uno e ano ine, e li ane ho I o ka iki mai no o ko, ka iki pu no me ke aloha, aloha e, aloha ka kou e. Aloha Pulikaku, let us pray. Maka ino no o kamakua, me ke keiki, a me ka uhane he molele. E ai mai iau, a ina hupu ka uhane, e kukua mai ka uhana ana. Gracious Heavenly Father, blessed be thy name. We thank you for all of your blessings, and humbly, we now ask your blessing upon this gathering, the 23rd World Congress of Integrative Healing. Father, how appropriate it is that during this time of war and the threats of war, that our theme be of healing with peace. Humbly we ask that you fill this Congress with thy Spirit, and that your mighty hand be a blessing upon each and every person who is involved with this event, the organizers, the speakers, and the participants, that we may all share and learn of the glory of thy healing in an integrative way. We also wish to honor the memory of Grand Master, Dame of Honor, Dr. Effie Chow, one of the founders of this World Congress. Surely she stands by your side at this moment, looking down upon all of us with love and peace, in knowing that her work in healing the world is being carried on by all of us, thy servants, through this Congress. Father, fill us with your strength, guide us with your light, so we may accomplish the mission of healing for which you have placed us on this earth to accomplish, and so that we may leave a legacy for generations to come of healing with peace that is pleasing in thine eyes. Those things we pray, no ka mea, no ke aupuni a me ka mana, a me ka ho'onani ia a maloa atu. Amen and amen. Aloha everyone, and thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Shintani. He was going to try and come in on Zoom. Was he able to do that? Okay. It is 5 in the morning there, so I'm not sure that he's going to be able to do that, but he was going to try. When we told Dr. Shintani that the organizing committee was recognizing him with a Visionary Lifetime Achievement Award, his response to me was, "Oh, I feel Dr. Chow reaching down and touching me. She always promised she was going to do something like that." So I believe this is inspired by her. So we're very happy to present this award to Dr. Shintani, who is educated as a physician and also an attorney, and has led the way in many aspects of bringing physical, heart, and spirit to healing. He's working with integrative medicine with the John Burns Medical School in Hawaii and has an integrative medicine clinic, and has certainly worked very hard all of his life and deserves this award. So congratulations, Dr. Shintani.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Shintani. On behalf of the World Congress, 23rd World Congress on Integrative Health, Healing with Peace, Dr. Tara Shintani, the recipient of the Visionary Lifetime Achievement of the Year.
Okay, and I think it goes to Anne to introduce our dignitaries' presentations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you know, Dr. Chow was a San Francisco institution, and early in her career, she opened the first family planning and sex education clinic in San Francisco. Do we have a picture? The first family planning clinic in San Francisco, and in Chinatown. And she developed the original concept for the first ever sponsor per mile walkathon. Dr. Chow came up with that concept, and the first one was in San Francisco at the Walk for Mankind. Another only in San Francisco phenomenon has prepared opening remarks for us today, and it is my great honor to introduce the Speaker Emeritus of the House of Representatives, two-time Speaker of the House, third in line for the presidency, candidate for her 20th term, District 11 Representative, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
Hello, it is my privilege to bring greetings to the 23rd World Congress on Integrative Medicine as you honor a San Francisco legend, Dr. Effie Chow. As founder of the East-West Academy of Healing Arts 50 years ago, Dr. Chow was a pioneer of integrative medicine in San Francisco. Her early work in Chinatown brought respect to new avenues of healing and paved the way for acupuncture to be legalized in 1976. Dr. Chow's trailblazing advocacy for holistic healthcare was influential in California and across America, even earning her the nickname Miss Holistic Health from Governor Jerry Brown, who was our champion in terms of holistic medicine. It was my honor to support Dr. Chow's appointment in 2000 to the White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine Policy in recognition of her decades of expertise. In that capacity, she continued her mission to bring national attention to integrative medicine. Dr. Chow was an intellectual resource to me to improve patient access to integrative healthcare services in the Affordable Care Act. Today, in honoring Dr. Chow, we recognize her legacy of healing with peace. May Dr. Chow's life as an extraordinary healer and humanitarian be an inspiration as you come together for the 23rd World Congress on Integrative Medicine. Best wishes for a successful gathering.
Hi everyone, my name is David Chu and I'm the first Chinese American City Attorney of San Francisco. But more importantly, I come from a family of Chinese medical practitioners. My grandfather was a Chinese herbalist. My father was a Western-trained physician who practiced acupuncture. My brother is a professor of Chinese medicine. Yes, I was the failure of the family. But that being said, I want to welcome and congratulate you on the 23rd Annual World Congress on Integrative Health. As someone who gets acupuncture regularly, I know personally how important the work is that you do to keep us all healthy. not just our bodies, but our minds and our souls. And I want to thank you for your practice and research, your collaboration and leadership. I also want to take a moment and acknowledge the passing of a dear friend of all of us. Dr. Effie Chow was a pioneer, a beloved member of our community. And in addition to the countless patients who she served over 5 decades of her life and her advocacy for alternative medicine, she was critical to this organization and to this Congress. We're all sad she's not with us. She would have turned 90 this month, but I know that we will remember her legacy and honor her vision. And with that, I want to wish you the very best during this Congress. I look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
And I do have one more. Fiona Ma, who is the treasurer of the state of California, has been a supporter of Dr. Chow for many, many years, and she sent this beautiful resolution, which I blew up. It's really a remarkable resolution that time does not permit right now to read it, but it'll be on the back table. I hope you'll stop by and take a look. It really talks a lot about Dr. Chow's career that was a very public, she lived a very public life. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Well, for the past 2 years, as the world experienced COVID, and we had organized 2 World Congresses virtually. So this year, and thanks to the organizing committee and also all the volunteers and all the participants, including you, and we basically present this event as a hybrid, both online and also in person. So next, I would like to present to you Dr. Shintani and his live on Zoom. Dr. Shintani. Dr. Shintani, can you hear us? Do we have an audio? And Dr. Shintani is based in Hawaii, and he has done decades of research on the Hawaiian diet and local Hawaiians and their lifestyle and also impact on the health and weight. And that's part of his lifetime research and also his foundation for developing the Hawaiian diet. Okay, Dr. Shintani, can you hear us? It's on mute. Okay, Dr. Shintani, are you on mute? Okay, can you hear us?
Here.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome, Dr. Shintani. Greetings from San Francisco. Wonderful, we can hear you. All right, the floor is yours, Dr. Shintani.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Shintani. Oops. Okay. We have to move on? Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yes, Dr. Shintani, we can hear you now.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry,
her, and I appreciate a speech for, and I want to say, was able to, I actually think going on and to remember hard, but I just want to go out.
Okay. All right. The audio. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next presentation. And my apology and technical difficulties. And as you know, for Chinese medicine, the foundation is prevention and immunity. So our first panel of speakers will be focusing their presentations on immunity. And our first presenter, Dr. Mary Jo Bulbrook, and I'm sorry. Oh, Matecki. My apology. Okay. Yes. Well, as you know, the history of the World Congress, it has over 20 years history, and World Congress started by Dr. Effie Chow. So we would like to dedicate this hour, this moment, to reflect on the history and also the life of Dr. Effie Chow. And Alex and Charlene, please.
Thank you. We're going to try and catch up, so this will be very brief. I think everybody knows that Dr. Feng and Dr. Chow were best buddies on the front lines during the legalization of acupuncture and had many other paths of service and what I'll call warriorhood over the decades since then. As Effie was dying, she asked Alex and me to come to her bedside in the hospital. And we spent about 4 hours planning her celebration of life service that she wanted. She was very specific about how it should happen. It should be at our center, all the details. And so it was a very somber moment for us, but also really a blessing to be included in her transition in that way. All of you in this room will not be surprised that when we finished doing that planning, Effie sat up, got that look in her eye and said, "But Charlene, what about the 23rd World Congress?" And she literally wanted to start planning it right there at her bedside. And I said to her, "Effie, we love you. We'll make it happen." So that's why we're here. And I'll ask Dr. Feng to say a few words about the blessing that Dr. Chow has been in our life.
Dr. Effie Chow. She's a character. Those who know her. I call her the Dragon Lady. Because she can move things, make things happen. She has a way of calling you to her and do her bidding. Right?
Everyone's laughing.
And you want to do it for her because she is so committed to the cause. She is so committed to the vision. She gathers so many people for so many years, and we're always there next to her, supporting her, because we believe in her vision. And her vision is peace and love and health for everyone. And she reaches out to everyone. You can see even in the Congress that she was running, she'll sit on the side in the chair and heal somebody, work with somebody. So she doesn't stop. We love her, and she's in our heart, in our memories, and her determination and vigor is with us. We carry from her all the feelings of positivity and good wishes. So with that, blessings to her and blessing to everyone through her.
So in commemoration of Dr. Chow, we had to have a special keynote speaker, right? Yes. And so Dr. Feng and I have been very blessed to have in our life.
I thank Clara, you, for
I don't know why that's playing, but it's nice to hear Effie's voice.
There she is. Told you. Dragon lady.
So the keynote speaker, Ying Li, Dr. Amy Matecki, you can read in the program what an impressive bio she has. And she really represents so much of what Dr. Chow did in her plowing of the universe to prepare us for a healing that really embraces all of the best of each of us. And Effie was very good at that. Sometimes it was painful, but she'd pull it out of you. Dr. Matecki is very much like that. She sets a high bar, and she's very good at provoking people to question and to be innovative. She's doubly prepared in Western and in Chinese medicine with MD degrees in China and in the United States and licensed acupuncture in the United States. She serves on the California Acupuncture Board, and she is the founder of the International Center for Integrative Medicine. She pulled on Dr. Feng to begin the first Qigong for people living with cancer program in Altabate Summit Hospital. And then together they developed the first TCM residency program in a public hospital at Highland. So it's really wonderful to not only bring her on stage to talk to us, but also to present her with this award, Dr. Amy Matecki, Integrative Health Visionary of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And she's so deserving of that because she doesn't accept what is. She's constantly pushing for what she believes in, her dream, her vision. And I know that Effie will be proud that you're going to talk about from revolution to evolution, integrative medicine.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is really hard to follow after the speech and the presentation from previously. I want to say how humbly I am here today. I know Effie for over 2 decades. I'm the younger generation. I thank you, Dr. Feng and Dr. Osler.
You have to put this, it has to reverberate when you speak, otherwise you can't.
Okay, I need the clicker. Where's the clicker? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so you guys hear me okay? Okay, good. I want to see is from my presentation today, you will see the influence from the giant pioneers like Dr. Chow and also many of my patients and also Dr. Feng, who spent almost a half century how to bring this medicine. It's the ancient medicine, how that moved to the modern world. Let's see, it's the slide up. Okay. The first slide. Okay. So you can see in this first slide, I would like to show in the picture. I am here actually as a represent the team from both Western medicine physicians and also from the Chinese medicine. The pioneers started over 15 years ago in the mainstream hospital. And through the presentation, I will let you know those leaders, pioneers in the field has touched my life.
Can you just tell us to forward it? You just tell us to forward it.
Okay. So as Dr. Osler has introduced, I wear many hats, but today I just want to let you know I wear the hat as a physician, how we partnered together, even from just a community hospital over here in the Bay Area, how we expanded to the public hospital, and also how we changed the practice throughout the country and throughout the world. So I want to start with my patient. Some of you see her in many of my talk, and you see my disclosure, all the pictures here I got approved from the family and the patient. And also, with the early work, my patients a big influence on how he encouraged me. And one of the patients came in, actually know Effie Chow, Dr. Chow, really well. So that's how I know Dr. Chow over 2 decades ago is through this patient. She will tell me the amazing story, the tigers, how she has moved the mountains. My patient's actually the one had the chronic condition. What Dr. Chow did is bring the patients as the testimony. So I'm duplicate those efforts. So this is one for my stage 4 cancer patients. If you look at, you maybe hear the cancer, you get surprised, but she has been fighting the cancer for over 13 years. And this is the most recent picture. You can see is over on this side, she is being enjoying with her grandson. And she's continue doing very stable. She joined the support group as much as she can, continue hike in the Yosemite Mountains. And what she does, she said, I just want to let people know, even I have a terminal stage 4 cancer, but I'm a continue lead and support people, especially with the young cancer patients. She joined those support group. She said, every time I stand up, ask the people, you know, have you seen a stage 4 cancer patient looks like? Everybody's shocked how well she's doing. And this is where the history, how the 2,000 years or 5,000 years history of acupuncture. Nobody knows how long it's been, but how is it being developed over here 200 years ago in this country. The first physician who published the research paper on acupuncture is a Dr. Franklin Boucher. You may don't know him much, but you know his great-grandfather, who is on the $100 bill, that picture. That's Benjamin Franklin was his great-grandfather. And also Dr. Osler, who is the one write the book about the medicine, how to practice medicine in this country, also mentioned about chronic pain, low back pain for acupuncture, which is this is currently the only condition is covered by Medicare. And throughout the years, you heard about acupuncture maybe in 1920s. There's a few physicians in UCSF, neurologists, the anesthesiologist has been incorporated acupuncture into their practice. But until 1971, when the New York Times news reporter James Ransome wrote his paper about my appendectomy in Peking. And after that articles published, and the U.S. become acupuncture fever. So which is acupuncture being totally brought in the light. In that time, I believe Dr. Feng with Dr. Tober Small, and many of the physicians started participating, involved with the research on acupuncture. And also, that's where Medical Board of California in 1972 formed the policy, bring the acupuncture research in the medical school. And you can see throughout the years, 1975, former Governor Braun signed the bill on SB 8 1986 to create an acupuncture advisory committee in California. In this picture, I wanted to identify one of the physicians, actually one of the acupuncturists who was a physician urologist in Hong Kong, has been very dedicated to support made the legalization of acupuncture to practice in California. Dr. Benson Yu. I just talked to his wife last night too, and I told her I'm going to use this slide. And also Dr. Effie Chow has working with him very closely to get this legalization passed in California. So you can see over here, 1996, FDA regulated acupuncture needles as a Class 2 medical device. Even today in the hospital, acupuncture needles is in the locked room as the medical device. And in 1997, NIH published the consensus of the statement about acupuncture's condition worked, so it has been moved forward from a yearly $2 million research investment from NIH on acupuncture and alternative medicine, moved to today over $200 million research grant every year. And this is commonly with the conditions patients are going through when they go through cancer care, and why they are searching, or actually they're looking for something to minimize those side effects. You can see commonly when you go through chemo, the nausea, vomiting, pain management, and you can see the list of this, many of the skin condition, mucositis, GI intolerance, many of the conditions besides pain. Commonly, currently, I get to see clinical chemotherapy induce the peripheral neuropathy, pain, numbness in the hands, feet actually is very common. Sometimes will stop their chemo cycle. And this is how this movement of integrative medicine, where earlier I mentioned, partnered between physician and patients together. So the desire for physicians always concerned about the safety. We don't know what our patients are taking. Look at this slide. This is come from one of the physicians. Truly, that's her patient's prescription. You can see how many prescription drugs we give it to the patients. And also patients, what does is they go to the stores or they read the magazines, or from the neighbors, relatives offered, and that's how they buy their own supplements. And also this is always make physician really nervous, is the tree barks, the leaves, the flowers. They have no idea what the patients are taking. And this is why how I joined Alta Bates Comprehensive Cancer Center 20 years ago, because the physician concerned about the safety. And also from another side, you can see patients, and nobody want to spend the rest of the last few days of their life on the ICU bed like this. But this is a 1/5, 20% of our patients in this country. That's how we spend the last few days of our life. And this is where we desire. We want to move to majority over here. We want to have a quality of life, but at the end, we don't want to leave on the ICU bed. So I keep getting the questions, what is the integrative medicine? I give you a very simple ways to look at. You may heard a lot of word complementary, alternative medicine, and here, what is the integrative medicine means? Integrative medicine means you bridge the East and the West, but also it's a holistic approach. You bring the Western medicine and Eastern medicine together. So from this slide, you think about it from the patient's side. It's like a tree. You want to nourish the root, and then you can have the beautiful leaves and also have a great fruit grow out. So how do you get there? So you wanted to add the conventional medicine, which is that there is a time patients come to me, They said, I just want alternatives. So my question is, say, did you want to be alive, or you want me just to offer something you think you wanted? So this is where many of the time I do encourage patients to go through the conventional medicine, because you see the signs, even currently many of the patients live with the cancer as because of the modern medicine. In the meantime, I want the patients to be part of the equation, and many of the patients want to be part of how I can be better. This is where coming in from what I can offer, help the patients, guide the patients with what's the safe herbs, supplement, and also we have a dietitian, to offer. In the meantime, patients can do exercise. What kind of exercise program? Dr. Feng, the one lead the medical Qigong for over decades in the cancer center. So all those modalities incorporated in patients' care to nourish the root. And that's how build their immune system. So even they go through those cancer treatment, harsh treatment sometimes, and they still can maintain a very positive outlook, also quality of life. So earlier I mentioned how we do the work here impact across the world on the east side. And we bring the ancient medicine over here. From 20 years ago when we started the cancer center, what happened is after 5 years of the result from the patients, finally we had a volunteer team from physicians, UCSF professor, and also of oncologists, nurses, administrator, and legals. Many of them will be here tonight. You can visit. I will introduce you. So what we did, volunteered to see where, how China developed the integrative medicine for patients, for cancer care. You can see that's where the group, over 10 of us on the day one, landed in Beijing, and that day we already visiting hospital. Very short, 2 weeks, we visited 10 hospitals. I can tell you every time how surprised of oncologists. So this is joining the tumor board. Actually, this is one of the physician, Dr. Ying, still is a very pioneered, involved herbal research on the scientific committee. Currently is being a consultant for the work we are doing here. And also you can see Dr. Feng and Dr. Osler over here. That's where we joined the oncology conference, 2013, exactly 10 years ago. So one side, we go to learn the root, how this medicine being practiced, but also we continue advanced in over here from the community hospital earlier I mentioned. We continue developed as Alta-based comprehensive cancer center. Started the Qigong program, very fortunate to invite Dr. Feng, Dr. Osler to help us develop the medical Qigong program for cancer patients, November 2009. And it's been very successful until before the COVID. We were all in person every Tuesday night, and now it's a change to virtual online, so many of the patients can participate throughout different the place. So as we continue the practice, we realize many of the patients has a require who else I can see. We cannot meet the demand. We decide we need to start doing training. So we started the program, acupuncture training program in the public hospital. This is where Dr. Feng is a lead for that division of the Chinese medicine practice over at a local public hospital. And that's in this one, we did from 2016 started 2016 training program. And we got a lot publicities from the local and the international level. I believe the hospital was very busy, for hosting. This is Senator, the business and the professional chair, Mr. Hill came to visit us, and also Assembly Member Lowe at that time was a BNP chair, came to visit us. So not only we bring the education to the Chinese medicine community, train the acupuncturists how to understand medicine worked in acute care setting, but also we start pioneer the research work. And that's the first, actually is published acupuncture for pain and nausea in the intensive care units. At that time, we thought if we can bring the acupuncture to the hospital ICU, almost every other specialty, patients can be benefited and helped, and which is so true. That study was showed, the result actually showed in the ICU, patients decreased the morphine, the pain medication use, but also decreased the anxiety medication use. And this is published, you can go find it. And also Dr. Feng and the team over here, that's the physician who is the chief of the ICU. We presented our research result locally. Also, we went to China to present our study. What happened in China, actually, even the medicine developed 2,000, 5,000 years, but to do a rigorous scientific study, and they would like to learn how we conduct the research study here. And also, in the meantime, we write up the cases report for our locally, actually, one of the patients was combined the herbs and acupuncture treatment. For the last few years of his life, he was totally dependent on blood transfusion and also come to the cancer center almost every day. Once he started acupuncture, he cannot even continue chemotherapy anymore. So when he came to me, it was really the last resort. And I started him on acupuncture and herbal medicine. In 6 months, he stopped transfusion platelet, which he was dependent on almost every week, and also depends on the red blood cell transfusion every week. But after started the Chinese medicine, this patient lived a very good quality of life. At the end, he passed away not because of his cancer, because of the condition he lived so long, and he doesn't feel like he wanted to continue. So the team, we wrote it together about this report, got published, and news report took over, wrote it on this article. You can find it on the Medscape. Is Chinese medicine enhanced therapies in rare cancer, because the cost effectiveness on the transfusion. So this is the future, how we can help to advance this medicine and also to benefit for the healthcare system. And here I just want you to see, there's many of the slides on the nutrition I can bring in for acupuncturists. I don't want to bore you, but I wanted to show you how my patients really participate, with the Qigong and Tai Chi program. This is a yoga. Also in our cancer center, there we offered a yoga practice for patients also before the COVID. And this person I just wanted to highlight, that's my mother-in-law. She is 90 years old today. When we took her to China, so she joined the morning exercise program, and this is where she did. And this is where today, with our cancer center, the medical Qigong program online, virtual, many of you participate on the Tuesday night. But this is a Dr. Feng lead the Qigong program at Herrick campus for decade. And thank you for continued support him. This is the program started at the local community here, Herrick. And what is a change that after we started here, Memorial Sloan Kettering hired their Qigong program, hired their Qigong teacher. And one of the reasons they say, because we are doing it here. And also later on, Harvard actually built their Qigong program. So I just want to let you know how we can change, the whole country or national level, how they will change, followed our steps. And this is a 10 years celebration. Cancer Center actually put this together to congratulate and thanks Dr. Feng and Dr. Osler for their dedication, help our patients for 10 years. Many of you in the picture, and thank you for being there to support us. And you can see the humbling started from, many of you remember this bed? That's how I started. This is an acupuncture bed. Very hard, stiff, very uncomfortable. Many of my patients was on that table, started for acupuncture. And also this is the chair, the chemo chair. And here, I think we were here 6 months and moved over here. And at the time, so I get a good massage table, you can see very little bit more comfortable. When I get this space, I was told 6 months, but I stayed there for 15 years. And we moved over here right before COVID and come to visit us. This is currently we are. It's right on the Pale Hill. So this is the current team I want to see. I'm grateful, thankful to patients and the physician, but there's a big part is our administrator. The support is very important from hospitals. And this is my team for the program manager, Donna Russell, Laura Van Pelt, the medical director for the Cancer Center. But also I want to highlight that there's a few administrator has been very supportive for the work we are doing here. This is our chief medical executive, Dr. Boynton, Ursula Boynton. And also Julie Latini, who was the medical director, has been moved on, working really support for the physician for the whole Sutter system. But she was the one actually encouraged me to move to the new location. And also our CEO, so this picture, Mr. Clark, David Clark. This picture was right taken before I went to China. This is the presentation, very similar like I just gave the talk in China last month. Delivered over 2,100 entities participated in that conference. And I told Mr. Clark, I said, did you like for me to show your picture in my slide? He said like, yes, how many you want to take? You can see he's very happy in this. And this is where Dr. Feng, this is my team, integrative medicine team. And if you come to our clinic, you will meet all of the staff here. And I just want to leave with you the last slide here. And this is how we have done with the integrative oncology at the Comprehensive Cancer Center, multidisciplinary care. So our patients are coming in. What is a multidisciplinary? They will get a chemo, they will get a conventional therapy, surgery, radiation, but also we provide the integrative medicine consult with the acupuncture, and also we provide, we have a primary care for many of the patients, survivors, because they live a long time and they looking and searching for primary care. So we have a very small primary care practice for our cancer patients, survivors. And also we have the mind-body meditation and nutrition, also we have a very robust the Tai Chi and the Qigong program, medical Qigong program. And currently we are, prepare for the research program. So I want to end it as thank you for all the years of support on this journey, support Dr. Feng, Dr. Osler, and also support Dr. Effie Chow. And I humbly want to carry the torch and continue to bring this medicine to every patient, no matter where they are, across the world. And also, I am here 100% for peace. Thank you.
Well, let's give her another round of applause. A big thank you for Dr. Matecki. The mission of the World Congress is to gather top healers like Dr. Matecki and all of you to share your clinical research and also, of course, celebrate the decades of life work that you have contributed to each community that you live in and changing life one at a time. So it's my great honor to present another educator and also healer. The topic for the next presenter is Wellness for All, presented to you by Dr. Mary Bulbrook. Dr. Bulbrook, she is a healer and educator. Currently, she's also the president of the Akamai University. And Dr. Bulbrook is online, and let's have her live on Zoom, please.
Thank you. How we can deal with what she originally founded, many things that have already been established. Now we are there, we're doing it, Effie. And I was told by her, because I hear spirits from the other side. And as a psychiatric nurse, for a long time I didn't talk about that because I thought, they're gonna lock me up and say I'm crazy. But truly, I have been learning and working with communicating to the other side. And that is one of the things we now teach at the university in our certificate programs. I have been very active with the near-death experience research that has gone on worldwide and connect with a number of key leaders in that field. And as of 2023, Dr. Moody from Virginia, who's the leading researcher in this field, has a new book called The Proof of the Afterlife. Now, that may sound far out, but this is a new frontier where we're standing on. Effie, you're still here, part of it. We are still communicating. You said to me, okay, Mary Jo, you don't need to do that recorded PowerPoint at this point. Yes, we can make that available and people can listen to it because you spent many days putting that together. But I want you to talk from your heart to heart, soul to soul, and reflect our experiences together. And one of the main things that we did at the 2022 Congress, and I want to take a moment to show that to you. So I'm going to share my screen. There are a number of steps I have to do to accomplish that. So if you be patient with me for a few minutes while I tap into that. Whoops, it says they disabled it, so I guess I'm not going to do it. Well, then what I'll do is we've put together Effie and the group from last year at the World Congress, a 12-step program on wellness. And that's some of what the presentation, Wellness for All, a model program for growth, healing to achieve peace within and without. So now I'll turn it over to, we can listen to part of the recording because we only have 30 minutes for this, but the whole recording is available and I'd be happy to share it with you. So I'll turn it over now to the administration to do what they need to do in representing the PowerPoint that was put together and looking at the full scope of things. Thank you. author of the Manifesto for Nursing Practice in July of 2023. This came as a result of being part of the International Congress of Nursing, during which I presented four. These are the four posters looking at addressing nurses' health and well-being, action, clinical burnout, and the next poster was looking at support and healthcare switching or benefits, and then dealing with the work force field of nurses qualified as practitioners, educators, and researchers in complementary integrative health. In addition, from my own training program, practice, intention, and attention to achieving wellness for all, including peace within, peace between, and peace among. The International Congress of Nursing. Practice Committee, and recent author of the Manifesto for Nursing Practice in July of 2023. This came as a result of being part of the Internet. The three objectives we're going to be looking at: integrative wellness, multidimensional empowerment model of care, and exploring Dr. Chow stepping in, stepping up, and stepping out. Then finally, there's going to be an experience in becoming divine light as we look at soul-to-soul communication. and it was guided and serves as foundation for what we're exploring today. Here are prayers for support, help, and help for all. May we live in peace, respecting all beliefs, all values of care and caring, and the unique perspective of one's cultural beliefs and commitment to justice, honor, and love, as you have given to each of us. May we care for those in our charge, our children, our parents, our home, our animals, our plants, our neighborhood, our friends, and those who may be difficult to love as well. May we protect the environment, Bernie and MJ dialogue is started through my work with the International Association of Near-Death Studies. Bernie and I have been actively working together in dialogues that we did for probably a year, and which we shared our wisdom. Welcome. Well, I'd like to welcome you to the presentation of the Wellness for All Soul-to-Soul Communication. It's a model program for growth, healing, and achieving peace. I'm hoping you can hear me okay. I'm going to move the icon over here so that I can begin to share what I need to. The purpose is to empower clients to work as partners to achieve peace, take responsibility on their health. What I've done is built on my relationship with Dr. Chow that has occurred starting in 1970, since we are both psychiatric mental health nurses to begin with, and worked with populations to improve that story. She went in one direction and I chose a different direction, and have been guided to carry on the work that's integrated with a variety of the expertise that I have. What is next? And that's called Becoming Divine Love. My goal, both currently I am president of Akamai University, where Effie has done some teaching connected to it, and also dean of the College of Integrated Health, and have been teaching worldwide energy therapies, both healing touch, energy psychology, touch for health, as well as my own theory called healing from within and without. And the focus is on nursing education, practice, and research, and how it can make a difference in the world dealing with the issues we're struggling with. I also am currently a member of the American Holistic Nurses Association Practice Committee, and I recently attended the International Congress of Nursing, where I had put together in July a manifesto for looking at addressing nurses' health and well-being, support in help in caring for seniors at home, nursing workforce as qualified and complementary energy practitioners, moving that forward, and also my own program, Wellness for Health. So as you can see, I've been carrying on the work that was established from the foundation of what we have done together. There were 3 objectives in this presentation: to look at an integrative, multidimensional empowerment model of care, describe Dr. Chow stepping in, stepping up, and stepping out. And that's her message to each one of us, no matter what your background is, your orientation. Many people who are presenting here, we've worked together collaboratively over the last couple years. And I am very committed to deal with this. As the Holy Spirit says, hear our prayers for support and help for all. May we live in peace, respect all beliefs, all values of care and caring, and the unique perspective of one's culture, beliefs, and commitment to justice, honor, and love as you've given to each one of us. May we continue to work forward. This we pray. I've worked with Bernie Dialogue, MJ and Bernie Siegel Dialogues, Healing, Laughter, and Miracles, and Effie participated with us on a number of our dialogues together that are recorded. And what Bernie had said, love is the greatest vaccine. The elements are being kind, forgiving, patient, committed, and compassionate. This picture is from his home in outside of Connecticut. We spent many, many times together from July to December in discussing a variety of things that he is a physician, medical doctor, and surgeon, and taught by his wife, who has since passed, dealing with life after life, and that the most important thing is that dealing with the energy that feeds us. Effie totally agreed. In this next, what we have done is I've combined the work with Virginia Satir, which is one of the ways that I started connecting out in California at the World Health Organization when Effie was forming her East-West Academy of Healing Arts. The group affirmations and that we begin to make choices, choose to have equality, choose to be interested, choose to be attuned. And the group affirmations are, I am worthy, I can make choices, I am spiritually guided, I am a creator of my destiny, I am a multidimensional being and part of oneness. You are worthy, you can make choices, you are spiritually guided. You are a creator of your destiny. You are a multidimensional being. You are part of oneness. We are worthy. We can make changes. We are spiritually guided. We are the creators of our destiny. We are multidimensional beings. and we are part of oneness. In this, my personal statement was to help awaken and empower individuals on their personal and professional journey. It started in my teens when I began having multidimensional experiences. I heard voices as a teenager. I worked with Robin, who is a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner as well. She had a near-death experience from brain surgery, and I helped her a couple of years ago in reintegrating back into society. I also worked with another nurse, Pat Cunningham, who helped where we combine, she is a public health nurse doing Transform Your Life Through Energy, Medicine, and Reiki healing. Also with Jeff Olson, his wife who died, he appeared to me at a conference in Durham, North Carolina. He and I have stayed in touch and continue to work together. Currently, Judy Offenthie, while teaching Healing Touch at the Mayo Clinic in May 2020, both she and I saw some of the same spirits in the workshop that we were doing together for Healing Touch. Judy and I are teaming up again. We've had communication this week where she's going to help with the new doctoral program that we've established for nurses and others who want to continue to carry on this work. The Archway to Light is part of the extraordinary encounters that I've received. It's a bridge between two worlds. This occurred that a study in 2019 by Christy Sormans on CTV News points that 1 in 10 have experienced a near-death experience. So the questions are, what do we need to do to deal with this issue? How do healthcare providers help them to deal with it? And part of this, the Circle of Love, is something that I've put together, as well as the Archway to the Light, to assist that. Greg Braden, who I met in person at one of the Hay House meetings in 2016, he talks about the power of the heart is what creates our destiny. This online video is still available, and he described the heart is a field of energy that affects all living things. We are connected. We are one. The scientific evidence, September 11, 2001, reshaped the destiny Braden and the work that he has done. Simply stated, this also is another colleague, Robert Holden, who I work with. Love is your destiny. Love is who you are. Love has no conditions. Love knows no fears. And love is the answer. The National Center for Complementary Integrative Health started putting, when they worked with cancer patients, the new model of care. And we've heard that Effie was instrumental in helping to launch that. Since then, they have developed a strategic plan for 2021-2025. It is now available as of May 11th, 2023. The vision is to look at the scientific evidence informs decision-making by the public, healthcare professionals, and health policy makers regarding the integrative use of complementary health approaches as a whole from a person health-oriented framework. The strategic plan looks at the Objective 1, advanced fundamental science and methods developed, advanced research on the whole person in integration of complementary and conventional care, fosters research on health promotion and restoration, disease prevention, symptom management. Objective 4, complementary integrative health research workforce, and provide objective evidence based on information from both of these categories. So there's a lot going on. The spiritual dimensions, these are actual pictures of the hand showing the energetic manifestations that come out of the hands as we're healing from a heart-centered connection. This model was developed by two other colleagues, one a psychologist and the other a keynote experiencer in near death, where we look at expanded consciousness, support for living on earth, relationship dynamics, personal recovery, and integration. Currently, we address work specifically on all of these dimensions. Global integrative perspectives on family wellness. The focus is 3 C's: caring for, practice and support; caring how, teach and education; caring why, study and research. Life after death. I just attended a conference in IONS at Washington, D.C. These are some of the presenters and colleagues that I've worked with. Eben Alexander, who is a medical doctor. Also, this is a book I shared about Raymond Moody, Proof of Life After Life. In another 2023, in this other book, Loved by the Light, John Ardetti. These are the newest things. Mark Anthony, I met through the International Association of Near-Death Studies. He is a renowned scientist where he blends spirituality. He's also a lawyer and spiritual communication. He and I are starting our work together. We approach dealing with spiritual communication in some different ways. He's a psychic medium. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse, but we continue to do things together. This shows the frequencies of dealing with these energy manifestations. Mark has appeared at many talk shows and currently available to discuss this phenomena and assist people. These are dealing with his afterlife frequency and what I'm calling soul to soul. Another resource is from Mark Pickstick and Gary Schwartz. They teach what's called the Lives Formula. Learn the collective evidence that you continue to live after bodily death. Internalize this great news. Vitalize and holistically balance yourself. Enjoy the many benefits of greater reality living and serve others. Effie is still influencing us. She is still helping us. Both Mark and Gary are from Arizona and continue their landmark work. HeartMath also has been studying the energetics associated with the things that we're talking about. The Nurses Global Coherence Conference in 2020 that presented it and look at how we are connected worldwide. Lynn McTaggart has done the same thing with the Power of 8 and the Self-Care, a resource, universal love connecting, multidimensional. This is Effie stepping in, stepping up, and stepping out. She's giving individuals the power to determine and manage their own health. And that is the secret to true healing. The Wellness for All has a 12-step wellness plan. It includes wellness, health planning, and illness reduction. There is a condensed version. If you click on the link above, it will show it to you. Transform Your Life interventions. These are listed, some of the various things that are taught: moving, sending, clearing energy, energy field drain and replenishment, inner core balance, heart attunement, infinity balance, and how can you withstand the pressure? These are the things that were presented in some of the nursing work that has been done. As you can see, it's tied into what Effie does. In addition, as Effie would always say, life enjoyment, play, rest, communicate, care, and serve. Speak and live your truth, laugh often, and follow your inspiration. This training is available. The link is here, and these are some of the various things that are offered. Define your challenges, professional as well as personal. Look at what is next. Mastery is not achievement. Keep your eye on the goal. Mentorship and practice education and research. Pathways to health. Become divine love. This is a guided transition to assist you. The end and new beginnings. With Effie, a new star, an angel in heaven. Family Wellness Certificate Training. Effie, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing. So if you need any help and support, join the Wellness and Energy Therapies Dynamic Point of View. We're not only mobilizing the nurses, but others. Thank you, Effie. We'll continue to work together, dear Angel, and the Global Healing Alliance, revolutionizing healthcare that you and I and Rose started is going to continue on. This is the angel in my front yard that her name is Grace, and I look on her every day, even now, though I put her up there on New Year's this year. She's still supporting us. I come when you call. I await your tuning in. I listen to your heart and come when you are in need and forget to ask. This is what the angels have for us. And I'm talking about Dr. Effie Chow as well. The resources are here that you can continue and link into to all the things that I have shared. Thank you for coming and participating with this event. I'm happy to address any questions later on, and I wish you joy and love, laughter, and hugs.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bulbrook, for your presentation. And I would like to apologize for the technical difficulties we have. And as we're trying to merge online with live presentation. Well, we're going to move on to our next program. And next, of course, we have so many volunteers and people working behind the scene to make this event a reality. And on behalf of the 23rd World Congress... This is a
condor feather that helps clear the energy.
Okay. On behalf of the 23rd World Congress, I would like to present this outstanding public service. Okay, audio team, we can stop the PowerPoint. Okay, Zoom. We're moving on. Okay. All right, this special award is an Outstanding Public Service Award of the Year, presented by the organizing committee to Krishna Bashino. Please welcome Mr. Bashino. Welcome. Could you tell us briefly about your work and what you do?
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, ICM. Thank you, World Congress. We are part of non-profit called We Lead and collaborating with ICM. So we've been doing from last 3 years. This is the 4th year we're doing. So we have a group of high school kids doing research on medical acupuncture by amazing help from Dr. Osler, Dr. Matecki, and Dr. Gabriel. So we started with one team in 2019 during pandemic when the students had no options to research on a medicine. And the second year we have 2 teams, and third year 3 teams, and this year we're going to have 6 teams on 6 different topics. This program is designed for 21-week. All the students, they meet on Sunday with the amazing doctors here. They spend their time on every alternate week on Sundays, and we are definitely looking forward and for these articles and presentations. I want to invite from each team to come and speak. Shreya from urological cancer team, and Deepthi from colon cancer.
All right, so hi everyone, my name is Shreya Komati, and I was one of the primary leads for the urological cancer research project. So our team focused on exploring the efficacy of acupuncture in uses for pain symptom management, as well as the management of symptoms from other clinical trials as well, from urological cancers. So our team basically, over the course of about 6 to 7 months, looked at multiple different articles and research that we found online and compounded all of this into one paper in which we basically observed the efficacy of acupuncture, and we found that the results showed positively significant results. Acupuncture is, in fact, a viable method, although not enough research has been done yet. We hope that with our results and with our research, more research can be done, as well as more clinical trials can be conducted to explore the efficacy of acupuncture and to further help advance the field of integrated sciences. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Deepthi. I am one of the leads for the colon cancer project, and we basically researched how acupuncture could help mitigate the side effects of chemotherapy in colon cancer patients specifically. And so what we found is that acupuncture is pretty effective in helping with side effects of chemotherapy such as CIPN, which is chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, and also in CINV, which is chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting. And so with these results that we got from these papers, we put that all into one big paper that we wrote as a systematic review, and that is currently under review for publication, so we're hoping for results soon. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. You know, I thought they're pre-med students. Guess what? They are only high school students. Mr. Bashina, isn't that remarkable for the work they're doing? Mr. Bashina, please come over here. What? Okay, we have one more student. Okay. Yeah, please do share with us and how you get involved with medical research and especially cancer.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Isha Narayanan. I'm a second year in college. I've been involved in this project since 2020. So this is currently my third year. Our team, we researched how acupuncture can be beneficial for lung cancer patients, especially in strengthening their immunity. And so one of our main findings was that it increases cell production, especially red blood cells, white blood cells, and T cells, which strengthens the bone marrow for patients. And then we also found that it increases resistance to infection. But overall, what this experience mainly taught us is that there's many different forms of medicine and healthcare, and integrating them all together is what's the best for patients in our world ultimately. And so I think by being in this project, and like what got me into research and medicine in the first place, is that there's so many different forms of research. There's so many different types and benefits, and so much more to learn, and so many different cultures that we can integrate together to ultimately improve our society. So I think that was one of my biggest findings, and something that all of us really benefited from.
Well, isn't that remarkable? Let's give all the students here, especially, of course, this very deserving award to Mr. Bashina and also your team. Let's give them another round of big applause. And this is one of the objectives for the World Congress, not only to gather the top practitioners and researchers to share your research and also clinical experience with each other, but also to reach out to the general public and to educate the public in our communities so they can be more educated and knowledgeable to practice wellness and preventative medicine on a regular basis. So on behalf of the World Congress, and again, I would like to present this Outstanding Public Service Award of the Year to Mr. Bashina and also his team. Well, thank you all for your work, and I'm sure not only you're learning something in life to practice wellness and prevention in your own life, but also you're helping the community. So thank every one of you and for being here also to support our World Congress. Thank you.
So one last thing I want to add, so all these three teams prepared nice poster presentation on the back. They have a booth there. Please visit them, talk about their, you can ask their experiences and ask some questions. That's a great encouragement for them. And these are all very medically inclined, interested students. Okay, thank you all. One big applause for all these high school students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much. Okay, all right, and I'm hoping that we have addressing the technical challenges we have. We're going to be moving forward to our next presentation. The topic is Empower Your Health with Qi Acupuncture. The presenter is Dr. Troy Bennett. And Dr. Bennett is an acupuncture practitioner, and also he's a registered nurse practitioner, and also the founder of BQ Center. So let's welcome Dr. Bennett.
And Alex for inviting me to speak on a topic. The topic I chose today is acupressure massage, Qi pressure massage. And the reason I chose this topic is because it's a simple protocol that you can use to keep your health and wellness at top levels. This technique is called Qi pressure massage, which was created by my master, my Qigong master, Dr. Effie Chow. This is myself and Dr. Effie Chow at the World Congress in Toronto. Many years ago, Dr. Effie Chow showed me, one of the first things I learned in traditional Chinese medicine was acupressure massage, but she called it Qi pressure massage because she said there's much more than just pressing a point. You need to learn how to utilize the Qi in the body, to move the energy, and you have to be a catalyst for healing. So I want to show the things that she showed me when I was very young. And like I said, the thing about acupressure, it's so good and so simple. All you need is your fingers to apply the techniques. And when you learn these simple techniques, she used to use 5 major points in the body. Now, we all know that there's hundreds of acupressure points in the body, but she always did tell me, if you can master these 5 points, you can create miracles in people's lives. So for those of you who have studied traditional Chinese medicine, I'm sure you're aware of what we call the meridian system here. We're not going to go through this here. You can look up this online about the meridian system, but I want to share the 5 points that she shared with me and the laws and principles that she shared with me on how to apply her system. Now remember, if you study with a different master in Qigong or Chinese medicine, there may be different systems or different theories or concepts they use, but I want to share her principles and keep her tradition going of what she passed on to me. So the first law in acupressure massage that she shared with me was called the yin-yang theory. Now the yin-yang theory is the foundation of Chinese medicine. And for those who study the 5-element theory, it goes hand in hand with the 5-element theory. But just to break down the concept of yin-yang theory in her principles and her teachings, the first thing she taught to me was that male or man was considered yang in traditional Chinese medicine. Female was considered yin, okay? The right side of the body is considered yang. The left side of the body was considered yin, okay? So the concept was when we start applying acupressure massage, if you were working with a male, she said, she would always start on the left side, the yin side, to balance out the energy. If it was a female, then she would start on the right side. Now, once again, remember, there's different concepts, different principles, depending on what school you came from. But in her system, this is the first concept she shared with me. So for example, let's say if a man had pain in his left elbow, okay, then the second law would come in, okay? The second law would be rich man, poor man theory. And in this theory, for example, if the man had pain in the left elbow, then you would switch the concept over to the second law, which is you would go to the right side of the body. Now, the way she explained this to me was simple. She said, if you needed to borrow money, who would you go to, a rich person or a poor person? And then the same thing in healing, she said, if you had an issue on one side of your body and you're applying acupressure massage, you would want to start on the healthy side and borrow energy. So for example, let's go back to phase 1 or theory 1 is that if the man's issue was on the left side of the body, in phase 1, we would go with the left side of the body acupressure points. But because the man has pain in the left elbow, we would start on the right side of the body. Okay, and same thing with a woman. Okay, so let's say, for example, women is considered yin. So in her concept in treatment, she would start on the right side. But the question was, what if the person had an injured area on the right side? So let's say this lady has inflammation in the knee. Then we would go to apply theory 2, which is we would start using points on the left side of the body, and vice versa. Remember, the theory and concepts, nothing is really written in stone, she said. There's always ways to adapt and change the treatment based on what you're working with. The third law of acupressure massage, what she shared with me, was called the distal points. Now, over the years of practice and studying with Dr. Chow, this theory right here I found works in some of the best ways of treating people. So for example, if a person was suffering from, let's say, a headache, then we would choose points on the lower part of the body, maybe kidney 1 at the bottom of the foot. So the further away you can move away from the injured area or the sick area or the disease area, the stronger the effects would be. So if we're working on the lower part of the body, maybe let's say, for example, a person has ankle pain, then we would choose points on the upper body first, then we would work our way down to the lower part of the body. So the 3 theories were, first was yin yang. Man is considered yang, so you would start on the left side. Women is considered yin, and the left side is yin, so you would start on the right side. Now theory 2 would come in, would be the rich man, poor man. So if you had an injured area on the left side for male, then you would go to the right side. And if you had an injured area on the right side, then we would borrow energy from points on the left side. And then the third law was distal points works best. So if you're treating something on the upper part of the body, we would use points on the lower part of the body. If it was the lower part of the body, then we would use points on the upper body just to send that energy down. So in her 5 points, in her what she called the Chow Integrative Healing System and the Chi Pressure System, there was 5 major points she would use. And that would be LI4, LI11, spleen 6, stomach 36, and kidney 1. Now, this wasn't the only points that Dr. Chow used, but in her basic training program, as she said, if you can master these points, then you can pretty much create a healing system and help family and friends. And you can teach these basic points to help other people that they can share with their family and friends. So the first system and the first point that she shared with me when I was studying Qigong with Dr. Chow was LI4. So the way we find LI4 is by closing the thumb and forefinger. And you're going to go on the bulge here and you're going to push and massage in towards the metacarpal bone. So the way we would massage this, she would always tell me you would massage the points to the point of comfortably uncomfortable. You don't want to press too hard because this would cause pain and maybe injury to the person. But you want to press to the point where you feel a little bit of discomfort, and you continue to work on that point until the discomfort's gone. So the way we would massage it would be by going in here with our thumb and making small circles, okay? So for those of you who's not sure where LI4 is located, you can just check it up maybe on YouTube, or you can check a acupuncture book or speak to an acupuncturist and they can go more in detail with you. So we will massage this point for a minimum of 30 seconds. But she always did encourage me to massage the point until you felt the pain disappeared in the person's body. So for example, if the person was having shoulder tension, you would massage this point until the shoulder pain went away. So what are some benefits of LI4? It opens up circulation in the upper torso. So anything, the way she would explain this point to me was, this point is great from the nipple line up. So anything to do with the lung, the heart, jaw pain, maybe sinus issues. If you have cold and flus, we're coming up to the fall season. It was great for that. Reducing pain. This point is great for pain anywhere in the body, not just in the upper torso, but anywhere in the body. It was the command point for the face, she said. So the command point means anything in this region here. So jaw, the teeth, the nose, the sinuses, eyes, anything like that. Neck tension. If you have stiffness in the neck, turning the neck side to side, LI4 is an amazing point for neck tension. So what we would do is we would massage this point, and as I was massaging the point, she would get you to move the neck, okay? So you circle the neck, you move it around, and this brings the chi to that area where you have discomfort at. Once again, shoulder tension, frozen shoulder. I've seen her use this point many times on frozen shoulders and help clients that's been suffering with it for months or even a few years. It improves lung function because the large intestine 4 is part of the metal element and is connected with the lung element, the lung organ. This point is good for things like asthma or allergies or any breathing conditions. Sinus issues, allergies and colds, as we said, it opens up the sinuses because it expels what we call wind syndrome. So anything to do with wind syndrome in traditional Chinese medicine, this was the PowerPoint for using. Now, contradiction point, she said, unless you're trained in traditional Chinese medicine, if somebody's pregnant, you should avoid this point unless you're a qualified acupuncturist or a TCM doctor, because it does induce labor. The next point, which goes hand in hand with LI4, was LI11. Now, the way you find LI11 was by taking your arm and bending it to a 90 degree, and you're going to find the crease here, and you're going to hook your thumb into this point. And what we would do is we would gyrate it for a minimum of 30 seconds. But once again, she would encourage me to do it for about 3 to 5 minutes until the discomfort or the pain would disappear in the arm. So what are some of the benefits of LI11? It clears heat. Now, heat in traditional Chinese medicine has to do with anything that's hyperactive, maybe like a fever, sore throat, high or hyperactive diseases. It regulates the qi in blood. In traditional Chinese medicine, one of the things that she taught me, that large intestine has the most qi in blood. So this is a great point in helping move qi in blood throughout the body. It's the command point for skin issues. I remember years ago, due to a sports injury I had, I broke my leg. I was put into a cast. My leg was driving me crazy with itchiness. It was just pure itchy all day, all night. So I called her up on the phone. I said, Dr. Chow, what remedy do you have for itchy skin? She said, I want you to massage LI11. I said, what will that do? She said, just try it and see. Within a few minutes, to my surprise, the itchiness went away. So I've been using this point for years now in acupressure, teaching people how to deal with skin issues by using LI11 and massaging it daily. Once again, it's a reducing point for fever, hypertension, elbow pain. So a lot of people may suffer with elbow pain, like tennis elbow. Even I found this point very good for golfer elbow on the inside, the medial side of the elbow. Great point if you're suffering from tendonitis in the elbow area. Sore throat, once again, as the large intestine channel runs through the neck area, this is great at reducing heat. So if you're suffering from sore throat or laryngitis or anything like this, it's a power point. And it's good for dental issues, anything to do with jaw, TMJ pain, anything to do with teeth issues, anything like that. Now, it works well with LI4. And if you look at the bottom of the slide here, I have 1 + 1 = 3. So what Dr. Chow told me, I remember years ago, she said, this point combined with LI4, it doesn't double the effect in healing. It actually triples the effect. So if you use LI4 with LI11, it's 1 + 1. It doesn't equal 2. It actually equals 3. So it will double the effect in healing or triple the effect in healing. So combining LI4 and then moving to LI11, on yourself will give you this triple effect. If you're working with a client, then you can work LI4 and LI11 together, which you would see if you watch any of the videos or if you have ever attended Dr. Chow's seminars, you would always see her use LI4 and LI11 as a combination point because it brought such a synergy of healing to the body. It was an amazing point. So LI4, LI11 was Dr. Chow, I believe, her probably top 2 points that she would use for the upper torso. If you went into a little bit deeper into her tracking system, she would use LI15 on the shoulders. But due to the time where we only have limited time here, I'm just going to show her 5 points that she showed me when I first began studying with her. Now we're going to move to the lower torso, and this was one of my favorite points, and I believe it's one of the most powerful points in traditional Chinese medicine, stomach 36. And the reason I say this is so powerful because it has So much benefits for the digestion. Now you see in integrative medicine, you see a lot of people talking about digestive issues, leaky gut, and how our gut has to do with a lot with our immune system and overall health. So stomach 36 is located one hand width under the kneecap and 1 finger breadth lateral of the tibia bone here at that little orange dot here. So what do we use stomach 36 for? We can use it for digestive issues, whether it's constipation, whether it's diarrhea, whether it's IBS, whether it's Crohn's or colitis. Stomach 36 is the power point for the lower torso. So anything in the abdomen area here. It removes dampness. So dampness is a condition in traditional Chinese medicine which affects the spleen and stomach. It reduces pain and swelling in the lower extremities. So this is why stomach 36 is so powerful, okay? So any circulation issues in the legs, whether you got edema, whether you got swelling, maybe you rotated your ankle and have an ankle injury, restless leg syndrome, arthritis pains in the legs, in the ankles, in the toes. Stomach 36 is the power point for the lower extremities. The wake 'em up point, okay? So one of the things that Dr. Chow would always tell me, if you know a client that has issues with waking up in the morning or just feel that they have low energy, what you want to do is take your knuckles and you just tap it on the leg, okay? So you tap it 100 times. Now, the question is, why does this point wake you up? If you study the meridian system, you'll find that the stomach channel starts here at the eye socket and travels all the ways down through the legs to stomach 36 and goes to the second toe. By stimulating stomach 36, this will give an energy increase to the eyes, okay? It also increases your energy levels. Now, I have used this point day in and day out, especially with sports athletes. This is one of the most powerful points you can use if you're into sports. And as I said, when you need that increase of energy into your body and to recuperate muscle recovery, stomach 36 works well for this here. In Chinese medicine, the stomach is connected to the muscles. Okay, the spleen stomach controls the muscles because it has to do with the earth element. So if you know anybody with muscle issues, tight muscles, maybe they have a tear in the muscles and they need healing, stomach 36 is the go-to point for tonifying the muscles. It improves circulation with qi and blood. Okay, once again, in Chinese medicine, qi is the commander of blood, blood is the mother of qi. There's a saying. So when you use this point, it improves the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body. So all disease in Chinese medicine has to do with qi or blood stagnation. So by using this point, you can rebalance the yin yang or the qi and blood in the body. So it's great because this point can treat or work with heat conditions. It can work with cold conditions. So for example, if you're constipated, you can use stomach 36. If you have diarrhea, you can use stomach 36. If the condition is an excess condition or deficiency condition, stomach 36 is the go-to point. So, she used to encourage me to use this point daily just for overall health and for longevity. So she used to tell me this point was the longevity point, and it's amazing for boosting the immune system. So especially when we come to the fall season now with a lot of colds and flus, stomach 36 is a great point to go to just to build up that immunity and boost your immune system. Next point that she taught me was spleen 6. Now spleen 6 is a power point once again for muscles, okay? So it works on the digestion and it works on the spleen and stomach, which goes hand in hand with stomach 36 because both stomach 36 and spleen 6 are part of the earth element. And by using these points in combination like Li4 and Li11, you can get that 1 + 1 and which equals 3, right? So it triples the effect of energy throughout the body. So how do we find spleen 6? It's one hand width from the inner ankle, okay, the inner medial malleolus, and 1 finger breadth away from the bone. Once again, if you have an acupuncture book or you can go on YouTube, you can find the exact locations of these points. But this point is powerful for calming the spirit, so anything to do with anxiety or stress, or it nourishes the muscles, the tendons, and bones, okay? So this point here on the lower extremity is good for tendons, muscles, and bones. There's 3 points that crosses at spleen 6, okay? So the liver channel, the spleen channel, the kidney channel. So, when I first learned this point, I remember years ago, I was only young, and as a little joke, Dr. Charles asked me, she said, Troy, she said, how would you go about curing an erection? And I was probably about 12 or 13 at the time. And I say, I don't know. I said, why are you asking me this question? I was thinking to myself. She said, there's a way in Chinese medicine, we say that it takes 3 women to cure an erection. So I was at her seminar, and I said, it takes 3 women to cure an erection. And, and she just laughed and smiled, and something happened. We went on about another point or another topic. But, weeks went by and months went by. I had to call her up. I said, Dr. Chow, I got a question for you. At your seminar, we were in Ontario at the time, I said, you told me something. You said, how do you cure a male's issue with erections? You said it took 3 women to cure erection. I said, can you explain that to me? Because I said, I'm so puzzled. And for those who know Dr. Chow and the way she laughs, she just bust out laughing on the phone. She said, did I explain this to you? I said, no. I said, you never got a chance. Something happened and you never got a chance to explain it. She said, the reason I said this is because we are doing acupressure massage. Spleen 6 is great for erection issues because it improves circulation and it works on the muscle and tissue. But I said, I don't understand why you said 3 women to cure an erection issue. She said, the reason I said this is because spleen 6 has 3 organs that crosses at this channel, which is the kidney, the liver, and the spleen. And in Chinese medicine, these are the 3 yin organs, and women is considered yin. And she just laughed over it, and I said, why didn't you explain this to me? I said, I went weeks and months trying to figure out what did you mean by this. So that's a joke I will always remember, that Dr. Chow, one of my first lessons in acupressure massage that she told me. But now I understand it. Spleen 6 is good for male issues. So any male that's suffering from erection issues or has to do with circulation problems, maybe circulation and poor tissue function in that area. It reduces recovery time of an injury. Once again, using this with stomach 36, an amazing point for recovering sports time or injury. If you have a torn muscle or a cramped muscle in the legs, even in the back. It doesn't have to be just in the legs. It could be in the shoulder. If the muscles in the neck or shoulder area is tight, great point for recovery. And once again, remember, the theory goes that if the person has issues with the upper body, we would use the lower points first. So I would probably start with spleen 6 and stomach 36, then work my way up to LI4, LI11. But once again, a great point for digestion, and it works well with stomach 36. The next point we went over was kidney 1, okay? And kidney 1 is the most yin point of the body, which is located 1/3 the way underneath the sole of the foot, okay? Now, kidney 1 is the root of wellness in Chinese medicine. We call it in Qigong the gateway, one of the 5 gateways, and it's good for nourishing the kidneys, calming the spirit. It helps with anything excess in the head, okay? It helps if there's anything going on in the head region. You can use this point to lower the energy down, bring it down. Back pain, good for lower back pain. Anybody suffering with back pain, because the kidney is connected with the bladder and the bladder channel runs through the back. Insomnia, it descends any issues with insomnia. If you're having trouble sleeping, kidney 1 is a great point to use. Dizziness, things like vertigo, headaches, memory, okay? Kidney 1 is great for memory because the kidney controls the brain in traditional Chinese medicine. So anybody that has memory issues or anything to do with the upper head, I love kidney 1 because it can move the energy. So I would work both points on both feet at the same time if I'm using the client. If I'm working on myself, maybe just one point at a time. And it's good to return to en route back to the source. So it just helps you root yourself back to the earth, all right? So kidney 1 is a power point once again, as we said in the first and second, third law. Remember the third law, we said distal points works well. So for example, if a person has a headache pain, Dr. Chow would work on kidney 1. And this was the third law. The distal means that if the furthest away you go away from the point of injury or pain, the stronger the effect would be. So we would use kidney 1. So for example, if the person had a headache, I would start with kidney 1, spleen 6, stomach 36, then I would work my way up to LI4, LI11, and this should clear the headache. And it doesn't matter if it's a headache. So for example, if a person has a lower foot pain, then we would probably start with LI4, LI11, then we will work our way down to stomach 36, spleen 6, and kidney 1. So this is how her tracking system would work, okay? So it was very simple. It was 5 basic points: LI4, LI11, spleen 6, stomach 36, and kidney 1. If you could understand how this works in conjunction with the yin-yang theory and 5 elements, you know, acupressure is a very powerful system in just preventing illness and also treating imbalances in the energy system. So this is why I chose this topic, is because it's very simple, it's very easy, and you don't need no special tools if you're traveling. All you need is your fingers. You know, there are tools that you can use. Acupuncture can be used on these points, but for most people that's not acupuncturist, you know, and you're not licensed to use needles, you can always use acupressure massage. It's gentle, it's very simple, and very little side effects. But remember, once again, there are maybe some contradiction points, like in pregnancy, that you want to avoid certain points. But reach out. What I would recommend for anybody that wants to start looking into using acupressure, reach out to a qualified acupuncturist or a Qigong master or somebody that invited you to the World Congress, and they can help you. You can always reach out to me if you have any questions about acupressure or traditional Chinese medicine or Qigong, and I would love to help answer your questions. So my contact information is here at the bottom of the screen. You can reach me at baqhealing@gmail.com, or you can visit me at my website, baqcenter.com. And if you got a question, just let me know, and I'll be happy to answer it. So I would like to thank everybody who attended the World Congress, the 23rd Congress. I'd like to thank Charlene and Alex for inviting me to speak on Dr. Chow's system, because, you know, I think it's very important that I keep my master system alive and going. So, you know, it has been a pleasure to speak to everybody here at the World Congress. Once again, please reach out to the person that invited you if you would like to learn more about how you can get involved with the Qigong Congress, and I'm sure the person will pass you on to the right people to get you involved. And once again, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time at baqhealing@gmail.com, or contact me through my Facebook page or through the baqcenter.com. Once again, thank you for coming to the Congress. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the Congress, and I hope to hear from you all soon. Blessings.
Well, I have to say that we are so grateful. There are some really, really very accomplished practitioners from around the nation, whether they're joining us online or in person. And so next, I would like to highlight some of the exhibitors. And right here on the back wall, so when you have time after the Congress, please do visit them. And so I have here a book called The Sweet Spot, written by Dr. John Nito and also Kathy Black. And he's right here. I would like to introduce to you Dr. Nito.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do the speaking because you can hear me without the microphone, right? Okay. So we need the mic? Okay, there we go. I want to thank you and thank everybody here. You know, we dearly love so many people here that we know, Shifu Feng for sure. And so they've asked to have us come talk about the book. We brought the book to give away. And if you would like a signed copy, we're back in the corner. We'd love to give you a copy. And this was just really a labor of love by Catherine and I. And so when I went to my master's program and got my acupuncture license, of course, I studied, you know, a certain level of laboratory values. And you've all seen those. You've had lab tests, and they'll say standard values or reference range. And and those are great. They're wonderful because they tell you if you're sick, right? And the thing to remember is that every lab makes up a lot of those values. Like you can go to one lab and they'll say that, for example, triglycerides, which are floating blood fats, are normal under 150. And then you go to literally another healthcare system, and they'll say floating blood fats are normal under 879. There's a big difference between 150 and 879. Well, then about 20 years ago, I started studying and teaching what's called functional medicine, which is a group of medical doctors, PhDs, got together and said, you know, a lot of these lab values were set so long ago, we don't even know if they're accurate. And so they came up with much tighter ranges. And so like most people, I was using those, who do functional medicine, I was using those ranges kind of blindly. And then one day it was like, well, how'd they come up with these? So Catherine and I set out looking at hundreds of research studies to see honestly, accurately, what are the sweet spot? Like, where are you going to live the longest, right? So with your blood sugars and your liver enzymes, et cetera, not just what's going to keep you out of the hospital, but what's going to keep you healthy until you're 100 years old. And so we went through, analyzed the research. This book is written completely for lay people who are, you know, I think, you know, people in the medical profession could get value also, but it's really written so that anybody can understand it. And so if you go to the doctor and you have a liver enzyme test, you could come back here and go, oh, you know, it says I'm okay on the test, but really when I look here, my chances of dying in the next 5 years are like twice as high. And so what we're looking at is how you can stay in the sweet spot and have maximum health for as long as you're on this planet. So that's the purpose of the book. All right? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being our supporter and also one of the exhibitors. Now, according to CDC, 1/4 of our population are overweight. And you know the problem that you're facing at your clinic and at the front line. And with overweight, of course, all other chronic conditions. So here as a featured exhibitor today, and we have a company, and they have a system. It's called a New Health Conversation. So please, let's welcome Mr. Peter Greenlaw, and he will share with us what is this system about and how you can utilize it in your clinic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the New Health Conversation is something I think we sorely need. You're probably all up on the statistics. 1 in 3 adults are now pre-diabetic. The CDC says 9 out of 10 Americans are metabolic unhealthy, either with 3 of 5 conditions: overweight, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, high triglycerides. I mean, 45% of the American population is now deemed to have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and we keep doing the same things over and over again. I've been doing this for 20 years, and I will tell you right away, I'm not the expert, but I became an expert on the experts. I've gotten to work with some of the top medical doctors, oncologists, molecular biologists, geneticists, and nutraceutical chemists and researchers in the entire world. So everything I'm sharing with you comes from them. I'm proud to say that what I'm going to tell you about today is the only nutrition, supplement, weight loss management program in the world that now has 3 peer-reviewed human trials. Everything else you're seeing on TV or online or whatever, none of them have peer-reviewed trials. You probably know as practitioners that a peer-reviewed study, the whole idea is that it's peer-reviewed, that you can't make things up. So in our exhibit back there, you can see it. But in most cases, although it's not really a weight loss program, most people, men and women in the studies, 80% women, 20% men, no one allowed to exercise, they lost weight 12 times faster than any diet on the planet and gained 6 to 8% lean muscle mass. And that's not the main thing. The main thing was that weight, cholesterol, triglycerides, blood sugar, blood pressure went down dramatically in just the first 30 days. Blood pressure dropped 14%. Both blood sugar and insulin went down, an inverse relationship, as many of you practitioners know. In order to lower blood sugar, you typically are increasing the amount of insulin. The average person, man or woman, basically, if they need to lose weight, will lose as much weight in 4 days as 8 weeks of any diet you've ever been seen safely. And we have the medical evidence to prove it. The thing that's so unbelievable also is that in 8 weeks, people lost 33% of their visceral fat. We just had a young woman, she's 5 feet tall, 30 years old, 260 pounds. In 6 months, she lost 140 pounds, no loose skin of any kind. Show me anything else on the planet like this that is safe and medically proven. It's going to change the world. I'm so happy that I was invited to come here today to share this with all of you and the people hopefully watching online. You can go to our website, thenewhealthconversation.com. and we will contact you directly and explain it to you, not somebody on an 800 number that doesn't know what's going on. But remember, this is not a weight loss program. That's not the reason to do it. But if you agree that we got a terrible problem, if 9 out of 10 people are metabolic unhealthy in this country, does anyone think the health conversation we're currently using is working? With all due respect to herbalists and nutrition, etc., we're losing the battle. We need something radically different, and this is, and it's the only medically backed system in the world. So thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it, okay?
Well, Peter, thank you so much for sharing that. As we all know, prevention, wellness, and also weight management are the foundations of a good health. And we're also launching the global health plan. So definitely we'll continue this dialogue, how we can make prevention, wellness be accessible, available to every household. That was the vision for Dr. Effie Chow. So we would like to continue with our presentation. And next we have Dr. Lori Hobbs, and the topic is called the Energy Practice and Embodied Intuition to Break Through War. So let's have the presentation from Dr.
Hello,
Hobbs,
everyone,
please.
and welcome to Breaking Out in Peace, Energy Practices and Embodied Intuition to Break Through War, Illness, and Grief. I'll be sharing a PowerPoint presentation over the next 30 minutes with you, and all of the resources can be found on my website, which I will be sharing. Here we go to get started. You can see from this opening slide that I have contact information, which I'll be sharing with you throughout the presentation if you want to email me or check out my websites. So our agenda today is to share personal stories from trauma to peace, breakdowns to breakthroughs. Sometimes the most compelling way to understand peace is from a personal perspective, and that is what I'm sharing with you today. We'll be looking at several different topics, including war or environmental trauma, illness or somatic or body-based trauma, and grief or emotional trauma, and also breakthroughs to mind, body, and spirit through peace. The resources, as I mentioned, are at my website, hopshealingtips.com, resources under Congress, and all of these connections and links will be available. I'm a licensed psychologist in California, a certified practitioner and instructor for logosynthesis, Reiki master, and past president of ASEP. I'm also a lifelong embodied intuition student, teacher, and consultant. And it's from these perspectives that I will be sharing my stories today. I have no conflict of interest to disclose for this presentation. So let's start first by offering some gratitude to this Congress team and tech, all of those people who have been involved with presenting this day and weekend. Thank you so very much. You may also connect to the custodians of the land where you are residing or being in the moment, and also all of our collective ancestors and descendants who have come together to make this here and now moment possible. Throughout this presentation, I will be sharing several poems I have written, and this first one is to honor the memory of our beloved Dr. Grandmaster Effie Chow. I wrote this upon the passing of her, called Passing of a Timeline Shifter. Moving atoms, mountains, minds with rounds of cloud hands, dissolving obstacles with gentle push hands, diving to recover truth with snake creeps down, toe tip to top, top to toe tip, tiptoeing, opening heaven's door, as earth gives birth to timeline shifter, paradigm buster, miracle maker, heart opener, physically bound to the ground no more, lighter than air, rainbow streaming, heart cloud, passing of Dr. Grand Master Effie Chow. Her stage now is the universes as she goes. Love her glow. As I go through this information, please choose what works for you and leave the rest behind. Adopt gentleness when adopting new ideas and ways of being, because we learn best when we're relaxed and not stressed. So we start with a very brief definition of what is trauma. Trauma is a deeply distressing or disturbing experience. It's an emotional response to a terrible event like an accident, rape, or natural disaster. Immediately after, we go into shock and denial often, and so sometimes it's unclear that we're actually in trauma until those waves of shock and denial wear off. Longer-term reactions include unpredictable emotions, flashbacks, strained relationships, and even physical symptoms like headaches or nausea. And you can find more in this article link from the American Psychological Association about trauma. When war happens, there's trauma on all levels, including trauma in the environment. In my personal story, I have Jewish family ancestors in Ukraine, formerly Russia, Poland, and Romania through the early 1900s before some of them were able to come to the US. They were subjected to the worst of the worst, forced conscription being only one of them, of course, hatred, anti-Semitism, killing, famine, and so on. The men were forced to be at the front lines when they were very young and able to be in the military. And some, as I mentioned, came to the US. And this poem is dedicated to them. I rise, I fall. I rise, I fall, resting on the shoulders of my ancestors through transgenerational responses to crisis. From naming, embracing, and healing trauma, a path leads to growth. I embrace the Most High from my ancestors, thriving and building beyond our collective dreams. Through wellness practices and awareness, I am paving a new way forward for me and my descendants, while my ancestors are glowing in the new light shining on us all as we go forward together into new realities. And here is a map of the spread of the Russian Republic throughout the land. It's one thing to say that they had a lot of land at the time in 1917. It's another to actually see the maps. These are my ancestors from my father's side, Kalman and Necha. And, these are my ancestors from my mother's side, Karl or Kalman, and Necha or Neti, and from my father's side, Rita or Rivka, and David or David. These are the relatives that came directly from Eastern Europe. Because my family came from the area now known as Ukraine, I was especially focused on hearing the names of the cities involved with the current conflicts related to the ancient names that were shared with me, often in a different tongue, but with the same feeling. And I was aware that there were cats that came and crawled into the spaces when the war was first breaking out with the soldiers. There were some reports on them cuddling and being confused and finding the soldiers. And so this poem, Ukrainian Cats. Ukrainian cats, hunters aghast, warm kitchen smells no longer cast, still sniffing out old cheese, rats, scented with bomb blasts, slinking through cracks, tracking air-vented exits past blown-out charred lives lived, desperate to find the spot where our peace reigns supreme, not yet smelled, heard, or seen. Meanwhile, perfect purring fur, curled felines slumber, rise and fall against soldiers' dreaming wonders, heartbeats, united, entwined, enwrapped, in mud-stained, tear-dropped prayers of love unsurpassed. There's more information from the Association for Comprehensive Energy Psychology's website, including information about post-traumatic stress disorder, trauma, and energy psychology research outcomes for energy psychology is in the top 10% of published research psychotherapy modalities. And this includes techniques that use the manual stimulation of acupressure points using mental imagery and cognitive procedures. And so, for example, stomach meridian underneath the eye is one of the spaces that is used for treatment. You can learn more at ASEP's website. These are mind-body methods that rapidly reduce stress and trauma while increasing calm. And they also work not just with meridians, but with the chakras and the biofield, depending upon the particular type of energy psychology that is being used. To find out more information about evidence-based trauma in energy psychology, you can check out this article from David Feinstein from 2022, Uses of Energy Psychology Following Catastrophic Events, published in Frontiers in Psychology. And this is a picture of what the research page looks like on the ASEP website. So when you go to it, you'll recognize it. We also have 3 main programs that are used for self-care and for helping others. Resources for Resilience is a self-care, self-guided video and written brochure and printout instruction on how to relieve stress and calm down. And these materials have been translated into 9 languages, and you can go to r4r.energypsych.org. Also, there's a page outlining a lot of information about violence recovery, helping move from trauma to coping using energy psychology practices. And the third option is Emotional First Aid Trauma Package. It's a sign up to help to learn training to help communities exposed to trauma using self-help energy psychology and energy healing techniques. And it is a PowerPoint slides, videos, digital brochure, and even training by expert volunteers. And this is an example of what the different pages look like. On the left with the mountain and the sun is the home page for ASEP. And then you have on the right the R4R page where you click on the boxes, for example, feeling angry, and it takes you to different videos that you can use to calm down. The violence recovery is on the bottom left, and on the bottom right is ASEP's Humanitarian Committee for that first aid training, if that's something that you are interested in. We're moving now to the next part of the talk about illness, breaking out in hives or body or somatic trauma. So myself and my family have a lot of these problems, or have over the years, generationally, that are related to each other, having hay fever or allergic rhinitis, eczema or and atopic dermatitis or hives, and asthma or difficulty breathing, congestion and inflammation in the lungs. And they have shared a genetic origin through the family. In my Jewish family, with severe transgenerational illness that has been passed down, not just the events, but also the suffering and the stories around it. This is basically an immune system internal attack similar to war, where there's a defense that is mounted because an alien threatening substance or occurrence comes into the body, or is thought to, because your thoughts and feelings can trigger an allergic reaction or an asthma reaction, similar to an environmental attack. The allergies are the result of the immune system response to the substance, and it can be from mild, like coughing, or life-threatening, like a total body shutdown with blood pressure drop and potentially death, called anaphylaxis. And this article from Johns Hopkins Medicine.org is some general information about this process. This cascade of symptoms where the allergic substance comes in and the body develops antigens against the substance. And with repeated exposure, the severity of the reaction might increase. It affects people of all ages, races, and genders, socioeconomic status, not just Jewish people. And it is something that can be dealt with mind-body systems for healing. For example, logosynthesis, which is a procedure to move energy using words when you find a trigger for a disturbing or problematic event, memory or body reaction or emotion. Basically, you return to what was lost of yourself in the trauma, because parts of us tend to break off or are left behind when we go into shock. And then also, we take in things that are not ours. And so it's releasing what's not ours from what we've taken in. And you do this with a creative use of sentences and words. Basically, our creative flow becomes stuck, like this picture of a glacier that is then melting through the mountain. And once the fields start to return to their natural state, the energy that was stuck or frozen starts to flow, and we regain our essential self. You can find more from the Logosynthesis International Association website, and there is a protocol, a slideshow. It takes about 15 minutes that is designed specifically for treating hay fever. The hay fever symbol, the front page of that slideshow looks like this, with the field, the yellow flowers, and on the bottom left is a picture of the Leah homepage. And so now when we are moving energy to transform ourselves, it's a process of change. And I'd like to share this poem called Worth a Try. The same small step can lead you home or off the cliff into the unknown. Land a bit to the right into the safe wind to escape a total collision. One moment to pause before you speak can cause your heart to burst open or break. When they say there's no hope, you may search in the stars, calling in dark fears or miraculous sparks. Cure or curse, words can spin either way. Let faith sprout wings with a wild cry woven with whispered wonders, worth a try. And now we move to our third concept of grief, breaking down in tears or emotional trauma. Many of us carry the pain of the world in our hearts, and this is especially true for people who have strong empathic and intuitive sensitivities, similar to myself. There's often a mismatch between the internal perception of how life should be and the external perception of how life really is. And the distance between these two can lead to suffering. One response to this is to hold two opposing views at the same time without tension between them. And this is reflected in this next poem, Bittersweet. One day, when we grow into our fuller selves, we realize our true Olympic task is to hold heart-breaking horrors side by side with unspeakable joy. Not all the time, for we need to rest, but often enough to create mix and match madness. Screams unleashed, sequestered, fringed with tears rushing, splashing, laughing, with bittersweet life squeezed through the needle's eye, drenched in lighted darkness, bright. One of the ways to get through these moments, bittersweet moments, confusing moments, when we're breaking down in tears, is through embodied intuition, which is the sense of knowing something without knowing how or why you know it, and resonating with the five sensory system of the body, like sight or second sight, hearing or metaphor, physical touch or metaphoric touch of emotion and so on. This is your internal GPS or true north. And intuition is delivered wholly and immediately. It serves as our natural internal sense to help us solve problems, become alert to things that we need to notice. And it is the storehouse for our creativity. The hallmarks of intuition are that it is rapid, unconscious, effortless, built into us naturally, hard to describe, and experienced directly through life. Terry Marks Tarlow wrote a book about embodied intuition, and she said it's a subjective experience of the self and the environment that comes through our body awareness, our primary senses, perceptions, and feelings. And an example of this is the extreme sensitivity that is necessary for people who work below the Earth's surface, such as in a mine. Miners are able to sense a difference, a subtle difference in temperature, in sound, in the way that they're feeling, in noticing changes in humidity and in just noticing differences in the environment, because this will alert them to the potential of a collapse or a dangerous situation while they are under the earth. And so this is a hypersensitivity that is used for self-protection and for growth. I've written a blog about body awareness that you might want to choose to look at, and there's a link available for that. And also I teach embodied intuition courses online. And on the left is what the ACEP blog website looks like for this particular blog, Body Awareness. Tune in for a tune-up. And on the right is an example of course material that I teach online, which can be accessed from my website if you're interested in taking classes. So how do we break out into peace after illness and war and grief? This calls for nothing less than a mind, body, and spirit transformation. We find our way somehow through the muck. We identify objections to change, obstacles, and challenges, because before you can create something new, often what you're hit with first is not the solution, but the objections to change. How can this happen? It's never happened before. Something might go wrong, and so on. And so these challenges and obstacles and change making objections come up, and we have to deal with them first before we can connect more deeply to the self and then be available outside of a trauma response for community, for the world, and for our spirits. So you want to be able to occupy the vibrational and energy space of what you want to achieve, like bursting through the door of chaos and debris out into the field of beauty and love. And how do you get there? I've written another blog as well on clearing these objections to change, which is also available on the ACEP website. And I like to use the intention of what I want to achieve rather than where I am stuck now. And a very open-ended phrase could be optimal process and optimal outcome. And so in this way, we're not recreating the stuckness that we're feeling in the moment, but we're opening up to something better. And this poem is inspiring that, called Breaking the Chain. One radical moment stops rage from advance, no longer allowed to poison innocence. Embracing the pain, silencing objections, quelling manifestations from harmful ways, upending traditions, conditions, presuppositions about how to behave, quieting the blaming, instilling radical actions, supplanting infractions, inviting compassion, inheriting peace by breaking the chain. And here we have the ACEP website for the blog on removing blocks to treatment with energy psychology. And the resources that I have talked about during this discussion with you, The complete list are available at hopshealingtips.com. Go to the resource link and drop down under it, and you will find a dedicated link, Congress Resources, that has all the things that I've mentioned in this talk today. There's also links to podcast interviews from Healing Tips from the Heart, Intuition with Helpers, Healers, and Guides that I have been publishing since August. So those are available as well. And you can subscribe if you like to that so that you can be caught up on the latest ones that are being released 2 every month on the first of the month. And if you would like to email me, you can receive a copy of an article that I wrote on working models of embodied intuition. And that's at drlorihops@gmail.com. On the left is my homepage for the Hops Healing Tips website, and below it is the Congress resources. And you can also use your phone to take a picture, scan the QR code here, and it will take you directly to the Congress resource page. So I'll leave that up for a moment so you can take a snapshot of that. Hold your phone up. Okay. And so I'd like to conclude our time today by using some heart-centered breathing. This is a beautiful technique that is useful for bringing yourself back into a current state of calm, centering, and grounding. And so you can start by placing your hands on your heart if you'd like. One of the ways we do this is to take 3 breaths with one hand on top of the other, gently resting on the heart, and then slip one over the other and switch for 3 more breaths for 6. And then concluding for the 7th, 8th, and 9th breath, the last third, is switching to the original position again. You don't have to do that. It's optional, but it might be a way for you to connect more deeply into yourself. And so I just want to remind you of how to contact me if you need more information. And we will leave here today with some heart-centered breathing. And so just take a moment and settle in, feet on the ground, back straight. Make yourself comfortable. You might want to sit back. And just take 3 long, slow breaths, preferably longer on the exhale than the inhale. And I will demonstrate as so. You can breathe however you feel comfortable, mouth, nose, or only one. And when you're ready, switch. And once again. And I thank you so much for being with me here today. I hope that you're able to find some keys to peace for yourself and for your loved ones and communities.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Hops, for sharing your insight with us. And I really would like to take advantage of people who are actually here and considering it's a challenging event to do virtually. And we have a very anticipated presentation tomorrow by Dr. Julie Griffith. But she's here, so I would like to bring her on stage, Dr. Griffith. And she also has a exhibition booth on the back, so do visit her. And Dr. Griffith is a neurologist, and she specializes in functional medicine.
Thank you, Rose. Nice to meet you in person. It's such a pleasure to come. I was looking at the lineup of speakers, such accomplished, amazing people, but with good heart. So I am Dr. Griffith, and I have an integrative neurology practice in Lagunitas in Marin County. But my vision, my passion, is to integrate energy health into American medicine. And I thought, how do we do that? And I thought, well, let's educate the new wave, the new generation, which is children, freshman medical students, and then I want to found an energy health center, which will have clinical work, education and research, initially for humans, but then also in the future for all phyla of the earth. I also want to edit an energy health medical textbook, and I invite people to join me. I want to work with this wonderful network, and so we can really transform American medicine. I have a booth in the back with my colleagues, Dr. Sonia Gayami, who is an international Qigong master. She has a PhD in nutrition, written 7 nutritional books, and also Lorna Zilba is coming this afternoon. You can meet her. She's going to work with me to teach children. We want to start a PBS after-school show on spirit cultivation, art, humanity, and learning social cultural intelligence. And when people learn social cultural intelligence, that instills peace. So I look forward to meeting with everybody here, networking, and let's do it. Let's work together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Griffin. Well, we had a very interesting morning, and now it's time to do some physical movements. And for our next presenter, we have Qigong Master Mr. Louis Regan. And he's going to do the Bagua Foundation and the 3 Treasures for Health. So, Mr. Lewis and Reagan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Let's see. Is this on here?
Yes, you're on. You can use a mic.
Do I have to hold the mic, or is the lapel?
You're good.
Yep. Let's do the mic for now.
Okay.
Okay, you give me the signal if I can set the mic down. All right, for Bagua, I'm going to need some volunteers. Has anybody practiced Bagua before? Okay. Who would like to volunteer? I saw a hand shoot up in the back. Why don't you come on back? Come on up. I'm going to need 2 more. 2 more volunteers. Yeah, sure. If you'd like to come up, you're welcome to. Yeah, please come on up. We can have up to 8. I was looking for a minimum, but you can keep on coming. Who else wants to volunteer? Come on up. Up. Don't need tons of experience. This is also going to be an engaging practice as well. So I'm going to encourage you to go ahead and turn your gaze up here and stand up. Stand up and stretch out a little bit. Make sure you have some space around you. If you want to do the full practice, you're going to need enough space to walk in a circle. Now, the circle size can be very small. It can also be very large circle. Here we go.
The bottom half to see if it's turned on. Yeah. It's powered on.
Yeah? Yeah. It sounds like we're good now. Yeah. Okay. That makes my job a lot easier. All right. So we need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So go ahead and Qigong Chinese martial arts. Can you hear me better now? Yeah, it's not coming through, is it? I have to yell quite loud. All right, so if you're practicing on Bagua with me, we're going to do a couple warm-ups first. Stand up, shake your body. Shake your body loose, bounce your shoulders. Take a few deep breaths. Bounce your body, shake it loose. Pick up one foot, shake out the other. Just waking up your body's circulation a little bit. Good, now extend your left arm at shoulder height to your side. And if you're practicing by yourself, look down, and this is going to be the center of your circle. This is a good minimum length for your circle, and you're just going to walk casually in a circle. So if you have space in the room, go ahead and start walking in a circle. Now in this group here, let's all walk in a group circle, going this way. Yeah, you can set down your arm, just walk. That's just to measure a basic arm length circle. So your palm would go in the center of your circle and you'd walk around it. Okay, so Bagua is a walking meditation, so go ahead and slow it down a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to jump in with you all here. So there's different styles of Bagua. The style of Bagua I was trained in by Shifu Jia Shizin. He's a grandmaster and the president of the Bagua Research Institute in Beijing. I got to study with him for about 10 years. The style is Cheng style, C-H-E-N-G. Has a particular kind of footwork. So let's play around with that a little bit, shall we? Pause, stand on your right foot, extend your left. Now, feel your foot hovering in the air. As your foot touches the ground, try to get your toes and the heel to touch at the same time. Slowly transfer your weight into that foot and pick up the other foot. Set this foot down gently. Try to get the whole foot to touch the ground at once. Okay, so let's bring your awareness down to your feet. Keep on walking. Let's make the circle a little bit wider, as wide as the space can be. Yeah, good. Okay, so to make the circle, the outside foot has to curve a little bit, and the inside foot remains straight. Nice, you're getting it. Heel and toe land at the same time. See, are you practicing out here? I see a couple of you getting it, getting the transmission. Okay, so let's say I'm just practicing by myself. You can count out how many steps in your circle, maybe 8 steps, to go with Ba, the Chinese 8, and the 8 palms. We're going to learn the first 3 basic palm positions that relate with the 3 dantians, and will help open your posture and expand your health and a peaceful feeling. Okay, so how do we turn around Bagua? Take your outside foot, turn it in to point towards the center of your circle. This is called kobu, or hook stance. Shift your weight, now turn 180 degrees. Now continue walking, circle in this direction. So now we're going clockwise up here. Okay? Do you have enough space? Yeah, you have plenty of space. You can be very tight. So one of the great things about Bagua is it's a spiral. You're moving in a spiral. You can get great exercise without a lot of space. And you don't need a lot of space. You don't need a lot of props. So now how we're doing it up here is very light, right? Very light. Try bending your knees a little bit, like in Taiji. You sink down and continue walking. Try to get the whole foot to land, stable, and then your head. Stabilize your head so it's not bobbing up and down. It's nice and stable. Okay, you're starting to get the foundation. A little bit wider, a little bit wider. Yeah, good. Excellent. So now let's learn the first palm. This is all very challenging with a mic, but let's see what it looks like with a mic. Palms facing the ground, about dantian height. Sink down, walk in a circle. Nice. The fingertips point towards each other. The palms press down towards the earth. Have a sense of the lower dantian and your connection with the ground. Nice. I see more and more people practicing. This is great. Yeah, hands below the navel. Feel the earth. Feel a sense of calm and support. The lower dantian. Feel your legs. Maybe go a little deeper if you want. Walk in that deep lunge. Traditionally, a bagua would be practiced around a tree. So you have the tree in the center of your circle, and you're exchanging and healing with the tree, connecting with the energy of nature. Good. Let's learn how to change. So, pause. Turn your left foot towards the center of the circle. Hands move in a circle underneath you. Turn around and go the other way. Palm one is an earth palm connected with a lower dantian. Sing on yet? Nope. Okay. Nice. Yeah, hands a little lower. Fingers pressed towards each other like that. Open hug hu, tiger's mouth. Nice. Very good. Very good. How are we doing out here? I see some bagua practitioners. Nice. When you're walking, bring your legs close to each other so they glide right past each other with each step. Okay. Let's learn second palm now. So from the first palm, here we are. Hands are going to circle out around you. The wrist circles. And then the hands come up like a lotus. Good. Pause here. Let your heart open. Take a moment. Hello? Hello? Okay. Good. Take a moment. Pause with your heart open. Nice. Now the hands open from your midline, about 45 degrees. Palms face up. And extend your arms nice and long. Lower than the shoulders a little bit. Good. So now, continue walking. Turn the palms face up. Open the top of your head. Feel a connection with the universe. Like a tree reaching into the light, let the top of your head extend upwards. While sinking down into your roots, feel your shoulders soften. Bagua is like complex Qigong dance. Have fun with it. Feel the expansiveness of this posture. It's a very large posture. Open your heart, open your arms, feel confident. Take up the space that your body and your energy is ready to. This can be a very uplifting palm. Feel connected to the universe. Take a few deep breaths. All right, everybody sink down. Work on your footwork. Palms up a little bit higher to about shoulder height. Good. About 45 degrees from the midline, so not all the way out. All right, so open your hands. Open. Yes, good. Like you're receiving like a warm light in your hands. Hands a little bit higher so they're right around the shoulder height. It's a little bit of a workout. You're doing great. You could sink down more. Straighten your spine. It's a bagua. Okay. Let's learn how to turn in a direction with this one. Oh, I like this. This is fantastic. I see more and more people practicing. Okay. Good. So same idea with the kobu. Your outside foot turns in. Hands come down in front of you. Hands circle around to your back. Mingmen. Now step out. Bring your lotus up to your heart. Open your lotus. Continue your walk. Move in a circle. What's really nice with the bagua footwork is you get this great opening through the yang channels of the back, the outside of the leg, which is where the sciatic nerve is. So this walking style, one that we never do in our linear culture of turning the foot out to in, is helping open through your low back and your hip, and you help your sciatic nerve, your body's vitality circulate. This is good. Thank you all so much for your participations, by the way. I know it's like to be a demonstrant on the stage. Wonderful. Don't worry, I won't be demonstrating how strong I can punch on you. That happened 1 year. It was great. Good initiation. Okay, so third palm is really middle dantian. So go ahead and pause. Now the arms come together. Arms come together. Palms face up, and now you're going to draw in towards your dantian. Elbows back. Elbows back. Good. So from here, the wrists are going to circle again. Yes, good. Okay, it's going to circle up to your ear. Ah, bagua. Okay, here. Now push forward from the heart center. And continue your walk. Extend through the heart meridian. Feel your pinky finger full of good chi. It's a heart meridian. Open the palm. Yeah, spread the palm. Take some deep breaths. Soften your shoulders and elbows. Push through the palm. Extend Mingmen. Drop down into your legs. If you want to play with a deeper stance, go deeper. Let your heart open. Connect with the power of your heart mind. Can you feel a loving kindness moving through you? Are we good? Yeah, hey, there we go. Hands free. Now I can demonstrate. Okay, how do we turn with this one? Is this on? Yeah, okay. A little bit higher. Good. Can you hear me now? Hear me now? Now. How about right there? All right, if I don't move, it's going to be great. Teach the art of change and movement, but don't move. It's a Daoist riddle. Swivel? Yeah, just swivel. Okay, go ahead and pause. Let's thank each other here. This is not working very well. Turn and thank the person next to you, to your left and right. Those are the first three palms that I wanted to demonstrate. Thank you so much for your participation up here. Might as well just go back to this. Hey, it's okay.
He's back on the hand mic.
It's perfect. Bagua considered the art of change and adapting. Change and adapting. So this is a great demonstration of how to go with the flow. Let it come, let it go. So now I'm going to demonstrate a little bit on my own. Feel free to continue to practice now that you have some instruction. Transitioning in palm 2. Let the bai hui open. Feel the top of your head extending upward. Palm change. Third one, connect with your heart center. So that's the basics of Bagua in relation to the three treasures and the footwork. You can practice this at a variety of intensities, as you can tell. Did you have fun? Yes. Excellent. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your attention. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll hand it back.
Well, Louis, thank you so much to mobilize every one of us to practice.
Yeah.
And those are so simple. Lots of the students here, and I can tell this is the first time they practice Qigong, and but they are able to follow you. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have more live for you to participate. And for next hour is our lunch hour. However, before we do the lunch hour, and we have a special Chow Qigong hour, and led by our beloved Anne. And Anne is a devoted student of Dr. Chow Qigong. And She has been studying Chow Qigong with Effie, Dr. Chow, for many years, and now she's also an instructor of Chow Qigong. And please come on stage.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for being here this morning. How this Chow Qigong hour is going to go is first I have a special award to present. And then if channeling Dr. Chow, I would say everybody needs to get up and do a stretch. And so we'll lead a couple stretches and then take a bio break and come back. I'll ring the gong. We'll all come back. Please, people on Zoom, when you hear the gong, come back to around 12:15. So that's that itinerary. All right. So it is my honor. Okay. Excuse me. Grandmaster Chun-Yi Lin, born a healer. Grandmaster Chun-Yi Lin is the recipient of a special award for this 23rd World Congress. Chun-Yi's mission, a healer in every home and a world without pain. And during the last year, Dr. Chow called upon the Master's energy many times. His student told me, Chun-Yi heals from the heart. And that's very clear, as he directed his loving energy over the phone with Dr. Chow many, many nights during the long nights of pandemic isolation. And we want to thank Grandmaster Lin very much, and it is my honor to present this special Master of Compassion Award to Grandmaster Chun-Yi Lin. Please give him a hand. Thank you. And he's going to, there you are. I see you now, Grandmaster. Thank you. Please take the floor.
Hello, everyone. So thank you. So, my dear, the committee of the World Congress of Integrative Health, and it is such a great honor to receive this award of the year 2023. I knew Dr. Effie Chow since 1997. After we met, actually on the phone, gradually we became good friends. And then through all these years working with Dr. Effie Chow, I found out that and recognized she was such a great, extraordinary teacher and master of Qigong and Tai Chi and healthcare provider. And she worked on this purpose, helping the world to recognize the true unique value of Qigong and Tai Chi in integrative health, and she worked on this purpose to the last breath of her life. And even at the last day, when I worked with her, she was still talking about how to work together and with all the teachers in the world to bring Qigong and Tai Chi to every corner of the world. And I was so touched. So she set up such a great role model for all of us. In Spring Forest Qigong, our mission is a healer in every home and a world without pain and suffering. So all the teachers, practitioners in Spring Forest Qigong, including myself, are willing to work with all of you, all the teachers and masters, practitioners, to help the world to recognize the unique value of Qigong and Tai Chi in the healthcare system, in the integrative health. And together, absolutely, I believe we can bring this gift to all the people in the world to help this world to become a better place for every species of life to enjoy. I can predict in the near future, Qi medicine will become in a major healthcare, working in a major healthcare system helping the people to bring more peace, bring more healing in depth. So I am willing to work with all of you to bring this to every corner in the world. And thank you so very much again, and all of you and the committee, and much love and many, many blessings. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing us, Master Lin. That was wonderful.
Oh, thank you. This is my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's just about lunchtime. We've had quite a morning of all kinds of activities. And if, you know, in keeping with Dr. Chow, how about we all get up and do a couple of stretches? She had a couple of favorites that I'll lead you in right now. The first is called Heavenly Stretch. And we turn out our palms, bring the shoulders back, and bring up the arms, like you're compressing the chi between your arms. Bring your long points together and press up the sky. Stretching up. Up, bring your shoulders way up around your ears as best you can, and then up on your toes. Let the shoulders come down. Can you feel your scapula go up and down, up and down? You want that to be able to move. And then separate the hands, pushing out. Here we have this moment, you'll hear about from Dr. Shin Lin, this moment of tension, and then the release. It's the most powerful. And then settle the chi. Again, let's do it one time, compressing the chi. So using effort and relaxation. Pressing up the sky, up on the toes, let the shoulders come down. And release. Okay, next. Thank you. Next, we will do the hip rotation. She loved this one. Okay, rubbing the hands together, activate the chi, and you're going to step out with your left foot, and if your hands go back here, over your kidneys. Your Lagong point is sending energy to your kidneys, and opening up the chest. Okay. So shift your hips to the left, and we're going to roll around to the front, to the right, and back. That's one. Keeping your upper body straight, so you need to bend your knees. Two, don't move the upper body. Getting full rotation. Three, breathing in and out. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and reverse. 1, 2. You give yourself a nice internal massage at the same time that you're strengthening your legs, stretching your tendons and ligaments. Let's call this 8, 9, and 10. And one more, actually, one that I found, people tell me about this all the time. It's so simple, but powerful. And that's the head and eye rotation. So, standing up straight with your silver thread, breathing in, rotate the head only to the right, to the point of resistance. When you reach that point of resistance, stretch up, and turn some more. And one more time, stretch up and turn some more. See if you can see behind you. Dr. Chow would say, "Oh, I'm looking for your left shoulder. See if you can see your left shoulder." That's a joke. And coming back to the center. Dr. Chow was a very funny person, the funnest person I ever knew. And breathing in to the left. to the point of resistance, stretch, tuck your chin, stretch up back. Occiput, very powerful points back here. This is your master center. And stretch up and turn some more. And slowly bring it back to center. I had a neighbor. I was teaching once a week in my neighborhood. And she came one time and did that exercise, and she said it fixed her neck. She never came back. So she worked at home. So anyway, it's a very, these are very simple, powerful exercises. And so I think it'd be good for us to take a lunch break, a little body break, I heard it called, and I think that's really good. And I'll bring the gong about, what time is it now? About 12:15, and we're going to come back and we're going to have a live session talking about Dr. Chow, because you know Dr. Chow was a policymaker, she was an academic, she was a researcher, and what a lot of people don't know is she was the most exquisite healer. And you're going to hear some of that. Okay, thank you. Enjoy. Hello, folks. The yellow tablecloths are set up for dinner. So those tables are for later. Don't use the silverware. That's for dinner. Or you can eat with your hands at dinner. What can I say? Just kidding.
check. And if anyone here live has anything to say, any memories to say about Dr. Effie Chow, please line up on the stage here, stage right. If anyone has any memories of Dr. Effie Chow they'd like to share in the next segment, please line up and meet us by the side of the stage. Thank you. And if you can hear me on Zoom, please raise your hand in the Zoom if you have anything to say about memories or fond memories of Dr. Effie Chow. We'll resume program in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
This mic to do a quick interview. Is that on? Okay, thank you. So, sir, I think you need to be in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, now we're on site at the 23rd World Congress. We have a group of very young and energetic high schoolers and also college students. Now let's find out what they're contributing to the community health, especially cancer treatments. Could you introduce to us about your group and what do you do?
Yes. Thank you, Feng. So I want to introduce Avanti and Sajita from DCS team to speak about the current project. And next year, team leads to quickly talk about 10 seconds, okay? All of next team leads. So I'm giving it to Avanti, Stanford.
Hello. Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Avanti. I'm a second-year student at Stanford University studying human biology. And so despite the fact that that's my major, when this project started, I feel like I didn't even know how to read a medical paper. But now we're studying cancer. And that seems like a crazy thing for kids to do. But I'd first like to just start with some thanks for Dr. Amy Matecki, as well as, of course, Krishna Uncle and others who have supported us and made it so that kids at our age can be studying something like cancer in the first place. And so our current project right now, at least for my team, surrounds urological cancer, but all of the teams here are studying various aspects in terms of neurological and also physical forms of cancer. We started by just researching what different cancers involve, what are the symptoms and what are the other treatments that we can provide, and not necessarily even treat, but what are the symptoms that cancer patients have that affect their quality of life. So in that way, you could say that this group of kids is actually trying to figure out a way for people with cancer to have a better life, especially because right now, with our current modern medicine that tends to reject some Eastern forms of medicine and other ideas, our cancer patients aren't getting, and they're not being seen and heard in the way they should be. And so most of our types of research right now revolve symptoms like fatigue and dizziness, etc., that cancer patients' chemotherapy can sometimes cause, but certainly can't treat. And so through studying acupuncture, we found different ways that we could help those people, and it's been a super exciting process. I'd now like to pass it off to Sajida to talk about our group's research.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Sajida Yagub. I'm a second year at Stanford as well, studying bioengineering. First of all, thank you to the team, to the doctors for everything, for all the support. I came onto this project not knowing anything about medical research, not knowing how to read a paper, and I learned so much throughout the time that I spent with them. So our project, like Avanti said, we focused on acupuncture and its uses for healing and lessening the symptoms of different cancers, different urological cancers. And basically through this work, I feel like our team we learned more about the Eastern medicine, and we're trying to bring it to the forefront of the research that's been happening right now. Yeah, and I guess I'm not sure what else to say, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing about your experience. What a remarkable way, Mary, to get young children and schoolers to be involved not only learning, but be part of the medical research. How did you do that?
Well, I learned from the masters. Actually, I want to especially thank Dr. Alex Feng and Dr. Charlene Osler, who is there in the back, was busy. But they have contributed and tremendously work with a young, bright mind who is willing to use their spare time to learn something different, to challenge themselves. And we learned a lot from them through this process too. And I know Krishna was very shy. I have to say this is 3 years ago in pandemic time in 2020, when the world is everything's put on pause. Our own clinic is closed. And at that time, I was a volunteer with a state project. But in the same time, Krishna actually talked to me, said, I have all the group of the high school students. Can we do something like that? And I thought at that time we were doing Chinese herbs, for COVID. I said, is there anything to do with the Ayurveda medicine to help with the COVID? And that's where the idea come out. Someone have to go do the research paper or to find out. So this is where the team was built. And I was really amazed about how they work together from different high schools. And also how the technology, because you have to design, how do you search the paper? We will show them what kind of paper will be, show the validity, how would it be more accepted by Western medicine world. And this is how the journey started. And fast forward 4 years later, and this term we have 36 students enrolled. 47, excuse me. So it just continued growing, and we did all this is online, and then we meet periodically 2-3 times a year. And this is one time I look at their posters, they put it together. It's just remarkable. It's not about how much they understand the science. Actually, they do know a lot after their review papers, but it's the process. They know how to work together from different high schoolers, and also their leadership skills. I believe in the beginning we have to force them to present, who they are, what they do, just being put in the uncomfortable position. Till this day, I'm still having trouble with the presentation, you can tell. But I'm learning a lot from this young, bold students, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate, and thank you, Rose, for doing the great work. And I'm sure Dr. Effie Chow is up there smiling at us. Thank you.
Well, truly, it's a remarkable work to get not only the youngsters, our community involved to improve our health. Because in order to improve the global health, we have to start with each individual and each community. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
One big applause for Dr. Matecki and the whole team. So I would request, this next year team's leads here to come forward and just quickly talk about, they haven't finalized the topic yet, but we want to congratulate them, to stepping forward. I want to start with...
Hi everyone, my name is Sreya Komati and I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. And like Avanti and Sajda said, I was also on the urological cancer team, and this was my first time ever participating in something of this scale. And honestly, I had known almost nothing about integrative medicine, but obviously under my team's research, under Dr. Matecki, Dr. Osler, and Uncle's care, we were able to really put together something that honestly surprised me too. It definitely wasn't something that I thought I was capable of maybe just a year ago, but seeing how far I've come, this program has really helped me grow and develop both scientifically and in my medical knowledge and also in my leadership skills. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Geetika Tamana, and I am a senior at Pleasant Grove High School. And when I joined this project last year, I was part of the colon cancer team. So our team examined the impact of acupuncture in mitigating side effects of colon cancer patients. And going into this project, I had no background in acupuncture or medical research articles. So I was able to learn a lot about how to structure one and just examine them in general. And that's translated a lot into my experience in school too, and my extracurriculars, as I have to do analytical research for a lot of them. And so I've learned a lot through this process. And so thank you to ICIM and Krishna Uncle for giving me this opportunity to expand my knowledge.
Hello everyone, my name is Deepthi Nagubandi. I am a junior at Western Sierra Collegiate Academy, and this is my third year going into this project. My first year I researched how acupuncture could help with the side effects of chemotherapy, and this year I researched how it could help with the side effects of chemotherapy for colon cancer patients specifically. And I learned a lot through this process. This was my first time being a lead for the group, so I learned leadership skills, public speaking skills. Like when I first joined this project, I would have never come up here and talked in front of a bunch of people, but now I feel more confident doing that. And I also feel a lot more confident managing a group of people and making sure everyone is held accountable, but also making sure that they're all able to do things and, you know, grow and learn throughout the process. So thank you, Krishna Uncle and the doctors, for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Shreya Kapada. I'm a junior at Vista Del Lago High School in Folsom. This is gonna be my third year doing this project, and last year I was also on the colon cancer team. And as they explained, we researched the effects of mitigating side effects of chemotherapy on colon cancer patients, and it was a really interesting process for me, especially because I feel like the first year I did it, I was really shy and I would never speak up. And I feel like last year everyone made me like speak up and do my part and like really be a part of it, and it made me feel more involved and more like just better in general. And it also helped me expand my research skills, especially because before this I never knew how to do any of this research paper kind of stuff, and I feel like this really helped me. So thank you, doctors and Krishna Uncle, for giving me this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Kriti Padaturu, and this is my third year doing this project. So the first year I researched acupuncture and PTSD, and this year I'm on the lung cancer team. And like many people have said, I didn't know how to write a research paper before all of this. I was shy, I didn't want to speak up. But through these years of experience, not only have I learned how to write a research paper, but I've also made connections with new people, and I hope to help other people get more research opportunities like this and gain a voice and learn how to speak up in front of people instead of shying away from these opportunities. And I'd also like to thank Krishna Uncle and the doctors for this opportunity.
Well, let's give them, all of them, actually a big round of applause. Isn't that impressive? And typically you do not see young students, especially high schoolers, and to be involved at a medical conference. But here you are, not only they're part of the team and they're part of the research. So how does this happen?
Well, like what you said, and thank you, for support us. I want to see this process, students' participation, Krishna support, and also I know there's a lot of parents and has been bigger part of it, so come on in, don't be shy. They're always in the background to support. I want to see how we look integrative medicine. When the students do this project, they went in with the acupuncture for reasons. First Ayurveda, Chinese herbal medicine, Ayurveda, and then acupuncture. And also through this process, even with our students, high school graduate now in the Stanford, in the mainstream healthcare system. But because of their open mind and the skills that they have learned through this process with the parents' support, for patients with a colon cancer, for example, you don't just wait, not do the Western or conventional therapy. And through this process, they will say, oh, you read the paper, patients have a surgical resection. Also, they have chemotherapy. But in the meantime, you see the articles showed with acupuncture, with the nutrition, with the exercise, Qigong, Tai Chi, all those yoga, and all those programs together, meditation, and also family support, this a whole entire process. And when they read those articles, they learned, they said, oh, now we got it. This is an integrative medicine. So like Rose said, this is a community work, and I really want to give big applause to all the parents here for your support through this past 4 years. I know you guys was on the virtual event all the time. We all learned the technology, it's not that easy, but all of this students, and we will have more next year. We started really just an idea, few students, and then now we expand to 47, many high schools, and also we continue. We have a UC Berkeley students, Isha. Yeah, she's a continue, will be volunteer at the local hospitals. So what do? We want to give it back to the society. So volunteer where you are, just try to build this community. And thank you, Rose, for letting us do this. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and every one of you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everybody. We're going to come. That was so wonderful to see the young people, the next generation, the next generation coming up and taking an interest in this human technology. It's wonderful. All right, so we are going to now get up, and I'd like people to come up who'd like to share about Dr. Chow. I also have a couple awards to give out. So please, bring a chair if you want to come up. Vince, do you have anything you'd like to say about Dr. Chow? Yes, well then come on up, okay? This is, we have a program happening now. Come on up, bring a chair if you want to bring a chair. Who else is out there? Issa, Nadia, John Kyle, Kay, Mary Zelmer. So, Ted, come on up. We're going to talk about Dr. Effie Chow. Mostly this session will be talking about her as a healer because, as I said, most people aren't that aware. She was famous for her instantaneous healings. She was famous for where all else had failed. People had given up hope of ever finding a solution to their problem. And that's where Dr. Chow would come in. I know there was one time this poor young woman in New York, Dr. Chow was flown out to New York. They couldn't get her fever down. They had her on beds of ice, and it was very grim. Dr. Chow walked into the room, and her temperature dropped with just the master entering the room. So that's a kind of chi that she deployed with love, with sheer love. But anyway, first I do want to give these awards. This is a Miracle Client of the Year award that goes to Isabel Zayas. Issa Zayas, we call her. And I'd like to present this award to her. Issa, the Miracle Client of the Year, and you will hear her story. I'd like her to share a few words, but you will hear her story tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You want to say something? Accept the award?
Oh, I'm very grateful and honored to receive this award. I've known Dr. Chow since 2004, and it's because of her that this kind of an award would even be possible. She made my life possible. And so thank you so much for honoring this today.
Thank you, Isa. Let's give her a hand. Miracle client. And there is another miracle client, because Dr. Chow was a miracle healer. It's my husband, John Kyle, is a miracle client of the year. John Kyle. And so it's not just a miracle for him, but it's a miracle for me too, because I thought I was going to be a widow, and now we're looking at amazing years together, and we're going to live it up, I tell you. So Dr. John, I present you the Miracle Client of the Year Award.
Well, thank you very much. As Ann said, Dr. Chow was a great healer. I met her first when I was suffering from hepatitis C, when there was no real cure. And through her help and working Chow Qigong, I was eventually able to clear that. Many years later, cancer also knocked at my door. And once again, Dr. Chow was very instrumental with Chow Qigong, with treatments, with acupuncture, and just teaching me how to get past cancer, which I didn't know how to do. So I want to actually underline the fact that Dr. Chow was many great things, but let's never forget she was a very, very great healer too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, John. I'll just tell you about a couple of instant healings I had. I don't think I've ever shared this story. One time, I worked in a retirement community. They always had the heat up, and I was in those middle years. And so I was walking around like this all the time. I said, I can't stand these hot flashes anymore. She goes, well, don't have them. And that was it. I never had another hot flash in my life. Just don't have one then. So, and the other one was I couldn't walk due to sciatic pain. It was like all the way to my foot. And I was hobbling around, and I wasn't going to be able to go to work. And I went over there to Dr. Chow's house because I was lucky enough to live nearby her. And we did 20 minutes of intensive breathing, which I'd be happy to show you sometime. And I was perfectly comfortable, and that was probably 12 years ago. So that was it. Those were instant healings. Okay, who wants to come up next and say something? Vincent Nielsen. Wow, we remember him when he was just a little boy. Wait. At some point?
I was.
You were? Okay, good. Here you go, Vincent.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Chow was a really nice and kind person.
Hold it up.
All right. And we both liked each other a lot, and she helped me out a lot, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Chow. Love you.
Oh, that was so sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. It's really great that you're here. Yeah, and your dad's here too. Matt, did you want to say something? Here's the dad, Matt. We first met you at a World Congress, right, Matt?
Yes, you did. I think that's right, at the World Congress. Anyway, hello? Oh, okay. You just got to get it real close. Wow, that's a little too close for me. But anyway, yeah, I did a lot of work with Dr. Chow early on. It was really interesting. I met a woman while at an event with her, and it was really a promotional kind of thing. But anyway, promoted the relationship. But it was really interesting. I would go up to Dr. Chow's home and visit, and there was classes up there and events, and just the energy in the home was so tremendous. It was unbelievable. Transformational healing, just wonderful. I did her Qigong, a huge healing through the Qigong. And another thing I wanted to say is, after I got in a motorcycle accident, she rehabilitated my leg, and I was able to walk again. And I wish she was still here, because I had another surgery on the leg, and it's bothering me now. And I know Dr. Chow would be able to help me. But anyway, and then she was such a tremendous supporter of my son. And my son needed her support, her influence. It was very transformational for him. And I just really appreciate her. She was a tremendous supporter, tremendous healer, and just promoted a lot of Qi, healing, and love, and I appreciate her. Thank you, Dr. Chow.
Thanks, Matt. You're really right about her house. Oh my gosh, the house was full of Qi. I remember walking in there the first time, the same thing. It's like, wow, at a kaleidoscope and palpable. Okay, next, Isa.
My name is Isabel, and as Anne mentioned earlier, I am going to be talking tomorrow at 5 p.m., so I will share my story then. But as a highlight, Dr. Chow helped me through healing stage 4 cancer. And, well, it was a many complications, many sidetracks, many detours along my healing journey. But the one constant and steady was Dr. Chow. I would see her once, twice, 3 times a week, sometimes for hours and hours. And I think I can't even begin to explain what kind of a person she is and was for me. She was like a second mother. And sometimes I would come over and I'd be crying and she would just hold me. Other times we would just be laughing. And, you know, I don't know how many times I showed up at her house not breathing properly. And she told me that I was a terrible breather. And I said, well, that's kind of funny. I've been doing it all my life. And she would sit me in a chair in front of her and show me how to breathe in and out. And with her fist, you know, extend and constrict and extend. And she would, you know, have me do it as intensely as I could. And then if I wasn't doing it as strong as she knew I could, she would punch me in the stomach. And I said, Dr. Chow, do you realize that you are punching a cancer patient? And then the two of us just laughed and laughed and laughed. I mean, she was hysterical. She was very funny. And part of her healing was exactly that, laughter and her 3 belly aching laughs a day. And it was really the therapeutic aspect of working with her. But I will, in terms of Qi emission healing, there were numerous times that she did Qi emission healings on me. And in one particular instance, I had been turned away from chemotherapy because my white blood cell count was too low. And that happened numerous times. So I went directly over to her and we did some Qi emission healing, which is when the healer moderates Qi healing energy. And by the weekend come, I went back on Monday and I had increased my white blood cell count. And I was, well enough to receive treatment. And that was over the course of just a weekend. And that was pretty unheard of and pretty fascinating. I mean, it was a very, very long journey, almost a decade. And so I have a bajillion stories that I could share. And I will share some more tomorrow. Thank you.
I just want to ask you one question, Isa. Did you two sing together?
No, I don't.
Oh, that wasn't you singing. Okay, thank you for that. There was another person, Kathy, who had stage 4 cancer, who was a client around the same time. Is that right? They did a lot of singing together.
Kathy was someone who I met early on because she had healed pervasive cancer. And so she was one of my bright stars to actually meet in flesh and blood someone who had healed a cancer that she had been sent home. She had been sent home for hospice, essentially, and to meet someone live in the flesh and blood that was completely cancer-free and was doing Chow Qigong, the whole Chow Qigong system. She served as a major beacon of hope for me. And so I wish she was here with us today.
Yes, Kathy. Yeah, thank you, Isa. Yes, so there was she was at Stanford, and Kathy was the only person in her support group that survived with that pervasive cancer. Okay, next, Mary Zelmer from Minnesota. We're so excited to have her here with us, Mary.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to this wonderful event. I have not worked directly with Dr. Chow, but in 3 of her 1-hour classes that I was a student in, I saw a couple let go of grief that they'd been holding for 30 years. I saw a woman who had MS walk for the first time in a long time. And I saw a woman who'd had 3 car accidents and was going to go home and commit suicide, touch her toes for the first time, and smile. So I feel so grateful for being able to be part of these events, because Dr. Chow admitted chi in classes too. So she'd be working with someone else, but you'd also get health and healing also. And I just cannot tell you how many beautiful things she has brought into my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Aloha. Hey, you guys in the back here. So, aloha. Yay. So I'm one of the unhealable people that Dr. Chow worked with. So, and with that, she taught me to use the tools that she taught us, where I've had metastatic aggressive cancer. I've been paralyzed, and with the tools she taught us, I'm okay. Yeah. And the other thing is that I met her, can you hear? I met her when my baby was in diapers. He was born in 1991. And she helped me through a marriage that was falling apart way back then. The way Dr. Chow does, you know, she just talks and talks and talks with you, and you cry and cry and cry, and she, yeah. And then we hosted 2 100-hour courses with her, and also a huge, like 800 people came. And one of the people we trained in Qigong together, and he's just a, like, what do you call him? One of those cruise ship cooks? Yeah, a cruise ship chef. With the Chow Qigong, he had miracles in his class. So, what else? We've seen, so many miracles. You can look at my website. We've had, oh my God, you know, cancer gone, chronic pain gone, marriages healed, it just goes on and on. And so what here? How do we get people to pay attention? So with deep gratitude, we're deeply honored to be sharing here some of the things that she taught us. And I think that might be it for now. Yeah? It's enough? Yeah. Yeah. So thank you. What? Here.
Thank you, Nadia. Yeah. Sonia's next.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got one more thing to say. Okay, you want to say one more thing?
You go first, and I'll do it again.
No, come here together and say. So, I'm going to say sepos instead of aloha.
we are really missing her today, but I see her spirit is everywhere, and happy spirit. I would talk about as she was a great mentor for me. I could see she was always her, no matter if you were her student or you were her patient, but just you were interested in Qi and Qigong. And one of the biggest things she helped me to do was in year 2016, it was a congress in Italy. And then it was very hard from Iran to bring the women to that conference. And it was a miracle. That was my student, Qigong student. And so a lot of paperwork with Rome, Iran, US, San Francisco, to bring many women for the first time. And she also had a beautiful thank to have me as a teacher of the word. So, and also what happened in this mentoring, I put a project to do the healing project, lifestyle, creation, creative skill, the schools after the program of the schools. So now I'm doing that project in many countries, especially in Iran, and also I've done in India, I've done in Paris. So spreading the word of Qigong all over the world is one of our passion. We have to do it because this integrative complementary medicine and medical Qigong has to be heard everywhere. It's not only for China or US. This is coming from the Silk Road. This is 5,000 years of history of health and healing and happiness. So we have to spread that like a Wall Street Journal. It was a Wall Street, what we have right now as an economy, that was happening in the in a Silk Road, which was called the Spice Road that time. So, and I see the wisdom of medical Qigong is coming from the Silk Road. It belongs to many, many historical culture, including Roman Empire, Persian Empire, and Greek Empire. So we have to bring the different culture to celebrate this this medical Qigong. And Wushu Federation right now in the world, they are trying very intense in spreading the word of Qi and then the science of the Qi to the schools, especially on children, on preventative medicine program. God bless her soul, and she always loved me to read about Rumi poem for her. So we were going for dinner, and I was reading the Attar, Rumi's master, with the 7 Valleys of Love and her poems. God bless you all, and thank you for sharing.
Very nicely said. I love to speak about Effie, but I'll be short. I met Effie before a Congress started, and I was amazed that the woman running the conference would talk to me. But she's just so gregarious. And so through Effie, I've met a network of friends and colleagues. She is a magnet for pulling people together. And these are people who have heart, who are really loving and quite amazing, accomplished people. So my story is that one of my friends and colleagues is losing her vision. And it was a question whether or not she would drive from macular degeneration. So it took her only one time to Effie, and within 2 hours, what Effie did was she had her stand up straight because that would generate the energy of the body. If you get the lungs full, get the blood flow back to the heart. And then she cleared all of her blocks, the meridians, and then she had her lay belly up and put her healing chi hands, energy hands, over the eyes. And my colleague said within that 2-hour block, she increased her vision 25%, which is amazing. So I think that Effie healed so many people, so many different conditions. She's the real McCoy. Thank you, Effie. We love you. And we love that you enabled us to meet each other and work together towards bettering this world.
Next, we have Kay, who has a very, very long history with Dr. Chow, and I'm going to bring the microphone down to her here.
Well, all these stories are so wonderful. They're kind of making me terribly sad. But Effie was a true friend and like a sister. That's what she often called me. And I'd like to talk about her older sister, Vi. Vi was such a wonderful, everyday friend. I think they called each other every day. And I'm sorry, Vi can't be here to hear all these wonderful, wonderful words spoken to and about Effie, because she's listening. But what I wanted to say, Effie was global and universal. She wasn't just in California. She wasn't just in the United States. She was everywhere, and her vision was for everyone. And she really, really wanted to have peace, and she loved children. She always was going to have children be the bearer of our peace, and that may come to be. These children today, they're not children, these young adults today have been amazing, just amazing. I think that instructor did a wonderful job, wonderful idea. But what Effie did for me, for nurse practitioners, which we really can't do without these days, they were patterned under the Alaska Public Health nurses out in the bush, Alaska, because they would go every month, and they had standing orders from doctors, and maybe the doctors would get on the wire with them, because the doctors couldn't get out to the bush, so the nurses did it with their dog sleds and everything else. Well, Effie was the first person to decide that the nurse practitioners needed continuing education. And for any professional occupation, continuing education is terribly important. For some of us, it is to get a license. But Effie was always thinking of somebody else. And she's a hero.
Thank you, Kay. You had me crying. That was so beautiful. It's such a long relationship. And I'd like to take this opportunity after you wipe your eyes. She was. Kay Louden-Para, it's my honor to present you with a Lifetime Achievement Award for Public Health. That's what she was talking about. Her and Dr. Chow were both public health nurses, and they went through. They were the wonderful wild women, wild woolly women, was it? The public health nurses all on up and down the West Coast. They were quite a. Do you want to talk about that a minute? Yeah, your public health, yes.
Well, if you've ever been to a child's birthday party, it's really nice. Everybody brings a gift, and you have a big bag, and you fill up, and it's really fun. Well, we started this was retiring, and I was still employed at that time. But we continued until about 5 years ago, and so many of our lives have changed and whatnot that we haven't been getting together. But we started with 25 people, and they were really from Region 10, which is Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Although we had a lot of East Coast people join us too, that were federal people. And we'd go, and that would be the big thing, is to bring our gifts. And then we'd have one lovely weekend usually, and then dinner. The thing that was interesting is that the last time we did it, Effie hosted us, and we were hosted San Francisco, and our group had gotten a little smaller. I think we were about maybe 13 or 14 then. We had some people drop off. It was we had a wonderful time, and Effie was a great hostess, and she and I were both on our walkers, but we were just walking all over town. But it was fun. Yeah.
Thank you, Kay. You bring such a great perspective to Dr. Chow. Who's next? Cynthia? Yeah, Cynthia Huertas is in the house.
Hi, everybody. I didn't know Dr. Chow very long, but we met in 2019. I had been to a health and wellness conference, and I was sent to meet her to learn about this device she had in her home called an EES system. What I didn't know at the time was it wasn't calibrated, so it wasn't up and running, and I actually went there to interview her, and being the consummate opportunist that she was, she interviewed me and kind of looped me into the organization to help her and be her assistant for a bit. Gosh, it was one of the most profound experiences of my life, I have to say. I learned so much. I got to go with her to rehabilitation centers and watch her do miraculous healings on stroke victims. I helped her in her office. I got to hear lots of her miraculous healing stories. And I used things that I learned from her every day. I did a workshop at a conference last week, and the first thing I came out with was the power of the word that Effie very tangibly taught me, because here I was working with her in her office, and I said, "Okay, Dr. Chow, no problem. Okay, Dr. Chow, no problem." After the third or fourth time, she said, "Stop it." And I said, "What?" She said, "Problem. Don't you understand when you say problem, it's a problem for you, it's a problem for me. Be mindful of your words." And she tangibly taught me how the word problem weakened my energy and hers. And she taught me how the word love or any other positive word strengthened it. And I think that's so important. It's one of the most important lessons I've ever learned in my life. We all hear that words are spells and that words are important, but she really, really helped me get that lesson, and that was priceless. The other lesson, well, there's other things I did. The other thing I did was with the eyes. She has this great Qigong technique where you work with your eyes, and first you have them look at a piece of paper, and you work around the eyes, and then you have them look at the piece of paper, and it's just miraculous. I saw her have someone who was completely paralyzed on their left side move, and she taught me how to do that. It was just amazing. She was so incredible, and what a loss. She was a futurist. She was always thinking ahead, always planning for tomorrow, and she loved children, as she was saying, and when she found out I had a special needs child, she wanted me to bring her there. So I can't say enough prayers of good praise or good things about Dr. Chow. She was a miracle worker, an angel in my life. My time with her was an honor and a privilege, and I wish it had extended beyond the time it did. I wish I had the foresight to understand what she was, a lot of things she was trying to show me and teach me and get me to do for her that I was resisting. Now I'm going, God, what a dummy. Why didn't I just go in full force? But I think the world's a better place because of her, and to honor her legacy, I think we all need to be mindful of the lessons she taught us and her example. So, thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. You know, thank you for bringing up that positive mental action, mental attitude, speech, and action. It changed my life. I think that the one thing that really made all the difference was when I cleaned up my language. And I encourage you all to give it a try. All right, Anita Marshall. Are we on the stage or up? Where are we?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anita Marshall, and I have known Dr. Effie Chow for many years. She's a dear friend, a big sister to me, and a good mentor. She has influenced my life so profoundly, and through her, I have met a tremendous community. Like here, she is a great connector, and like Cynthia, she is so positive. She's the most positive person that I've known, and encouraged me to be positive. Sometimes talking to wee hours, because both we would work on projects, and I would be helping her translate articles for her to publish. And she would say, Anita, stop. Look what you're saying. You're negative. Can you say 3 things that are positive today? So I have to stop and think and say, yes, she was so right, because I am involved in my own work, and I did not realize what language is powerful, that if you tell yourself 100 times you're stupid, you're really going to think you're stupid. So we got to correct that. We got to say, I'm stupid. She told me to get up in the morning and look at the mirror and look at, hey, beautiful, we're going to have a great day. So this is something that I have learned from her, to be positive. And she's been a really dear friend with the thick thins throughout her illness, and she knew that I was a pharmacist, so I've helped her a lot with her drug interactions when she was in a hospital, and that has helped save her life, and I'm very grateful for that I had this opportunity to help her in return to all the things that she's done for everybody. And it was a humble experience in return something for her. And we really do. Effie, I know you're here with us, smiling there, waving at us. We carry out this 23rd World Congress through Charlene's and everybody's hard work. We're here, Effie. We're here, and we're singing your and carrying on your possible dream. And we're going to turn this. Yes, this is a possible dream, Effie. We are dreaming the possible dream for you. Thank you.
The possible dream. I love that. Thank you, Anita. Ted, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Ted Blickwadel. I'm a retired Marine and combat veteran. I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Chow about 4.5 years ago at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Conference in Washington, D.C., and was absolutely awestruck by her. The one thing I remember is when she got up to do a demonstration, a Qi demonstration, which was unbelievable, getting 8 very big men on stage, lined up, like dominoes, and just with chi energy, just got them all to move to the point where they literally were falling all over each other and almost fell over. And I'm thinking, who is this woman? I mean, I couldn't believe it. Her energy, as many of you said, so positive. Had the privilege of being a student of hers out here in San Francisco 4 years ago, which was an incredible experience with the things we learned in being able to use Qigong for healing, the things that you've all shared. I don't need to go into that again, but just the incredible stories of healing and just witnessing some of the things that she was able to do for people. Just an incredible, indomitable spirit. And with everything that she was going through, as most of you are aware of, between her hip injury and her other medical conditions, I don't know how she lasted as long as she did, which certainly is a model for the rest of us, an inspiration how to be able to move forward in a very positive, constructive, loving way, even in spite of great adversity which she faced, and that's something that I also take away. It was just a great privilege knowing her, and she was also inspirational to me in doing things with my advocacy efforts over the last 5 years and things I've been involved in, and helped spur me along, even to the point of encouraging me to write a book, which I thought, no, this is not something I'm ever going to do, and I ended up doing it and had a lot of support from her in that way, as many as you have in endeavors that you have pursued. So all I can say is, Effie, we all love you. I know you're looking down on us, smiling on us, and we're smiling back at you and just offering up our gratitude for how you've impacted our lives. And thank you, Effie.
Thank you, Ted. You brought up something really important, which is, Qigong is more than some exercises. The exercises are just the beginning. Qigong is a way of life. Qigong is writing a book, right? Qigong is taking a stand. Qigong is making a difference. And it's something that is 24/7. Dr. Chow really liked me to tell my healing story because it's a little bit different. It's sort of global. It's because when I went to see Dr. Chow for back pain, she didn't ask me about my back. She says, "What's going on with your life?" And I really didn't want to tell her. I just thought, hey, I just would like you to help me feel better. But anyway, I told her that my husband had hepatitis C, and he'd had 3 failed trials of interferon, and he was desperate and hopeless, and I was going to be a widow, and that both my parents, who were divorced, had dementia, and they were living separately, and I was dealing with both of them. And I was white-knuckling my way through my life in all these different ways. My father and I had been, we had been not talking to each other since I was like about 13, and anyway, something just changed. She said, you have to accept what is before anything can change. It's just like that. I didn't make any changes in my life. I didn't make any plans. I didn't say, oh, I'm going to do this or that. All of a sudden, this healing. Oh, my mother was estranged from her twin sister, and they weren't talking. And for 25 years. Anyway, by the time it's still happening. Everything in my life, in my personal life, in my family life, in the circle of my life, everything healed, and my husband healed. And so this was a very global healing, and that's the power of Qigong to transform a person, a family, a community, and a world. So that's my story. Nadia.
Thank you, Anne. I was going to open with Qigong is a way of life. Oh. We're channeling the same stuff. Effie's here. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Fudge here. Hello. It's hard to talk about Effie without crying. she helped me get out of my first marriage. I owe my second husband to her. I mean, it was at the Congress of Qigong where, Effie saw in him something she saw beyond what other people would see. And the love she gave him and the way she treated him, he became a man, that he became the man he was meant to be. Yeah, I did sing with her. We will post it. We sang The Impossible Dream. And, you've heard a lot of miracles that Effie did. I guess one that happened in our office, which was pretty impressive, was the CP kid. Documented CP. One session with Effie, and a week later, he could move his head, he could roll, and he started running with his little thing. That's pretty big. Yeah. The most moving story I've got with Effie is that I had the privilege of spending time with her when she got sick the first time. And the tears are good, okay? The tears are, don't feel bad for me. This is good. It's called chi purification. We let the chi in, then it cracks your heart open, and you, or other things too, or WTF. So, when she got really sick and was on a cane and couldn't walk and could barely talk, I had the honor of taking her a float. So any float chi family out in the world there, yay! So, Effie couldn't swim. She did not like the float. But we had a whole hour in there, and we played. We played, meaning, Effie's going, how much more time is there? I go, Effie, just, here, I'll do the stand. I'll do the standing. Effie, you can't do that. I go, yes, I can. So I did the standing meditation for an hour in the float center, in the float thing. And as much pain as she was in, and as much as her life had totally fallen apart, being ill, out in the waiting room, she took care of the people in the waiting room. She just, so that's Effie and Dr. Chow. So Effie not only was this amazing miracle healer, but the stuff that she taught us, we had a second grader doing miracle healings just with the stuff she taught us. It's a funny story, actually. He called me and said, I want to be like you and whoever your teacher is. I want to do that. And his father was actually a cardiologist and a president of medical society. I went, no, you got it. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So I wish the kids back there would pay attention, but Effie would go there. So it's okay. So it's an honor to be here. Very grateful for what Effie gave us. And as Anne said, it's a way of life. That with the kind of chi Effie taught us, the tsunami in Hawaii with Fukushima, with anchoring that energy in, there were gazillion miracles just in that community. Where the warring sides had never gotten together, but to bring the house that fell in the bay out of the bay with the chi, it was just like bees. Also for the conference, so what? I'm obviously an Effie chi devotee of enthusiast. And then to close it, Effie taught that the most important thing is love. Keep loving no matter what. No matter what. Keep loving. And she also wouldn't want us just eulogizing her. She wanted us to get out there doing the work. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. And what would Effie say? Effie might say, it's time to move on there. So, yeah. That's what we're doing. Yeah. So, aloha? Yes. So aloha, and then 1, 2, 3. Oh. Everyone join in. Back people too. 1, 2, 3.
That's it. We don't have the range she had. Dr. Chow would hit the notes up in the sky. Oh! No. Anyway, we're just being silly now. Thank you all. Up next will be our afternoon session. And let's see. Here we go. This is the afternoon. Modalities for Integrative Health will be next. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Hello? Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Wonderful to see you all back from lunch. We're going to begin the afternoon portion of the program. So, then we are going to talk about modalities for integrative health. And it is my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Michelle Greenwell. She is a movement specialist, and she helps her clients prioritize self-care and body awareness and biofeedback, and she creates a pattern of movement for well-being. And today, she's going to talk with us about a seated form of Tai Chi for proactive self-care and not just reactive health care. And I believe she's going to be on here.
to share in what this presentation is all about. I'm Michelle Greenwell. I'm a specialist in movement for healing the body. I love to do it through dance and Tai Chi. And my presentation today is the seated form of Tai Chi as a proactive self-care approach, not just for reactive health recovery. And that's the way we've typically been exploring it. All right. So a little bit about me, my background, also the organizations that I work with, and I'm coming to you from Unama'ki, home of the Mi'kma'ki and Maliseet people in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. My resources are here. Linktree is the best way to find out all of the details you want to know about me, and you can also use that QR code. So let's get to goals and objectives. So we want to today experience body awareness of stress signals, identify daily health challenges while we work, or maybe while we're driving, create movement patterns that integrate into work activities, reevaluate the body awareness and stress release signals. And all of this is because when we're aware of ourselves, we can proactively release stress from our body, our mind, and emotions. So where we're going today, you're going to see me in this small screen at the moment, but then I will turn the PowerPoint off when we get to the exercises. But I just want to lead you through first. So awareness. So just where you're at now, do you have straight posture where you're sitting? Or perhaps maybe you look like the gentleman here on the right-hand side of the PowerPoint. What we do with our body is really, really important to how we feel, how our emotions work, how we make decisions, how we invest in the world, and how we invest in our own self-care. So let's try a couple things. So first off, I just want you to take and pull on the tops of your ears, and I just want you to notice if you shifted where you were sitting. So you might have thought you were sitting straight, you might have thought you had full alignment in the spine, but as soon as we pull on the ears, very often the neck, the computer neck, the driving neck goes forward, pulls up and back. All right, that little awareness can help you determine if you're starting to feel the weight of the world pressing down on you, and then how to be able to lift that, put the space back into the vertebra. So let's look at your breath. Now we know we need a deep breath, but is that what you have at the moment? So take a breath, notice if it's shallow, small, at the top. See if the diaphragm is even moving. See if you've got some expansion in the ribs, maybe a nice deep breath. And you, if you're a Tai Chi person, may be able to just move to that big deep breath, but were you actually using it just before I asked you to do that awareness? Let's look at the neck. So if you turn your head from side to side, notice what it feels like on each side, and just notice if it's equal on both sides. There's a little bit of creaking in there, if there's a little bit of tension in any muscles that show up, and we want that, it should be even and easy to move. So if there's anything else, then we know that there's something we can change here. Let's look at the feet. So if you're seated at the moment, you can stay there or you can stand. We have 9 points of the feet that we talk about in Tai Chi. So we've got the pads of each of the 5 toes. You want those to be equal on the floor, equal across both feet. We have the big ball and the little ball of the foot. Those should have equal pressure. So if you notice that you're rolling in or out on those pieces, then you know that you're a little bit off with what you want. You've got the side of the foot, and then you've got across the heel. So you might notice your weight is kind of coming in, might be a little bit more back into the heels. Goes back into the heels, you'll notice your knees grip. If you go forward into your toes, if you notice that that's where you're holding things, your toes will be trying to grip. That's not where you want to be either. So what we're looking for is the center of the foot, and so we actually end up with the dome, which creates open space in all of our joints. Okay, so you'll be able to evaluate how you're feeling there. So let's go to the spine. So I just want you to turn one way, notice what it feels like, and then turn the other way. And you might notice that some muscles engage. My stomach muscles were going to grip there. And you might notice what it feels like to make the turn. And that's going to help you decide how much space you've given to the spine and how you're going to be feeling throughout your day. Okay, so now I'm going to dive you into a couple concepts. I'm going to show you the PowerPoint, but then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do the exercises and remove the PowerPoint. So the first thing we're going to explore is the breath. So this is about how you're making that deep breath and what happens if we transform the breath. So what I have here is a card from my deck. It's in the cards, and this shows how our emotions, if the metal element, lung and large intestine, are having a challenge, then the emotions of guilt, grief, and regret can actually bog things down. That's those monkey thoughts that keep going over. I would have, I should have, I could have, why didn't they? And then when everything is functioning, you have enthusiasm and you have letting go, the opportunity to let go of stuff so you can start to receive. So what we're going to do is we're going to explore the breath through seated to standing Danyu. This actually does everything for the whole body, but I'm going to focus on it from the perspective of the breath. And then I'm going to move to foot exercises. And these ones are ones we're going to do seated, and we're going to do them quite slowly. So you can start to feel and get awareness for how the whole body integrates within itself. So the fluid movement of the body is motivated by the connection of the feet to the earth and to the body. And the other thing I want to point out is that foot exercises, there's a connection to the eyes. So the more we work on the feet, the better the eyes get. And that's also a wonderful thing. All right, so I'm going to stop the share here. And I am going to bring up my full screen so you can see all of me. All right, and let's dive in. So the first one I talked about was the seated to standing Danyu. And what I'm going to do is the Danyu actually, which is just arms. So you've got your ankles underneath your knees, and you've got everything in alignment. So if I was to turn this way, you could see that. Okay, I'm just doing it sideways so you can see my arms in a minute. You'll notice I'm not leaning against the back of my chair. I always try to sit with my own support and my own lift for my spine. And I'm just going to take my palms up. I'm just going to lift my arms up and forward, turn them over, and bring them back. And as you do that, you may notice how all of a sudden the pelvis shifts. So when you go forward, you'll notice that you kind of sit up, and then as your hand turns around, you'll notice that you start to sit back and you almost roll back towards the tailbone. That is giving you a softness into the lower back and an adjustment that's going to come through the entire pelvic floor, but also the pelvis in regards to the organs, the fascia, the ligaments, the muscles. All right, so this would be the arms for a seated Danyu, arms only. But what we're going to do is we're going to put it into a 3-part sequence. That's a really good one if people are just starting there or they have limited mobility. So what we're going to do is part 1 is going to go the same action, but forward into your feet. So you go into your feet, turn the hands, come back. And as you go forward into your feet, you're going to push to come back. And when you do that little bit of push into your foot, you'll notice that your tailbone turns to line up with the floor. It's almost like your spine rolls to bring you back. Now this isn't a forced action, it just happens, but it's lovely. So now from the perspective of breathing, we're expanding and contracting through all the ribs. Anterior serratus is part of the muscles linked to the lungs. And so what we're doing is we're supporting that movement as well as the diaphragm. Okay, so that's that piece, part 1. Part 2, we want to get from here to being able to stand. So anybody who can't go to the standing position, just stay seated, no problem. But for those of us that can stand, we're just going to experience that. I'm going to pull my ankles a little bit further back. And then what I'm going to do is, I have more opportunity now to get up off the chair. So this next one is just raise the bum off the chair, and you're just going to glide out to balance on the feet. So you're going to go out, and then you come back. So this is going to go out and back. And you may notice the amount of effort, or what it feels like. And as you do, what we're just going to pay attention to is how that is going to change. Okay, so that's how that goes. Part 3, the hands come up, then the hands turn, and they're going to come down. Okay, and this is going to take us up out of the chair. So we go up, and then we come down. And the hands are going to pull us up, and back down. All right, so we want to put those 3 parts together. So we have into the foot, push back. Glide across and balance. Push back. Rise up. Take the hands down. Relax. So this little sequence here is helping with the breath, and it's getting us to actually slow the breath down, but expand the tissue related to the breath. And that's a wonderful thing for being able to help calm the mind, get rid of the guilt, the regret, the grief that might be holding you back. So now, after you've done all of that, I'm going to do one more time with you. I want you to just notice the amount of effort compared to when we started the exercise. And we're on speed dial today for the presentation. So Just notice what that feels like. And you might have noticed that coordination that came through the whole body that time, that everything wanted to be a part of the movement. That's what we're looking for, whole body movement. Okay, so that's seated to standing Danyu. That is going to help balance breath, but it also is helping to strengthen the legs. It's helping to gain circulation, lymph flow. We're getting all of that movement happening, and whole body movement integration is happening. So let's move to another exercise. This one is for the feet. And if you look at the videos I have in my references, we do it much faster. But what I've discovered is the slower you go, the more you can understand about your body and the awareness. And that's the key piece for today. So what we're going to do is turn the foot slowly one way, and then bring it back. And then turn again. And you're going to notice all of the tissue that is working in order for you to make that turn. You may notice it right into your lower back. And if you can really find awareness, change to the other side. Then you may notice it up into the neck and up into the jaw. And usually we don't talk about that. Checking with your shoulders. See what the shoulders are doing. So just that rotation engages the reciprocals of the body, the other parts of the body, to create that whole body piece. But we are looking at awareness today and noticing, what do we notice when we are moving one part, where else do we notice it? So you can do it with your heel, going the other way. And this one you'll notice the leg turn in, but you'll notice the lower back is going to pull out. And that's going to change the way the pelvis is functioning. So let's go the other side. I want to be able to give you enough that you can feel a difference afterwards. And just with the little bit that we're doing today, just to see the impact. And you can imagine if you take a little bit more time. So now it would be turn the toes in. And if you turn the toes in, you can notice how the whole body is going to come in. Okay, I'm going to turn the other way so you can get a feel for that one. Okay, and then I'm going to take the heel, and it's going to turn in as well. So you can see that. Okay, so you would be doing all of those slow. Then you take them together through the movements. Now here, the other one you were trying to keep your knees in place. Here, you can let it go open, and you can let that whole hip change, and it comes back straight, and you can do the same with the heels. But you can do it together. I also recommend doing it slow. But for demonstration, I'm just going a little quicker today. So the next part, you could put your feet together, do a twist and a slide. But I'm just going to talk about the slide. So you're just going to take your foot forward. You're going to stretch so the toe stays on the floor. And you're going to feel the pull across the top of the foot and then slide it back. And again, you would take your time with this. What we're doing is we're letting the energy lines on the top of the foot open. So if you spend a lot of time with your feet curled up or bent, you can have energy stopping at your ankle and not getting through your feet. So what we're doing is we're expanding that. Okay, so I've gone through just the toe. I would do several of those, but now let's change it. So we're going to place the toe up, pull the heel out underneath as much as we can, and that's going to open behind the knee, which is bladder and kidney channels. And that's going to help with movement of fluid and bring that back. And kidney and bladder has to do with fear and anxiety. So when it gets blocked up, that fear and anxiety can actually ramp up, and then we can actually shift that over to peace and confidence. And I find that fascinating, that if you just have that flow happening for those two energy systems, then you can actually really change how you feel about what you're doing. All right, so there's that part. So then we're going to go ball of the foot to the floor and then push to do a heel drop. Ball of the foot to the floor, heel drop. Now some people, when they do this, it's a challenge to put the ball of the foot on the floor. Easy to drop the heel. Other people will find when they go to put the heel down, they'll pick their foot up and then put it flat. So it's about trying to find the way to move through the foot. And that changes your dimensions of how you orient in space, front to back, side to side, up and down. So that's what we're playing with here. All right, so that gives us a little bit of that knowledge. So now what we're going to do is just run our feet, feel all the way through the foot. right? And the whole foot hits the floor. Okay, and now if you just check in with your chi, you may notice that light bubbliness. Just notice how far you can feel it up the body. New people coming in, they might notice it to their knee, they might notice it to the middle of the leg. Those people who are doing it for a while understand what chi feels like. They might notice it into the hip and hopefully starting up the spine and coming up and towards the head, which is what we're aiming for. All right, that's 2 exercises, seated to standing dominant, and the foot exercises to support ways that you can start to understand more about your body and dynamically sit rather than statically sitting at your computer being locked in positions. When we move and we get that activity going, it changes our thoughts, it changes how we feel, it changes the flow in the organs, being able to function as they need to, and that's really important for us to be well all the time. Okay, so let me bring you back to the PowerPoint, and I'm just going to share my screen, and let's move us to the next slide. So let's reassess. So if you take your hands to your ears, you may notice that the shift that you did the first time we did that was a much bigger one. And now there might be just some micro movements to bring you to straight posture. So even though I was kind of running around before I started today, I had more of this kind of neck and I had a fair bit of movement here. Now when I go here, it's almost no movement at all. So I've made a difference already in how straight my posture is going to be with no effort. So let's go to the breath. So just take that breath in and notice it. I'm hoping that that shifted for you and the key things that you were aware of. Let's go to the neck. So if you turn your head, what do you feel? Has it evened out on both sides? And if it has, and you've got all that in there, now I want you to notice when you turn your head, notice, especially if you're seated, notice that the whole spine is rotating with you, and that's whole body movement is now integrated. When we did it the first time, it was an isolated move, but now that we've worked on whole body integration, it immediately engages for you. And that's what you want for strength and flexibility when you are picking up things around the house, picking up boxes, transporting things, moving around your desk. You want to have that same strength and flexibility balance. So let's look at the feet. So if you stand on your feet now, remember we talked about finding that center point of the bubbling spring. I'm hoping that your feet are feeling even, weight equal on both feet now, and that you can feel those 9 points equally, and you feel the alignment that's coming up, ankles, knees, hips. And you have this softness that you're sinking down into the ground rather than locking up the knees. And the last part is the spine. So we were turning before, but now if you turn, notice how that feels over how you were turning before. And you may notice that balance between muscles that let go and muscles that contract to allow you to do that movement. These are ways that we can really know how we're functioning and how well we are. So if we look at this card here on emotions, we've got the earth element, which is stomach and spleen. And what we have there is envy and criticism. So if stomach and spleen are not quite functioning as we want them to, then we can be very judgmental of ourselves and other people. That's when we get the self-doubt, but we also say, if so-and-so had only done, or why didn't they do it, or I wanted it. And what happens is when it's in balance and flow, you have empathy and sympathy. I know so-and-so didn't get that done, but it's okay. I'll give them a little more time. Or you might be more compassionate about how you do your actions. All right. Balance and flow is really important for how we're doing every day to build energy and vitality. And the seated form provides us with exercises to do to help us to dynamically sit, but also to engage in a few more key things. What I have here is from the water element. What you see with all those little bubbles of pictures along the side, that is the spine. And it's represented by particular images that Tanya Levy put together for this project. And so at the top, on the line that goes across, that is the cervical spine. Coming down the center, thoracic. So the center of the spine coming down to lumbar, and we've got lumbar 1 and 2 represented. Part of my research in my master's thesis and in my doctorate has been understanding the coordination and the effects of the meridians, the muscles, the spine, emotional integration, and frequency. So what each bone likes to vibrate at. When it's healthy, as we look at psoas there, T12 is going to be where the resonance is going to be for the psoas muscle. It supports balance of polarities, emotional balance and flow, and it's going to vibrate at the frequency of A sharp. And you've got a couple other examples there. I wanted to show you that what we do in the spine and how we create space and how we open everything up, particularly seated, really does change the way that we're going to think and feel and the way that our body is going to function. So some actions that you could do for these particular muscles that are linked to the water element is white stork spreads wings, move hands like clouds, and hands turning. And I know we don't have much time for that today, but I wanted to just suggest what you have a chance to start to explore. So a little bit closer into the card deck that created those images. So this comes from the affirmations for the body and the biofield. And what you see there is a representation for the psoas, the peroneus, and the sacrospinalis muscles. And this one is thoracic 12. Balance is necessary for success. Be sure to live multidimensionally with all intention, body, mind, and spirit, equally focused on your life and your purpose. And it's the note of A sharp, so I had mentioned that before. And we have emotional balance and flow. So what you'll notice is if you don't have balance and flow at thoracic 12, so that is just below the ribs. If you don't have that, then you're going to have a block. Things will show up like you go into a rage, you hate things, you get pissed off really easily, you have this emotional outburst of anger. And so what happens when it's in flow is you just go in and out of things. It's beautiful. So it's nice to know that how your spine is feeling really can affect how you function every day. And then how you use the seated form can really change that. So we had our goals and objectives. I've highlighted a few things that you can think about in your day. And I've talked you through the 5-element wheel. You had different colors happening through each slide, so you were balanced both in a nurturing cycle, but also in a pattern-changing cycle today, using the 5 elements. I talked about how your emotions transform as you go into balance and flow. And the last part is it allows you, when all that's in flow, to choose things that help to share love. So we have compassion, forgiveness, gratitude, and courage. And these are really important for us to be able to move forward and assist the others that we are so compassionate about, but want to be sharing with and want to support. If you're looking for the full research resource list, I have supplied that to the conference and they'll be happy to share it with you. If you're interested in what I shared with the It's in the Cards deck or the Affirmations for the Body and Biofield deck, you can find that at my website. And also the Tea with Intention, which is based on the 5 elements. So that's on Cape Breton Tea. I thank you so much for letting me share a little bit about the seated form. I'm very excited for the potential it has for it to build awareness for people so they can start to understand what their stress signals mean and how they can transform things quickly and easily to have a day that's full of energy and vitality. Have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you to Dr. Greenwell. That was a wonderful seated Tai Chi presentation. It is my honor to introduce our next speaker, Master Kathy Mu. She is the founder of the Thriving Foundation. She is an award-winning Qigong master, a highly successful CPA, and she teaches self-healing and self-empowerment across the globe. Master Mu is going to talk with us today about healing depression with Qigong and other natural remedies. Thank you.
For organizing this important event. The Congress this year is very special because we are here to honor our beloved Dr. Chow, whose bright soul is shining upon us and watching us continuing her legacy. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you powerful and highly effective natural ways, including Qigong, to prevent and heal depression. All right, let's get started. Autumn is such a beautiful time of the year, isn't it? However, for people who are suffering from depression, they may feel worse in this season, with fallen leaves on the ground and chills in the air. Depression has become increasingly severe globally. Therefore, I am devoting the entire session today to healing depression. If you happen to be suffering from depression, this session is for you. If you are not, please also pay attention to what I'm going to share with you, because prevention is better than cure. The best way to help us stay healthy is to do everything we can to prevent problems from happening. Do you agree? According to the World Health Organization, depression is the second greatest disability in the world. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, depression is the #1 disability for Americans aged from 15 to 24, preventing millions of young people from being able to finish school or to hold on to a job. Depression is another global pandemic. Depression is not about feeling sad for a short while. Depression is a debilitating and devastating illness, leaving the brain damaged if left unchecked. Depression robs people's ability to work, play, love, sleep, and even their will to live. Furthermore, depression is the main driver behind suicide. Every 40 seconds, someone commits suicide. Every hour, 90 people kill themselves. Depression claims about 700,000 to 1 million lives a year worldwide. These are the children of Mother Earth, our brothers and sisters. Precious lives. Some of them may appear healthy to others, as depression is a silent killer. Let me share with you some alarming numbers. For people over 60, about 10% of them suffer from depression. The worst news is the younger the age, the more serious. For people between 45 and 59, about 20% of them suffer from depression. For people from 30 to 44, 23% of them suffer from depression. So here is the worst. For young people between 18 and 29, 25% of them suffer from depression. Dr. Stephen Ilardi, who is a professor of psychology, has dedicated his career to researching the reasons for the great increase in depression and the cures. According to Dr. Ilardi and other researchers, the main reason for the persistent and significant increase in depression is the massive change of lifestyle and environment, such as constant use of smartphones, computers, social media. Even though smartphones and computers have given us a lot of convenience, they also have led us to more isolation and less physical exercises. The use of antidepressants over the past 20 years has gone up by 300%, yet the rate of depression continues to climb up. It's almost unbelievable that 1 out of 9 Americans over age 12 are currently taking antidepressants, and about 20% of Americans have taken antidepressants at some point. The good news is that we do have many effective ways to heal depression. You don't have to do all of them. Just choose some of them that you enjoy doing and incorporate them into your lifestyle. Of course, if you are not suffering from depression, you can also pick a few things to do to prevent depression. All right. Number 1, physical exercises. Qigong, dancing, brisk walking.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I would like to get your attention, please. We are continuing our program, and actually, we're going to have the live presentations from this point on, considering the technical challenges that we have. So next, I would like to present another very honored guest, and Dr. Chloe Contori, and the presentation is Pathways to Health and Consciousness Power. Okay. No, I'll have a work. Please come on stage. Let you speak and sit calm.
Is
It's on.
is Dr. Couturier back? I think that she was here earlier. Dr. Chloe Couturier. Well, we are running early on the schedule, so maybe she stepped out and we'll be back.
What about Dr. Nadia?
Oh, yeah, Dr. Nadia,
Yeah. Let's see if Dr. Nadia is here.
if she's ready. Dr. Hole, are you here? Oh, are you ready to do your presentation early? We're running ahead of schedule. Dr. Hole, are you ready? Okay. Okay. All right. Our next, it gives me great honor also to present our next speaker, Dr. Nadia Linda Hole. She's a pioneer and one of the first Western-trained physicians to fully incorporate medical Qigong in her practice. She has been, she is a Qigong master practitioner. She has over 3 decades of healing and healing with love. And today she's going to talk with us about Dr. Chow's PMASA, which is Positive Mind, Attitude, Speech, and Action. And in combination with, I hope I say this correctly, Ho'oponopono.
Yeah, so it's not PMS. Yeah, take about half an hour, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, full presentation.
Yeah. So welcome everyone. Aloha. Yeah. So aloha. You kids, we're so grateful that you're here. If you'd like to join us, we'd be honored to have you join us. That we're teaching something I work with Kevin Chen, University of Maryland Medical School Self-Healing Cancer Retreat. And 75% of cancer, 70% is from unforgiveness. Yeah, so Ho'oponopono has to do with forgiveness. And today we're presenting, sort of in a nutshell, the workshop we did for the American Conference of Energy Psychology. Laura, if you're still here, I teach Qigong for them. And but when I look her up and remember, it's so good to see you like here. And so we're presenting Effie to the ACEP when she, like sort of between when she got sick and recovered. No, still on her cane. So this is like a nutshell of the workshop we did there. Okay, does that sound interesting to anyone? Yeah, okay. So it was me to we, Ho'oponopono Chi. Yeah, and assignment was to do PMSA, not PMS, but PMSA. Would anyone else feel PMSy? So, and anyone here, I mean, you kids are great, but anyone have some losses the past year or two? Anyone here is still actually here? So, Anybody have some frustrations? Anybody have some things where life isn't going the way it was supposed to go? Yeah? Anyone have a little inner WTF? Only me? Okay. So Effie would, what would she do? What would she do? Dear Effie, whoop, 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 whoop. Effie, for her, the great chi was the great chi. Doesn't matter what religion you are. She'd say Buddha, Allah, chi, God, it's all the great chi. Okay? And my first Qigong master, who Effie and he had a love-hate relationship, he was someone that when we brought him to the Qigong Congress, people recognized him because his Qi was so amazing. And the Chinese Qigong masters who don't speak English, and they recognized him. And he taught that the greatest Qigong master was Christ. And Qigong is about standing tall. No matter what religion you are, stand tall. I grew an inch and a half taller with Qigong. Heart open. No apologies. Yeah. And Effie would probably invite, like, the tallest guy. Who's the biggest guy here? Oh, so for those of you who weren't here during the break, Effie helped me, like, get free of my first husband and got me stuck with my second husband. Meaning the love and the chi that she, I mean, we'll actually post it on Facebook or somewhere, where we sang to Dream the Impossible Dream, and you know, she got him dancing and he got her dancing. Yeah. So who's the big guy here? Somebody. Yeah. If he would say I should just announce I'm available now. I need a volunteer. Some big guy. Yeah, okay. Yay. Thank you, thanks. So everyone give him, what's your name? Your name?
I'm Arjun.
Arjun. What's Arjun mean?
Arjun. So he's a Hindu warrior, basically.
Oh, wow. Yay, okay. Yeah. So we're Qigong warriors there. So we're not the three yin. So everyone asks you all to give him, like, love, a clap. We love you, Arjun. Yeah. So everyone, deep breath in, deep breath out. Are you okay if it's not that polite culturally? Okay if I push?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
How exactly?
I don't know. We'll see what the she does.
We'll
there. Okay, I'm not Effie. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, and whoop! Oh, don't fall over.
I won't fall.
Okay, don't fall over. Here, let's go over here.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and whoop!
Okay.
Wait, you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to, like, not let me push you around.
Oh, okay, I'm supposed to stay.
You're supposed to be a guy.
Okay.
The warrior.
Makes sense.
Boom,
Okay.
boom.
Okay, got it.
So 1, 2, 3. Whoop, there.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Whoop. Here.
Okay.
Here. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I see Sean try not to move.
That's what Effie would have people in wheelchairs dancing.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right, thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so did you like having an old lady push you around?
No.
On stage? There. There. Do you like having an old lady have you, like, dance around?
No.
Yeah, I'm safe though. I won't. I'm not. I mean, you're too young for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So one tool that I like to share with you, Effie was so grounded she didn't teach this, because Effie was like, I mean, Effie was Effie. I'd like to teach everyone's grounding, which Bev will be great on Monday. If anyone is not sure if they want to stay or want to, you got to come here, Bev, on Monday. So grounding. So deep breath in, deep breath out. If you taught posture, you stand tall. Silver thread stretching your spine over the earth. Okay? And you feel this waterfall pouring light on you. Like washing off everything you're carrying on your shoulder. Breathe deep into your heart. All the way down to your belly. Tune spell you're down 10. Just one position. How do you feel right now just doing that?
Like I'm at rest. It feels like I'm at rest.
Yeah. That one hand position is a grounding exercise in Qigong. From different directions. It's one that's taught by... Oh.
Yes.
So that one, one hand heart chakra, one hand tunes for your navel. And that's one thing you can do to help ground yourself, help get rid of all the noise. Yeah. And I paid him to say he feels better.
I feel better.
Okay, there. So, now what? Then give yourself what we call a grounding cord, a cord that goes from your tailbone to the center of the earth. Yeah. And just imagine like who or what you might have in your grounding cord. Let's pretend. Okay. Anyone who's upset with you, anyone who's your boss, anyone who you're working with, any exes love grounding your grounding cord. Parents, you don't have any exes? No. Well, you got me. I'm an ex. You wouldn't dance with me. No, I'm teasing. So deep breath in, deep breath out. And then just give yourself a grounding cord. And now don't let me push you. Okay. Wait, no, stand. Okay. Stand. Imagine your feet are suction cups. Like the outside, inside, outside, front, back. And that kidney at one point is open to the earth. And just like a suction cup, ground, measure your tree. Okay, now. Okay, don't let me push you now. It's different, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, you feel different too? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, but I can't, it's harder for me to push him. Harder to push. Yeah, so thank you, Arjun. Yeah, thank you. So everyone give him a clap. Yeah. Thank you, Arjun. Okay, I need another volunteer. So someone volunteer, someone preferably who maybe didn't know Effie, doesn't know that much about Qigong. Hey, you guys, you kids in the back, I need a volunteer. Yeah. So this is the PMSA thing. Yeah, so thank you. Oh, you're our CBD lady. Yes, oh, you're too nice. Okay. She has great stuff back there that doesn't make you high, but makes the pain go away and has good chi. I mean, you can just, you can just, I'd buy anything from you. So there. Okay, PMSA stands for Positive Mental Attitude, Speech, and Action. Okay? Yay. And it's a core teaching. It's one that Effie was, she, and would say probably, you had to say everything in a positive way. Okay? So push your hand up, and up. And I'm going to push up. Don't let me push you down. And, okay. Everyone see that? That's her baseline. And your name? I am
Michelle.
I am Michelle. You push up, I push down. That's pretty good. Say, I am Jack. I'm Jack.
I am Jack.
Look what happened there. Go back. I'm Michelle.
I'm Michelle.
Yeah. Yeah. If everyone see the difference there? Yeah. I did this somewhere where there's a whole big audience, and what happened? I said some name, and the one went, "My ex is named Jack. How'd you know?" There. So, and it was good. It was good. They thought it was intuitive. So there. Okay. Now say, I am strong.
I am strong.
I am weak.
I am weak.
Back to I'm strong.
I am strong.
I'm weak.
I am weak.
Okay.
I don't like that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. It's okay. Well, but you all saw what happened? You know, when it's true, she's stronger. Also, when it's good for her, she's stronger. See those kids out there. Fudge here. Hey, kids, if you don't know who to go out with, you just muscle test. The one that's good for you, you test stronger with. The one that's that's not going to be good for you, you'll go weaker with. Okay. No, they're okay. I mean, they're just. Oh, would you like them? Oh, I didn't see. Well, welcome. Come up here. Okay. Alrighty. So we'll do all of you here. I think they're so beautiful. They're gorgeous. Thank you so much for what you're doing, by the way. Okay, so push up. I am.
Sreya.
Okay, say I'm Rhea.
I am Sreya.
Okay, push up. No, push up.
Oh, push up. I am Sreya.
Okay, I am John.
I'm John.
I'm Sreya.
I'm Sreya.
Push up. Okay, I'm strong.
I'm strong.
I'm weak.
I'm weak.
Okay, I'm strong.
I'm strong. I'm weak.
Oh, So it worked, yeah? Okay, then so let's do baseline with her. Baseline. Baseline. Push up. Okay, so everyone got the, okay, we'll do another baseline. So 1, push up. Wait, you weren't supposed to go away. Yeah, we need our CBD up here, so. Push up here, push up, and then here. Okay, it's all good, all good. Oh, good. But look when I said you weren't supposed to go away, look what happened. Boop. When I say, wait, we love you, we want you back up on stage. Push up. Feel the difference? Mm-hmm. Everyone saw that? Yeah, so like really careful, like how you, especially parents and teachers and in relationships. Yeah, I should have said, wait, what happened? We missed you. Yeah, okay. All right, now which one of you would like to be the volunteer for pretending you're in junior high? You? Okay. All right, so we're going to get a baseline here. You push up, I push down. Wait, what time is it? I've got 10 minutes. Okay, good. So that's the baseline. So all you relax here. Relax here. We need the guys up there. Hey, kids, can you pretend you're in junior high? And do I have permission to do this? To do what? To have them like think icky things about you? Yeah. For sure? Sure. Okay. Pretend you're in junior high and say, oh my God, look who walked into the room. And just send her some icky thoughts, the kind of thoughts that we think nowadays with, God, she got back, she get back, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. So deep breath. Okay, and here we go. Push up here. Oh, somebody out there really did it. There, so look what happened. And here we go. Whoop. Whoop. Look what happened. This is actually important. Somebody out there threw a negative thought at Straya, and all 3 of them got weak. If I were to go through the room, I've done this with huge audiences, like the whole front row, everyone would be weak. Yeah. Yeah, and some people don't even, well, I got to how they would say it nicely, that they're just doing their own thing. I don't know how to say it nicely. I'll just keep my mouth shut. So out there. And then there's a study that's a rural study, university. They taught it at Scripps at the AIHMA medical conference. Mimi Ganeri gave it. So we take your DNA and put it in a bottle and ship it hundreds of miles away. And you have one person think a negative thought about you. Guess what happens to your DNA? Anyone guess? Oh, come on. What?
It becomes weaker?
So
or does it express?
Becomes weaker?
Yeah. It loses its power.
Loses its power. What else?
Diseased.
Disease. It actually gets kinked. It gets twisted. Yeah. You can send positive thoughts to make up for the, what you just did. The DNA straightens out, but guess what happens to the substrate, the water that's in? We call it the morphogenic field.
Just the negative thoughts just form it.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah.
I guess it also becomes weaker. It loses some of its strength.
Yeah, same thing. It just...
Yeah. So you can fix the DNA. The water keeps that memory forever. The morphogenic field. Okay, we're in a collective shift right now. So your every thought makes a difference. Yeah. And what's hard about that is the unconscious is what controls those thoughts. Okay, you guys have been so patient here. So now pretend now that you actually realize your thoughts make a difference. And Straya just walked in the room, no matter what you think about her, what religion, what color, what she's wearing, what, I'm not sure. What, something. The things that some women do. God, she's so beautiful. I hate her. Right there. So, wait, excuse me. Okay. So let's take a baseline here. Oh, sorry. There. So, wait, see her here. Oh, here. And that's actually important too. It's what there's a collective thing that females do, where that tall poppy thing. You know, we got to celebrate the beauty on this, like right here, all three of you. Yeah, the beauty in the room. You know, celebrate our sisters. So Shreya just walked in, and I sent her a Nikki thought, and you guys sent her a Nikki thought before. Now send her nice thoughts. Okay. Okay, then push up here. Whoop. Pretty good. Up. Boom. Uh-oh. But that better. And here. Okay, thank you. You see what happened? We sent Shreya a positive thought. All three of us, you know, everyone got stronger here. One thing's a little bit tricky that hasn't been really published here is I've worked in addiction. Not as a client, as with the Effie stuff, you think something, you end up with I ended up with a heroin recovery clinic, and we won the pharmaceutical guy a trip to Hawaii with all the non-opiates we prescribed. So the thing is, if you, who would like to be the person this time? You? Okay. So now pretend Isha. Oh, beautiful. Wow. Okay, let's see what that did. Yay, she's stronger. So pretend, so the cardiology study shows that people get prayed for in a CCU get better. You know, more people get better faster. Addicts, pretend she's an addict or she's your problem kid. Or or if you're a guy, that she's your like, you just don't know if you can stay with her, that kind of thing. Like all the things that are wrong with her, like that you think are wrong with her, and say that kind of prayer. You know, dear great Chi, please make her this, make her that, like the way you would like her to be different. Yeah, we're almost. I'm keeping track of time. Yeah, then here, then look what happened here. Look what happened. There. Here. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. Do you see what happened? Does anyone notice what happened and have an explanation for it? Someone raise their hand. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Perfect. So Mary just said you're putting your expectations. Effie taught when you pray for someone or when you do Qigong, you see them in their perfection. You see past how you would like them. You see, perfect Chi, perfect Isha, perfect everything. Okay. So now do that. Send her that kind of Chi. There. And then here. There. Wow. Yay. It works. So let's give my hand. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Shreya. And send up some loving Chi. Like, putting your Chi this here. And now we've got 10 more minutes. Okay. So that was PMSA. Yeah. What? Everyone, Anne has worked her something off here. Everyone send her a lot of loving Chi of gratitude. You know, she is, and also she took care of Effie. Stuff I had to drop out. She was there for Effie for months, like stuff that no one knows. Yeah.
But since you were doing the energy testing, we used to do show when somebody's weak, everybody's weak. Yeah. You want to try that? The four corners? Sure. Yeah? Oh, we don't have the cameras to do that, do we? Okay. Well.
One person each corner?
Yeah. Actually, can we get 4 people up here now? We're going to quick energy test. Yeah, come on up. We got candy.
Yeah. Or we'll give you a Chi hug.
Wow, this is really.
Volunteers,
This is very.
there's a prize.
Well, is this our clock?
I got the clock right here.
Where's our clock?
Thank you, Mary.
Hi, Mary. Anybody else? Oh, great. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Michelle, and thank Andrea. You kids, we got the senior citizens
Oh,
up
great.
here.
All right. All right. Good. Okay. Well, when do we? This is how it shows when you take care of your own chi. You take care of yourself first, and then you can help others. Because if you take care of your own energy, then other things can't affect you like that. So, do you want to test her on? Okay. Okay, she's strong, and let's say something. No problem. No problem. Say no problem. No problem. That didn't work too well.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. No's negative.
No.
And problem's negative.
Right.
We double whammy her.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. And let's see, you want to put up your hand? Okay, and she's weak. So when one person's weak, everyone is weak.
Wait, let me see if I can.
Hold it up. Yes.
If I can.
Try you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, fudge here.
So when one person is weak, everyone is weak. So let's say she's beautiful. Tell her she's beautiful.
Wait, can we test you too?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Let's tell her she's beautiful. You're beautiful. Now, resist. Okay. Oh, wow. Didn't you believe it? I guess you guys weren't convincing enough that she was beautiful.
Wait, let her find a different word.
Okay.
Find a different word.
You're courageous. You're smart. Stronger. Okay, and let's test you. And she's strong. And strong. And strong. So you see, what you say doesn't affect you. It affects everyone around you. Thank you so much. Yes.
Let's follow up on it here. So when you said I'm what? No. Okay. Yeah. Yay. Okay. But let's follow up on this here. Say I'm beautiful.
I'm beautiful.
Okay. Then push up here. Which one hand? And there's a wobble. Okay. So at some point, breathe in a place the first time that someone whacked you.
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, you remember where it was? Okay, so breathe in your heart way deep. Everyone love her here. Send her love. Send her love here. And pretend you're seeing who here is like a shrink? Okay, fine. So pretend you're seeing a shrink. And I've actually taught this at shrink conferences and haven't gotten kicked out yet. So pretend you're seeing a shrink and tell the story of what happened and how you got whacked and how awful it was and how it screwed up your life and how how there's all these ripples from that first time. Okay, then put your hand out here and look what happened. Wait, you did more than that. No, so talk more about how bad it was. Yeah. Okay, there's a wobble. She's pretty. You can tell that she's connected. Yeah, so she can't quite focus on how bad it is, but she's already done some work. Yeah. So there's a wobble, but usually it's like way dramatic. Usually, yeah. So this time, but really beautiful, guys. Keep loving her. She's actually starting to do the real work, like the tears there. Yeah. And so deep breath in, deep breath out. Ah, ah. Deep breath in, deep breath. Breathe into your heart. Breathe out whatever comes out. Ah. Now push your arm out here. And it's even stronger. And then Effie taught something that was really, she taught a reframe. So instead of how awful it was, like take that first incident and reframe it like what it gave you. and what your future self, what you're about to become because of that, what you are becoming because of that. Reframe it. Do you see the difference, guys? I mean, she's firmer. Now it takes my body. Yay, beautiful, Michelle. And then what she just opened to is really important here. So when you go sit down, like, don't try to fix her. This is really, she's doing major work for everyone here. And we'll just go, you push up here? Like, put your arm out. Just here. Bump. Bump. Everyone's way stronger because of what you're willing to do. Makes me cry. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Which leads us right to the segue into Ho'oponopono. Ho'oponopono, you can stay up or sit down, either way. Yeah. And we'll do it really quickly because we have like 5 more minutes to heal the world. Yeah. Yeah. And peace starts with me, one person at a time. Change one letter, me to we. I think I did it before it was like really famous, before it caught on. There are a whole bunch of things we did. We did holy shift. We did desserts, stresses, desserts spelled backwards. And then now they're like books on the thing. So me to we. Illness, the way you get it to wellness is you change the I to we. Okay. So Ho'oponopono is that we're all one underneath our skin. Whatever you think or feel about anyone else, you've got something inside you. And then it gets tricky here. Do not be hard on yourself, beat yourself up for it. Be gentle with yourself and let the angels just love you right there. To love you free of it. Okay? Does that sound okay? So usually if we had more time, we'd have you all walk around and do it together. But with the time constraint, so people are actually here. People aren't here. So sit up straight. Effie would say, you don't need the back of your chair. Have that silver thread stretch you. And the silver thread expands to a column of chi. So I could do the horses stand for a whole hour in that float tank. Yeah. And the chi supports you. The chi does all sorts of cool things. We've started car batteries. We've had cars that were dead drive. We've moved like the guy that no one could move with the chi. And you don't do it for the outer result. You do it because you want more chi for you. And the more chi you've got that's really connected and really heart-centered, then it ripples out. Yeah. Then close your eyes and bring up something or someone you've got like a finger about. The WTF finger. Something or someone that you're not happy with. Now breathe into your heart. Feel whatever is bubbling up, let yourself feel that. And just imagine saying, to that person or to whoever is responsible for the situation that you want to blame for the situation, I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. And let whatever feelings bubble up here. And keep saying it a couple more times. Then put yourself like between you and that person, like a mirror, and say those words to yourself. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Now deep breath in, deep breath out. And light of time, we don't have time to ask for feedback, but just notice how you feel. And that's a key practice to do, like every time you get upset with anything, bring it back to you and let the chi set you free. Yeah, I think I'd like to end with a chant here. Okay. This is a Hawaiian chant. I don't need the, wait, the mic is right. I just do it with the mic here? Hello? That works? Hello, does that work? Okay, Hawaiian chant. Everyone stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. The water of truth, the water of life. Let it fill you, clear all the channels between you and the great Chi. Longest journey, head to heart. Let your heart go. Open your channels to your heart, to your kahunas. Ooh, make it fun, shake it out, laugh, smile. If you would have us all dancing. Ooh, open it, anything, everything that's before you. Oh, when it gets to be too much, you go on Divine Mother, Ma. Give it a breath, the truth, the love of life. Ha! Okay, so you know what the sounds mean now. Water of truth of life, just cleaning those channels out. Make it safe for you to fill your heart. And your heart gets fired up, you drop into a place of, ooh, let's have some fun. Shake it out, open to everything, anything in front of you. Om, Effie's Om. When it gets to be too much, Divine Mother, Ma, give it the breath of truth, love of life, Ha. So, ooh, smile, shake it out, just Qigong, ooh, Om, Ha. Aloha, aloha. Thank you. Lots of love to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hope. Thank you for the testing. Be careful looking down. Well, Dr. Ho, thank you so much for that demonstration. And I'm so grateful to the work that you have done, especially your work with cancer patients at the University of Maryland, and I had a good opportunity to talk to some of the students and cancer patients. And it's a simple testing, but you can see if you're not experienced with Qigong, and that's a very simple way to demonstrate the power of Qi and also positive Qi. Well, we would like to move forward to our next honored presenter. And the topic is Pathways to Health and Consciousness Power. And the presenter is Dr. Chloe Couturier. And she is a practitioner, author, and also she's a CEO. She's a business owner. And so let's please welcome Dr. Couturier.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Right here? Okay. Back on the wireless, Sam. Hello, it's a great pleasure to be here and to speak with you. And need to go back to the beginning, please. How I came to this World Congress is through two of my teachers who were the answers to my prayers when my son was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and that modern Western medicine was not offering any help. And so, in a sense, they gave me a favor because I had to be looking for other ways. And his life was going to be short, so we didn't have much time. We had to be really, really efficient here. I was a single mother, and always been interested in medicine. I didn't want to be a regular doctor. That's not what I was interested. I was interested in more. And then when my son was diagnosed, I prayed, and the teachers came. And so two of my teachers, Dr. John Upledger and Dr. Effie Chow, had met at the Office of Alternative Medicine, established in 1992 within the National Institute of Health.
and they were there to investigate alternative medical practices. So I was only interested in looking for teachers with a lineage and with a backup of science. And this is how I got to the Second World Congress on Qigong in 1997, invited by both Dr. John Upledger and Dr. Effie Chow. So I'm going to talk about a revelation that I received during a World Congress, because after the 1987, I presented my work again on the relationship between craniosacral work, which is an offshoot of osteopathy. I had just graduated from osteopathy college when I met my teachers, and I was looking for ways to help my son well and make a difference fast, because we were running out of time. My son was not supposed to be living a very long life, and I had to find the teachers that were going to help us. So this is Hawaiian right here, and he was a funny guy. We always had a good time. That was part of life, just enjoying it to the fullest and making every moment count, and every moment matters. You know, when you know that your life is not going to be very long, you want to make the most out of it, and that should be for everybody, really, because we never know who's going to go first. We want to really enjoy life and make the most out of it. So Dorian was a funny guy. We always had a good time. And so I had this revelation last time I was at the World Congress on Qigong during a meditation that we did with Dr. Chow. And she loved to do meditations, and she was part of how we trained with her. And during this meditation, I got the revelation: I am the instrument, I am the musician, and I am the music. She was so happy when I shared that. She invited me to share with everybody. And so I decided to weave this presentation here, after all those years of developing the relationship between craniosacral work, which is an offshoot of osteopathy, and the evolution of osteopathy from the Western world of medicine, which really comes from the bone setters. That's what osteopath is, the path within the bone. But it's more than that, because it's also the relationship between the bone and the blood, right? Because the blood comes from the bone. And so the bone marrow produces the blood. And in medical Qigong, we talk about how the blood and the Qi are related, right? Because the blood is a mother of Qi, and Qi governs the blood. So here's a relationship into the body and the blood and the bone. And so that's why I felt always a relationship between craniosacral and Qigong. Because, we're talking about the same thing in different models. I was always interested in putting it together. And so all those years later, here I am, weaving it all together, and this is what I'm going to do in this lecture for you guys today. Okay. So let's talk about the instrument. Now the instrument, I will call it a synchronicity dot of consciousness. It's like, I am an instrument. Yeah, the Ying, the lower dantian, the denser matter. Yeah, that's the bones, the tendons, the ligaments, muscles, that's tangible matter, right? And so that's the first dot of consciousness. Next slide. So in craniosacral therapy, we talk about still point. The still point is when the craniosacral rhythm stops, which is sort of the automatic movement within our lives. We don't even realize until something just significant happens. We call it a significance detector. Significance detector is on. So that's the great I am. Wuji, the space. I am an instrument. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. So let's look at synchronistic events. Synchronistic events make us aware of a different impression, and that we should feel, listen, pay attention. Synchronicity is a spiritual significant occurrence that prompts us to temporarily put our usual way on hold and explore the possibility of more than what we are familiar with. The possibility of the divine intervention in our lives. I believe that we are made in the image of our Creator and that we're divine creations. I love to start the divine creations within. Next slide, please. So synchronicity is an awareness point which can shift the trajectory of a lifetime. Like we meet a teacher, we follow the teacher. The teacher knows how to tune the instrument. The instrument feels its tone. Now here's an interesting part. We are chordate phylums. We are made of chords, chordate phylums. That's the taxidermy classification. Just like the fishes, the birds, all the mammals, we are all phylum chordates. We were made of chords. And each chordate is like an instrument. And it has a special sound and its own tone, its pitch. The birds and the elephants and the cats, each chordate has its own tone. Next slide. So let's look at what asynchrony is. Asynchrony is being out of sync. It could be a misalignment, lack of coordination, a cognitive, emotional, physical, so many different ways. For example, children that are gifted frequently differ significantly from one another and grow unevenly across ability levels. That's when we get the sensory processing issues, autism, ADD, ADHD. All of this just means that it's out of tone, out of tune. Well, the instrument needs to be fine-tuned. Next slide. So this is what I've been doing. This is me, this is my hands. I have been working and handling people's calling intelligence for 30 years, and that's 30,000 hours. Smart hands. How do I do that? Next slide. With my hands, I work the chords and the instrument. I tune the instrument. The spine is like a keyboard. Once I get access granted, because you got to get access granted to go such a deep layer of someone's life, I can travel into the deepest layer of someone's existence. I get in touch with these pathways, these neural pathways, those tubes, those cords, those cables. I touch on hydraulics of the matter of this person, which matters so much. There's a tangibility felt. We can work with the structure. See, in osteopathy, we talk about this relationship between the structure and the function. And if the structure is affected, the function is going to be also affected. Next slide. So now let's look at the second one. I am a musician. Now, also, I am the musician. I'm the instrument. I am the musician. Each one of us, we are instrument and musician. Now, I would like to look at the word reciprocity when it comes to the musician. So this is when yin and yang come as a relationship. Qi, the middle dantian, thinner matter, from denser matter to thinner matter. Next slide. So reciprocity is really yin and yang. Reciprocity, let's look at the word. Reci means receive. Procite, pro, moving forward. So it's a give and receive. And reciprocity is when there is this give and receive relationship. That's a relationship. Yin yang. There's yin and yang. So the craniosacral is also a reciprocity. Keep going. Next slide. So I am the musician is when we got the dots. We connect the dots. That's a practice. That's a Qigong practice. And once we start practicing, we get the pathways of consciousness start to develop. We repeat. We gong it. Gong it's the cultivation. This is a partnership and a cohesive relationship. That's moving forward. We're feeling great about it. The progression evolves. We get a happy emotions, happy chi in this reciprocity. the musician starts playing music. Next slide. So, hello, phylum chordates. Hello, Qigong practice. Chord with an H are 3 or more chords. Chords vibrate, have a frequency, a tone, a tune, a pitch, a timbre. So look at the chord. It's like a derm. It's a tissue layer. It means it's meant to resonate and vibrate. And some of them who've studied embryology know that very well, that we all start with 3 layers, 3 derms. Chord 1, ectoderm. Chord 2, mesoderm. Chord 3, endoderm. And all those derms pretty much create the whole body. But that's how we start. Every chordate start with those 3 layers, which each one is a chord. So each layer has its own resonance, and it can and it must be tuned in order to play in a chord, make music. Individually and as a group, as in a symphony. In a symphony, each musician first practices before it shows up, accords and tunes the instrument before playing together and then performing. This is what happens just before the symphony. All the instruments tune their instrument. All the musicians tune the instrument. Next slide. Is also resonance and the echo. There's a mutual exchange in which the person gives as well as receives. A situation where each all benefit from the relationship. Just like the audience enjoys the music and each player enjoys playing for the audience. So the relationship is such as like the parents, the best friend forever, the groups we belong to, relationship, husband and wife, spiritual church, etc. So the teacher meets us where we are, and we learn with and from the teacher. And I had great teachers. I feel so blessed. The teacher learns with and from the student, and I learn from my students as well. So that's a reciprocity. The teachings unfold. The musician emerges progressively as consciousness emerges and develops. Next slide. What happens with non-reciprocity? Competition, non-recognition, failure, refusal to recognize someone, no feedback, like depriving the child from touch. The child does not develop well. Block of flow, freeze, fright. You got to fight or flight. Lacking happy emotion, blocked chi. Musician is unable to use the instrument appropriately. There's no sense of ownership of this instrument. The instrument is not making nice music. The music is not heard, dismissed, not well received, or even stolen. There's no audience. It's isolation, it's deprivation. The musician does not know nor own self. It's sad, it's angry, it's resentful. So when working with the instrument, with the musician, we address the instrument, the field, the story, the emotions, where, when, how, what is blocking the musician? Are there tight chords, restrictions of all kind, improper tone, lack of reciprocity from the field, needing to change the field, communicate to the field, reapproach a situation, make them laugh. Dr. Chow always 8 good belly laughs a day for good health. If you're not laughing, you're not going to have good health. So ultimately, we need a reset, a reboot, an update, an upgrade, and to transform. Next slide. So here's I am the music. Say it to yourself. I am the music. I'm the instrument, I am the musician, and I am the music. That's what we call proprioception. Shen, now the upper dantian. Just previous slide, just to people, yeah. And that's when we tap into the thinnest matter, the densest to the thinnest matter. It goes beyond us. Go ahead, next slide. So that's when the sense of self comes, the sense of ownership. Aha. That's me. I got to take good care of myself. That's when the consciousness power develops and sense of happiness and joy comes in. So the dots have become my music, my signature, my copyrights. That's when the thoughts, everything that we express, thoughts, words, songs, deeds, this is all what the instrument is going to produce through the musician, each one of us. It's my love, it's my flow, and I'm good at it, and I want to share it. And I want to play with others who make the same kind of music like I do. Okay? So the sense of proprioception enables us to recognize the position, the motion, and the function of various bodily components. It's a variety of sensation, the feeling of joint position. That's why it's so important to practice Qigong, because that's where we fine-tune. You know, the movement, the muscular force, the effort, the sense of position of our limbs, our trunk, the sense of effort, how much force we put in, how little, the sense of load. Receptors involved in proprioception are located in the skin, the muscles, and the joints, and the cranial nerve of the vestibular system, 3, 4, and 6. The central nervous system receives proprioceptive signals, which are combined with data from other sensory systems, including the visual and the vestibular system, and they produce a comprehensive picture of body position, movement, and acceleration. The stabilization of posture, that's why it's so important to practice a posture. And the coordination of movement in many animals depend on the sensory input from proprioceptors. So proprioception results from sensory receptor in the nervous system in the body. And most of these receptors are located in the muscles, the joints, and the tendons. Now, interoception, and I have to share with you that with my work, I can see it. I can feel how those pathways just communicate. I can see it and I feel it, how the information comes and is received into the person's through the vestibular system, and you can see when the brain starts to shift the settings. It's visible. Okay? So interoception is a reception of sensory stimuli, consciously or unconsciously, when the brain transmits signals received from the external environment to particular sub-regions such as brain stem, thalamus, insula, somatosensory, anterior cingulate cortex, and it enables a subtle depiction of the physiological state of the body. So this is the key to a body's homeostasis: integrity, tensegrity, self-awareness. And that's when the picture of this body and the brain communicate with each other. And if they're not in tune with each other, it's not going to work. And the self-image, etc., that we were talking about earlier. Okay, so interoception, which is different than enteroception, enter is coming from the outside in. Interoception is when the information comes from the organs and gives us information mostly through the vagus nerve. And so 85% of this information of the interoception comes from the vagus nerve to the brain. Only 15% rules from the brain to the organs. That's very important to know. Keep going. Next slide. Yeah. So I would like to show you the intracranial membrane system because it's really, really fascinating. And that's really what I work with as a craniosacral Qigong practitioner. I got to feel my qi first, have my qi before I come and touch people. Otherwise, I won't be able to get in touch with this. So the intracranial membrane system are made of the meninges, and they're all pretty much matrices. And those are matrix, again, derma, tangible tissue. And that's what my teacher had felt, John Upledger. He had felt that dura mater, which is the toughest membrane around the brain and spinal cord, he had felt it. And he was like, he was supposed to hold the dura mater while his colleague, surgeon, was going to remove a plaque of calcium on the dura mater. on the cervical spine, so the neck, in order to help this patient who had black feet. So it shows already the relationship between, have something in the cervical spine can be like having effect all the way down to the feet. So the surgeon and my teacher, Dr. John Upledger, were supposed to remove that plaque, and Dr. John Upledger could not hold on to the Durham matter because it was slipping right out of his hands. And he felt silly. It's like he couldn't hold on to it. He said, what is this? What is it? What is this movement? And then you start realizing that this movement is a rhythmic movement, and it has nothing to do with breathing, and it has nothing to do with the heart rhythm. There's something else to this rhythm. And that's pretty much how I started developing craniosacral work as an osteopath. So the Durham matter is what he was feeling, and the meninges are 3 layers. The outer layer, the Durham matter, and then the arachnoid, which pretty much a big web. The Durham matter and the pia matter, which is the blood supply directly to the brain and spinal cord. And right there, at that level, is where the cerebral spinal fluid is located and circulates. Yeah? So the cerebral spinal fluid is produced within the brain. It circulates all the way down to sacrum. The sacrum brings it back to the brain. The brain reabsorbs it, cleans it, 12 cycles per minute in an average, and that's when you're on a still point, that's on the average. And then the brain continues to circulate this. And this is what's happening in all of you right now, and me too. So reciprocal membrane tension is pretty much the relationship between those membrane system. That's Durham matter, and that's inside the cranium. And so this part here is, I want to bring this awareness to you guys right here, because this is the fulcrum of Sutherland. This is the first osteopath who started looking at the intracranial movement versus the whole body. He focused on the brain and the skull and the movement of the bones to allow this motion. And so this is also the mouth of God. The mouth of God, yeah, which is governing 16, governing 16, which is Feng Fu. So it's the palace of the wind palace. So it's very interesting because it's called the mouth of God. That's also where craniosacral and Qigong meet, and a very key place, the palace of the mouth of God. Because you have to ask yourself the question, where's the music coming from? Where's your music coming from? Could it be coming from the mouth of God? It's also called the fulcrum of Sutherland, because right there at that level of the cranium, there's also the rudder. Just like when you pilot a ship, all the articulation and the movement of the whole membrane system and the whole fascia is actually happening right there at the mouth of God. That's fascinating. That's fascinating to me. Okay, and right underneath, of course, we have the ventricles, the cerebral spinal fluid, as I said. Keep going. So I want to show you the tensegrity and the tone of the cord. And this is a spinal cord on the left, and you can see how about the conus medullaris, which is pretty much right here. You can see all the cord is pretty much weaved, and pons medulla oblongata, that's inside the brain. And then when you get to that, which is about T12L1, then the cord is not weaved anymore. That's what we call the horsetail. And then it goes all the way down to the tip of So this whole cord ends right there. Sacrum. Okay. And you can see here, this is the end right there with the L2, the pedicle, where the cord is not weaved anymore. And then you see the horsetail sacrum, all the way down to the tip of the coccyx. So I created this picture to kind of show you the tensegrity of the cords. Huh? And each segment of the spine pretty much has this kind of relationship and reciprocity between the inside and the outside. So here are more brain cords. This is happening inside the brain now. Okay? Keep going. I'm the music. I love to create art. And this is an interesting picture with the instrument, with people, and then keep going. And this is pretty much, I have hand sculpture, and I have hand electrodes. During each session, I get to enact, delve in, chisel, with the inherent perfection and its intelligence. It's the bioengineering of our human matrix, and the healing process must rally forces within this matrix of intelligence. Blessed to be your conscious power. Keep going. So good health will be the synergy, the symphony, the symbiosis and concordance, accord, attunement, integrity, tensegrity of the combined good health of each, the instrument, the music, the musician, and the music. Indeed, with our blessed instrument, we are meant to make wonderful music, our very own, and in concordance with each other. Now, let's finish with this important. Imagination, which is belief, leads the yi, the mind, which leads the qi. So the musician's belief system leads the musical process into its transformation into music. Thoughts and beliefs become matter. Your matter matters. Our music can become our mission and our legacy. Blessed to be your consciousness power. So I want to dedicate my work with love and gratitude to my teachers, Dr. John Upledger with the craniosacral and Dr. Effie Chow, because it's only with time do we understand the value of how teachers have picked us and put us into orbit to continue the trajectory of a precious transmission that they too had received. While we are transmitting to you, with Qigong is a transmission that passed on the test of time, thousands of years. We keep evolving it. Keep moving. And I want to, of course, honor my son, Dorian Callan, and that's when he was graduating, magna cum laude from Florida Atlantic University. And he was just 21 years old. He didn't lose any time. Next slide. Last. And this is my book. And my book is available at the Harvard bookstore, QigongInstitute.org, of course, Barnes&Noble and Amazon. Pathways to Consciousness Power, Craniosacral Qigong. You can also get the ebook on craniosacralqigong.com.
Dr. Contura, thank you so much for your presentation and also for your contribution to the research and practice of Qi. On behalf of the 23rd World Congress, and Charlene has a very special award for you. I think this is the one.
Dr. Couture, Crow. What a wonderful spirit. It's really special too that you came back into the life of the World Congress. And when you wrote to us and said, I need to be there and I don't want to be on video, I need to be there from Florida, we were very impressed. And so as we looked at your work, Dr. Couture, and how persistent you've been, and how you've touched the lives of so many people, I think I first became aware of you actually through my relationship with Effie and following you on Facebook with Dorian and the strength that you showed. So I knew that if you did that, you would be an amazing practitioner, and your patients so blessed to have you. For all of these reasons, we want to name you Dr. Couture, the oh, this is the wrong one. I just changed your name to Dr. Lin. Oh.
Maybe there's another one here.
I'm sorry, we're playing, what do you call that, 52 card pickup. Apologies, but that's Effie. Her spirit's here with us playing. Dr. Chloe Couturier, Medical Qigong Master of the Year. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you. Randomly, we're going to talk about the program after, right?
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. Or do you want me to do it now?
Well, congratulations, Dr. Couturier. Thank you for your work and the presentation, of course. Well, we have one more presentation, video presentation to go. And Charlene, after that, we're going to have our evening program. Could you briefly highlight what's going on?
Thank you, Rose. One of Effie's requests was both she and Alex in the year 2023 were celebrating 50 years of the creation, I consider it their art, the East-West Academy of Healing Arts, and Jidao Guan and Wu Dao Guan for Dr. Feng. And Effie always said, we have to have our 50th party together, Alex. Big brother, big sister. And so that's one of the reasons that we joined forces. And every 5 years, Dr. Feng has a celebration. And when it's like a decade, like the 50th, it's going to be a big party. So at 4 o'clock, we're going to start with a series of performances, martial arts, poetry, dance, instrumental music, all kinds of wonderful magic that has, from my perspective, Qi at the basis of each of the practices, each of the arts. We're going to serve dinner at 6 o'clock, and we'll keep the performances going because Dr. Feng doesn't know how to say no to his many friends who want to come perform at the party. So it will be a lot of energy. We're expecting 350 people, so that's why we're setting up a little early in the back here so that we can make sure that we're ready to make the transition right at 4. I'm looking at the faces. I think almost all of you are joining us. So I would invite you, as soon as we finish with Master Mu's presentation, to go back and get a new badge that will keep you here for the celebration and the dinner tonight.
Thank you so much, Charlene. All right, we'll continue to our next and also the last presentation. Master Kathy Mu is a founder of the Thriving Foundation organization in Walnut Creek, California. And her presentation is entitled Healing Depression with Qigong and Other Natural Remedies. So please, let's go to Master Mu's presentation.
is the massive change of lifestyle and environment, such as constant use of smartphones, computers, social media. Even though smartphones and computers have given us a lot of convenience, they also have led us to more isolation and less physical exercises. The use of antidepressants over the past 20 years has gone up by 300%, yet the rate of depression continues to climb up. It's almost unbelievable that 1 out of 9 Americans over age 12 are currently taking antidepressants, and about 20% of Americans have taken antidepressants at some point. The good news is that we do have many effective ways to heal depression. You don't have to do all of them. Just choose some of them that you enjoy doing and incorporate them into your lifestyle. Of course, if you're not suffering from depression, you can also pick a few things to do to prevent depression. All right? Number 1, physical exercises. Qigong, dancing, brisk walking, to name a few. As you may know, Qigong is not simply a physical exercise. It has helped millions of people heal physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. For simplicity, we are just putting down Qigong here as one of the physical exercises. Now let me share with you a few Qigong practices that can help you with preventing or healing depression. According to the 5-element medical theory and practice, if our lungs and the large intestinal system is unhealthy, we will feel sad or depressed. Therefore, it's very important to cleanse and strengthen our lungs and the large intestinal system. I'd love to teach you the entire thriving Qigong as an online course. For now, I'm going to share with you a few simplified practices that you can do immediately at home. First, the healing sound for the lungs and the large intestinal system is just place the tip of your tongue gently against the inner side of your lower teeth and slowly exhale. You can do this during meditation or during the day when you are working or doing housework. Simply inhale, then exhale with the healing sound. The exhalation is longer than the inhalation. You can also do this whenever you feel sad or depressed. The second one involves 2 important acupuncture points. They are called Ying acupoints. They are right here next to your nostrils. Firmly massage the acupuncture points for 9 times each time, or 18 times, anything times 9, depending on how much time you have. Then use this part of your thumb, which is part of the lungs meridian channel, and massage along the sides of your nose upward 9 times and. The healthier your lungs and large intestinal system is, the less sad or depressed you become. As you practice more and more, you will become happier, stronger, more optimistic, and more courageous. You can do this first thing in the morning and any time during the day when you have a minute or 2 to focus on your health. Now the third practice involves the lung meridian channel, which starts here from Zhongfu, right below the collarbone, and goes down all the way to the tip of the thumb. This Qigong practice helps us remove negative energy, including sadness and depression.
out of the lungs. We use this part of the opposite hand and press firmly from zhongfu, below the collarbone, down the arm. As we get closer to the thumb, we use the thumb and the index finger of the opposite hand to pinch the thumb. In our mind, we are removing the negative energy out of the thumb and throw it down to the ground. Please make sure you do not throw the negative energy at another person or a pet or a plant. Okay? You can do this 9 times on each side. It's very important that we don't just randomly throw our negative energy and seek chi at Mother Earth. Always in your mind and heart, thank her for taking your negative energy and transforming it into positive energy. All right? Now let's go back to the other natural remedies. Dancing, of course, is very good for our health, both physically and mentally. Brisk walking is very beneficial for the body and mind. As a matter of fact, studies have been done by scientific researchers on the effects of brisk walking versus Zoloft on curing depression. By the way, Zoloft is just one of many antidepressants. They had 2 control groups. People in group 1 were taking brisk walks for 30 minutes, 3 times a week, without taking any antidepressants. People in group 2 were taking Zoloft without exercising. The result was that they both helped. However, there was a big difference in a year. People in group 1 stayed healthy, but depression returned to people in group 2 who took Zoloft. Furthermore, they discovered long-term brain damage from antidepressants. According to medical studies done by NYU, people who have taken antidepressants have a 40% higher chance of getting Alzheimer's. You know, we do so many good things for our body and mind. We may do Qigong, yoga, or other exercises. We try to eat healthy. We try to stay positive. If we lose our minds, even if our bodies are healthy, what's the point, right? It will be so sad if we can't even recognize our loved ones. Not to mention the emotional and financial burdens that Alzheimer's will create for the entire family. I'm not saying we should not take prescription drugs. If you are suffering from depression, you may not even be able to get out of bed to do any exercise. Perhaps you can take your antidepressants prescribed by a doctor to get yourself going. Once you get going, you can enjoy some physical exercises. Qigong practices, including dancing Qigong, can really help. The key is that you choose something interesting to you so you can keep doing it. Number 2, the importance of taking sufficient amount of omega-3 fatty acids. It's very important to keep the ratio between omega-3 and omega-6 at 1:1. You have to be very intentional here. If you're doing the SAD diet, the standard American diet, the ratio is 1:17. It's not good at all for your health, especially if you have depression. A good source of omega-3 fatty acids is fish, such as salmon. Try to find wild-caught salmon. However, if you are a vegetarian or vegan, a good source of omega-3 for you is flax seeds. Please make sure you grind the flax seeds first to make sure your body can absorb the omega-3. Of course, you can also get supplements for omega-3. Do check the label, please, to ensure they are high in EPA fatty acids, but low in DHA. Number 3 is crucial to get natural sunlight, ideally every day for at least 15 minutes with your bare skin exposed to the sun. You may be concerned about getting wrinkles on your skin or even skin cancer. We have to balance everything, right? During the summertime, we want to get our sunlight before 10 a.m. or after 3 or 4 p.m. to avoid getting sunburned. During the winter time, however, it's okay to go out in the middle of the day. If you are concerned about your face getting too many wrinkles, you can still apply sunblock on your face as long as part of your body is exposed to the sun, such as your arms or legs or back. Natural sunlight does wonderful things for us. One of them is that sunlight helps our body produce vitamin D, which has numerous health benefits, including healing depression and optimizing our immunity. Natural sunlight also helps us adjust our internal clock, so our body knows when to sleep and when to wake up. With all the artificial lights around us in the modern time, our bodies can get confused. So please form a habit of getting at least 15 minutes of sunlight every day if possible. Number 4 is essential to get healthy sleep at night. For most of us, we need 7 to 8 hours of sleep without interruption at night. I'm sure you have heard of sleep cycles, right? For the majority of us, the sleep cycle is about 1.5 hours. It's for the best if we wake up at the end of a cycle. Ideally, you should sleep 5 cycles. If you can't afford 7.5 hours, you can sleep 4 cycles, which means 6 hours. You will feel much better waking up after 6 hours of sleep than 6.5 hours. If you have a habit of getting up at night too many times to urinate, that's not good for healthy sleep. You need to work on strengthening your kidneys and bladder. We do have beautiful Qigong practices for strengthening the kidneys and bladder. What if you have insomnia or nightmares at night? A very effective way to fall asleep easily and stay asleep deeply is to have regular good night rituals. Another small thing that you can do, which is beneficial for your health, including healing depression, is to take a nap at midday for about 20 minutes. It's not good to take a long nap. We only need 20 minutes. If you can't fall asleep during the day, you can simply meditate for 20 minutes. Number 5, reduce ruminative activities. If you have a habit of thinking about your negative experience from the past again and again, your health is already suffering from it. From now on, let's try to stop it by reducing it first. I have a friend who would not stop talking about something her husband did decades ago, and she would get very upset every time she talked about it. Her husband finally spoke up. It turned out that what he did was simply talking to a young girl next door in a friendly manner. To her, he was flirting with her, which she would never forgive. After a heart-to-heart conversation, she realized how ridiculous that was, and she finally stopped talking about it. When we think or talk about something very negative, our brains are experiencing the trauma all over again, which causes more damage. So instead of thinking about negative experiences again and again, participate in engaging activities that make us happy. There are 2 types of activities: group activities and solo activities. Some examples of group activities are sports and going to parties. We are social animals. We enjoy being with each other. When we can't have group activities, we need to learn how to have a good time by ourselves. There are many solo activities that we can do ourselves, such as arts, crafts, playing music, even dancing. We can dance at home by ourselves, especially at times when we need to observe social distancing or cannot get out of the house for any reason. Number 6, social connections are very important for our health and well-being. Isolation makes the brain shrink. It's good to have social media, but face-to-face connections are the best. Number 7, count your blessings every day and express gratitude. Everyone has ups and downs. When we focus on good things, our bodies produce happy hormones. When we take things for granted, it's hard to feel grateful. Let's stop taking anything for granted and start to appreciate everyone who does anything for us, whether it's a paid service or not. The feeling of gratitude not only produces happy hormones, but also brings us more positive things for which we will be grateful. That's how the law of attraction works. We have greater health, better relationships, more enjoyable work, and more abundance. As soon as we wake up, we can think of at least 3 things for which we are grateful. At night, before we fall asleep, think of another 3 things that we feel grateful for. That will help us reduce stress, bring us more peace, and help us fall asleep faster. In addition, we'll have happier dreams and even attract more abundance, prosperity, and happiness during sleep. There are so many benefits, yet it doesn't take much for us to think about a few things we are grateful for. Please include this in your night ritual. All right? Number 8, natural herbs can help with healing depression, such as passion flower, St. John's wort, kava, han, rhodiola rosea, arctic root, and ashwagandha. You don't need to take all of them, obviously. Just pick 1 or 2 that you really like. Number 9, essential oils can also help, such as lavender, orange, rosemary, and lemon. Choose one that you like the most. Even if you don't have any signs of depression, you can put on some lavender essential oil before you go to sleep. I personally love lavender essential oil. The smell is wonderful and it's very calming and soothing. Perfect for sleep. Number 10, medicinal mushrooms, including truffle, lion's mane, and reishi. Number 11, please make sure you have sufficient vitamin B6, B12, folate, magnesium, GABA, and thiamine in your diet or supplements. Additionally, probiotics can help a lot, especially if you have taken antibiotics. Probiotics play a very important role in keeping our gut healthy. As the saying goes, healthy gut, healthy brain. It is also believed that the gut is the second brain. Health problems in the gut can also make depression worse. Number 12, dark chocolate, avocado, and coconut oil are very good for us, including healing depression. Number 13, walking on the beach barefooted. If you're lucky enough to live near a warm beach, walk on the beach with bare feet as often as you can. It does wonders. It's a great way for grounding or earthing. It releases stress, brings us closer to nature, and keeps us grounded. In addition, there are many minerals
minerals in the sand that are beneficial to our health. Number 14, get out and volunteer to help and serve others. This might sound unreasonable. You may say, hey, I'm in no condition to help others. However, studies have shown that when we forget our own problems and focus on helping others, amazing things happen to our health. The less we focus on the issue we are dealing with, the less power we give to it. We get out of the way and allow the divine qi to clear it out for us. As a result, we feel happy and fulfilled. Guess what? The happy feeling will replace depression. Each word carries energy, either positive or negative. Negative energy is apparently bad for depression. Positive energy can inspire us and uplift us. An easy way to transmute negative energy into positive energy is to replace negative words with positive words. Some people like to use double negative to mean positive. Energetically, double negative is still negative. For example, if someone asks you how you are doing, instead of saying not bad or could be worse, simply say I'm doing well, or I'm good, or I'm fabulous, depending on how you really feel. We don't have to exaggerate or jump up and down when we don't feel that high, but it's very important to stick to expressions with positive words. Scientific researchers have done extensive researches on the power of words. If you have a habit of speaking with negative words, please change that habit and start to use positive words to express your feelings. Number 16, accept yourself completely and love yourself without any condition. Now, don't wait until you have lost that 25 pounds. Don't wait until you have reached your financial goals. Don't wait until you consider yourself perfect. There's no such thing anyway. Love yourself as you are. We are all perfect as spiritual beings, but we are not so perfect as physical human beings. Just open your heart and accept yourself completely. Self-care, self-love, and self-compassion cannot be overstated. It's so important to truly love ourselves. Lack of self-love has created so many health issues. From now on, every morning, smile and look at yourself in the mirror and say, you are so wonderful. You are so beautiful. I love you completely and unconditionally. You rock, and give yourself a high five, which is a wonderful way to start your day. You can also turn on your favorite music and start dancing in the shower or in the kitchen. Forget about all the sad things. Embrace the happy year. Now, I'd love to warmly invite you to come visit our website, thethrivingfoundation.org. We have a lot of resources there, including many online courses and my ongoing monthly empowerment programs. We also have a free gift there waiting for you. It's worth $79.99 US, but it's yours for free. It's a Feng Shui healing audio that will help you clear the negative energy out of your home, office, and other environments, and bring in positive energy, prosperity, and abundance. In addition, ever since the beginning of the pandemic, I have been offering free remote group healing sessions globally. The healing themes are for health, beauty, and happiness, or for Feng Shui, money energy, prosperity, and abundance. Each time the theme is different.
depending on the season and the collective energy. We have received a lot of feedback reports from people all around the world who participated in the remote group healing about their amazing healing experiences. If you need any support in any of the areas of health, including physical, emotional, energetic, spiritual, and financial health, you're welcome to sign up for the sessions you need. I am delighted to be of service. All right, let's thrive together. From my heart to yours, radiating love and blessings.
Well, thank you so much, Master Mu. And this concludes our today's 23rd World Congress presentation. And I would like to thank all the presenters, volunteers, and also, of course, all the technical support team, and for your hard work today to make our first day presentation possible. And now we would like to transit to our next event. Starting at 4 o'clock, it will be the celebration of 50 years of Dr. Alex Feng's healing and teaching. And this is a special event by invitation and ticket only. So if you have not registered and purchased your tickets, please do go to the front door entrance and purchase your tickets. And also, this is a notice for tomorrow, and that will be the day 2 of the World Congress Integrative Health. And location, it's not going to be here. It's going to be at the Daoist Center, located on 3824 MacArthur Boulevard in Oakland, California. So we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. That will be our second day of World Congress. So thank you again. I'm your host, Rose Hong, saying good night. Enjoy the evening celebration and dinner.